This is how the storyline in the novel goes. One day, the world faced a disaster, towers and dungeons appeared everywhere, birthing monsters. The monsters then attacked humans, and made the world in a catastrophe, especially in the Korean peninsula, became a notorious area because in that place dungeons and towers appeared continuously, and there the attack of the monsters was more fierce than other countries. The scene there was really like hell. The civilians were very desperate when faced with the monsters who were very tough and fierce, but in that darkness, a bright light appeared. When seeing it, ordinary people seemed to see a hope in the midst of the desperate situation. In the novel, the light was called a hero. Korea fought with the monsters with the help of the power of the heroes, and they were slowly able to take over the existing towers and dungeons. Good news kept coming that made the citizens there able to take a breath of relief. By using the industry created in this disaster as a driving force, they managed to recover from the crisis. Day after day passed. Korea became a leading country that rivaled America. And Korea became a country where heroes from all over the world gathered, but the emergence of dungeons and monsters continued to increase. Realizing that, Korea then established a heroic institution using the most advanced magic engineering. The institution was called Cube. Cube is where hero cadets from all over the world who have gone through many unexpected things gather. Somewhere in the middle of a lush forest, a young man was seen practicing with his sword. That place is where the heroes who will save this world and their rivals are. That was the explanation of the storyline. As for how he knew all this, it was because the one who created this world was not a god, but him, the author. But there was one problem. In a large auditorium, a name was then called. It was the number one among the first-year cadets, Kim Suho. He could only be stunned when he saw that, somehow, the world he wrote in his novel, was now in front of his eyes. He witnessed all this in the middle of a crowd of students, Cube, cadets, and Kim Suho. This was all similar to the world he created in his novel. Realizing that, he then wondered, what exactly happened? He then heard the students around him talking about Kim Suho. They sounded unsure about him. Was he really that good? They felt he was just lucky because of the talent he had. They also wondered who was ranked second. Some of them also hoped that this would end soon. He felt like he was isolated in the crowd. He could hear their voices from a distance, and in a room quite far away, there were several people who were watching the students. There were sounds of praise because the students who were accepted this year were all great, and among the people who were watching, a woman was seen. The woman said, but among them, he was very extraordinary for someone who was 17 years old. Hearing that, he also knew that the person the woman was talking about was Kim Suho. Kim Suho was the protagonist of this world, the person who led this chaotic world, which was dominated by heroes and monsters. He had the nature of a hero who was honest and upheld goodness and justice. And he had a special secret that he hid from everyone, and the person who would become his rival. After calling out Kim Suho, the host then called out the second in rank among the cadets, Shin Jong-hak. He is the fourth generation of the big company, Jinsung Company. He has the potential to rival the protagonist, but he is the future villain and he strongly believes in the doctrine of elitism. Maybe they are cadets for now, but later in the story, Jong-hak becomes the villain because of his inferiority towards Suho, and they fight each other like light and darkness. For two main characters to stand side by side like that, he must really be in the world in his novel. He then asks something important, who am I? If he is the character he wrote in his novel, he should at least have a name. Seeing him who had been silent all this time, his friend who was beside him then asked, why was he daydreaming like that? Did he sleep late? His friend called him by the name Chun-dong. He was then confused when he heard him suddenly ask him that. He then confusedly asked, was he talking to him? Hearing that, his friend replied, of course he was talking to him. He didn't see any other Kim Chun-dong around here. When he heard that name, he then wondered, is there really a character with that name? He didn't remember writing a character like that. Maybe he would remember it after he saw his face. But he was still confused, who is Kim Chun-dong? And when a hologram screen pointed at him, he was then finally able to see the face of himself in this world. He could only be dumbfounded when he saw it, because his face was just a big question mark. He really couldn't understand it, and that's when he realized. He became a character that he never wrote. He had no scenes where he appeared, his name was outdated, and he had almost no presence. He also realized the fact that made him helpless. No one cared even though he had no face. He was just an ordinary person other than the fact that he was a cube cadet, a character that had no contact with any of the main characters. basically, he was a side character, that's right, somehow. He was now an extra character in a novel, no, more precisely, he was just a speck of dust in this novel. One day, a message appeared, he who saw it was then confused. And when he opened the message, he was then even more confused when the author of the message proposed a remake of the novel he wrote, The Returnee Hero. The web novel he wrote, The Returnee Hero, was a novel that had been stopped serializing because he ran out of ideas, so he was confused when he read that they wanted to remake something that had stopped releasing. They were really unexpected, but he suddenly fell silent for a moment, because of the guilt of the stopped release, and he didn't know that the reply he sent, which he thought was just a request from fans, turned out to be the main cause of everything that happened. He went to the toilet to wash his face, but his face hadn't changed at all and was still a question mark. Now that he had seen his face like this for 2 weeks, he got used to it. It had been 2 weeks since he started seeing this unknown question mark. It seemed, this really wasn't a dream, this place was the world in the novel he made, and Kim Chun-dong, who he was possessed by, seemed to be one of the many side characters in this novel. He had tried various ways for the past 2 weeks, but he couldn't find out why he was brought here, who brought him to this place, and why. He also felt, maybe he had to stay in this world for a very long time. If so, this world would continue even if the novel part stopped, meaning, maybe about 10 years. He became very depressed when he thought about it. He could hardly imagine having to live for 10 whole years trapped in a novel like this, laughing with children who were still in their teens. He also had a life, so he didn't want to just be stuck in a discontinued novel. But what the hell, he couldn't do anything to change this. He then tried to be optimistic, and tried to think of a way to return. For now, he couldn't think of any other way to get out, other than reaching the main story. If only he made it to the middle of the story, then, after that only the release part was discontinued. There was no other way but to try and live it. In the world of novels, The Returnee Hero, in order to achieve his goal, he had to go to school. In a very majestic city with tall buildings standing there and a fresh view of the sea. It is Cube. Cube is an artificial island located in the northeast, where about 50,000 people, including hero candidates, live, a city that gathers people who have magic and manufacturing abilities from all over the world. The existence of Cube is one of the reasons Korea is called a strong country, and the core of this city is the same as the main story of the novel, the Hero Training Academy. Cube, it is the place where he will study for the next few years. Although among the hero candidates who have special abilities, talents, but only a small percentage of the elite can become Cube cadets, the current original owner of his body, Kim Chun-dong, is also a Cube cadet. He does not know what abilities he has, but he feels he can definitely come to the Cube because he has an extraordinary talent. Whatever it is, he hopes it is a talent that he can use, in order to survive in this dangerous school. Shortly after that, he then arrived in front of a large entrance door with the word truth in front of it. Not stopping for too long, he then opened the door and went inside. A classroom-like room filled with teenagers of the same age as him, was then presented in front of him. The room was Truth Class, the center of the episode Cube, the antagonists and villains, allies and rivals, as well as the place where the protagonist is in this novel. Each character will soon create cliques, and because of that, they will face countless complications. 1 year with them, and worst of all, with no face. Honestly, he didn't know what he should do. After finishing his class, he then immediately returned to the dormitory. It was already late afternoon. He didn't even know how the day passed. He also lamented, how could he study every day when he used to be a high school student? But when he headed to his room, he was then surprised when he saw a package in front of his room door. He took the package and entered his room. He was confused why there was suddenly a package. He didn't hear any notification from the Cube. He wondered if this was Kim Chun-dong's personal belongings, and when he unsealed the package, he was then surprised, because the package turned out to contain the notebook he used in his previous world. He was confused why it was here, and when he tried to turn it on, a notification suddenly appeared from the notebook, starting the synchronization, and a bright light suddenly appeared. He was surprised by the sudden change, but the notebook did not stop. Kim Chun-dong started the synchronization on Kim Hajin. After a while, the settings were downloaded, and stats such as variable stats and invariable stats then appeared in front of him. There were also several other settings that contained him. Seeing that, Kim Hajin then realized, this was the setup book he wrote. He also wondered, who sent this to him? but he then froze. After the synchronization was completed, the notebook suddenly died for a while, and a notification then appeared, unique authority, setting intervention, was obtained, and something in him then changed. He felt like he was reborn. Kim Chundong was now officially Kim Hajin. All stats were reset due to synchronization. The notification indicated that the synchronization was complete. He then immediately looked at the screen of his notebook to confirm the situation. He was then surprised because his face was now no longer a question mark, but his original face when he was a teenager, looking at the system window that popped up beside him. He then confusedly asked, "What happened? And what was all this?" After looking at the system window that told him that the synchronization had been completed, he then had a kind of conjecture. Could this be a kind of enlightenment, an awakening phenomenon that occurs when a person transcends his limits, in this world? It is called enlightenment. By following the enlightenment process, you are able to see your talents, skills, abilities and others as your values, and you can become powerful with a much more efficient method than before. To make it simple, you can look at your window status. The case is like what Hajin is experiencing right now. Hajin then checked his window status. He has the observation and browsing talents. The observation talent makes him able to observe those who appear in his line of sight, while the browsing talent makes him able to explore the notebook settings section at any time without using the media. He can also see his mastery, constitution, and stats on the status window. Seeing that, he then checked them one by one. The parts that really caught his attention were synchronization and initialization. He didn't know what they were, but he guessed they might be the reason behind why his face stopped being a question mark symbol and returned to normal. His stats dropped drastically from Kim Chundong's stats, but in return, he gained points, and the next thing to note was unique authority, intervention settings. He can use SP to write or edit any non-living target. He can use SP to write or edit stats, talents, mastery, and constitution, limited to Kim Hajin's target. The greater Kim Hajin's involvement in this world, the more SP he can get, can convert 1 point to 1,000 SP. He can also write talents by exchanging 10,000 SP. Seeing that, Hajin then confusedly wondered, what kind of thing is this? He didn't remember writing abilities like this. Also, the greater Kim Hajin's involvement in this world. Reading that, he then guessed. Could it be that he had to increase his involvement in this novel? Could it be that the reason why he was given this notebook and strange abilities was so that he could interfere with the main story of this world? He really couldn't accept this nonsense. Not waiting for his shock to be over, a notification then appeared, but it was just a locked info. It would open when the main story ended. Seeing that, Hajin then became annoyed, knowing that it was the same as saying, if he wanted to find clues about returning to his home world, he couldn't keep quiet and had to interfere. He then sat down and opened his notebook. He tried to think not to be too optimistic. There was no guarantee he would be sent back to his home world, even if he did nothing and waited until the part where he stopped publishing. Even if the information that would open up was not the clues he wanted, he might find clues about escaping this world if he got involved with the main character, and to be able to do so, he had to become strong enough to survive the main story. Based on that thought, he then invested points in his stats. There was no concept of leveling up in his novels, basically. Since you couldn't level up your stats as you wished, the only method to do so, points, was a very valuable resource, and if he wanted to maximize the points he had to invest in luck. Luck wasn't limited to just the chance of finding unknown rewards in dungeons, getting money, bonus stats, interpersonal relationships, and so on. It was a deceptive status that applied in every aspect of life, of course. Invariable stats like luck were made so that it couldn't be increased with points, but he got some kind of plan that could realize that is by converting all his points to SP, and investing 9,000 SP into luck. Shortly after that, he then got some kind of notification from the system. A mysterious luck took effect, changing luck to 9.1. He was quite surprised that luck could even affect this. The strength stat of the protagonist Kim Suho was 9.0, so this was a spectacular result. He then planned to invest the remaining SP into perseverance. After all, he had to endure the extreme training of Cube, and when he raised his perseverance stat, enormous luck takes effect. Perseverance increased from 6.6 to 7.207. Seeing that, Hajin lamented, luck is indeed king, and just as he was happy because his stats increased significantly, a system notification then appeared. An error that could greatly affect the plot had been discovered. Hajin was then shocked to see that, from now on, invariable stats could not be modified with SP, he could only feel gloomy when he saw that. What an unfair move, he did not expect. It turned out that there was a limit to the trick. He just thought it would go well. Still, he managed to salvage luck and perseverance. Come to think of it, he had another 10,000 SP from the beginner's consideration. Thinking about that, Hajin then thought, maybe he should think about it carefully first before using it. The next day, Hajin attended class as usual. A teacher praised them after the morning training that went well. Now, he would introduce himself. His name was Kim Soo-hyuk. He would be the instructor in charge of them for the coming year. They were then surprised when they heard that. They knew that their teacher was a hero with 3,850 ranking points. He was the 9,737th ranked hero in the world. He was very great when he could enter the rank of 9,000 among 2 million people. From the classification of the association, it was a medium-high rank, level 5. After introducing himself, Kim Soo-hyuk said, let's discuss the current problem. Cube is not a comfortable place like they want. They will be evaluated solely based on grades, and if they perform poorly, they will repeat. Statistically speaking, less than half of the cadets graduate from the Cube without repeating. Since this is a facility to educate heroes, they will be judged with precise and strict standards. After saying all that, he then told them to stand up and follow him. Hearing that, Hajin knew, this was the first part of the schedule, the main weapon selection. As they followed Kim Soo-hyuk, they were then taken somewhere. After Kim Soo-hyuk opened the door of the room they were going to, they were then amazed by the scene. Inside, a futuristic room with lots of weapons of various types on display. Then presented before their eyes, they were amazed when they saw so many weapons in there. Seeing that, Kim Soo-hyuk said that he never gave them time to be amazed, so he told them to hurry up and pick the weapon of their choice. Hearing that, they immediately rushed to choose. Kim Soo-hyuk warned, when they chose the main weapon, they would not be able to replace it for about 6 months, so he told them to choose wisely. At the time of weapon selection, Kim Soo-ho unhesitatingly picked a sword as his weapon. There was also a beautiful tomboy-looking woman who chose a crossbow. There was also a western-looking woman who chose a rapier as her weapon, and a black-haired woman with a cold face who chose a whip as her weapon. They were the main characters. They had chosen their main weapons without any problems, so now it was time to choose hymns. Hajin looked hesitant. He had to be careful. His stats were too low to handle the weapons used by the cadets. Even if he raised his stats from now on to try and use this weapon, the results would be meager compared to the effort required, so there were some conditions attached to his chosen weapon. A weapon he had used in the real world, a weapon that took the least amount of time for him to adapt to, and as he looked at it, he then finally found a suitable weapon. The students who were watching looked surprised when they saw him chosen weapon. They even asked if he was joking. Kim Soo-hyuk also noticed the commotion, but he was then also surprised when he saw Hajin's weapon of choice. He then asked him, what was the weapon he had chosen? The weapon that shocked them turned out to be a gun. Hajin suddenly became the center of attention because of that. Kim Soo-hyuk then called him and said, he remembered he used a sword in the military academy. Hearing that, Hajin just said, he decided to change it. Kim Soo-hyuk asked, after coming to Cube. Hajin answered yes. Hearing that, Kim Soo-hyuk then looked at him sharply, but he did not force him to change his weapon, because all decisions in the Cube were made by the cadets. No matter the decision was wrong or right, the cadets would be responsible. He told them to never forget that. Hajin's expression did not change at all when he heard that. He then heard the surrounding students whispering about him. They asked if he was crazy. Why did he come to Cube if in the end he chose a gun? They really didn't understand. Some even planned to beat him during the battle and training later. Some felt that he was just looking for attention. Hajin could only scratch his head. When he heard that, he felt that the gun was still a good weapon in this world. But for ordinary citizens who could not use magic power, the most widely used type of bullet is the magic bullet. Because it is coated with mana, it contains more destructive power than ordinary bullets. Despite such advantages, the reason why the gun is not desirable here is that there is a clear limitation. Although the gun bullet can reach the speed of sound, but it is nothing compared to the heroes. That is the first reason. No matter how powerful the user is, the destructive power of the gun is limited, and the other reason is, the gun has a short history in this world. In this world, myths and legends come to life. Artifacts of myths and legends live as weaponry in the real world. The more majestic the origin, the deeper the history related to the artifact, the higher the rank. Because of this, the cadets in the cube usually choose ancient weapons instead of modern weapons. They do not believe in magic bullets. Of course, this had nothing to do with him. After all, he was not the protagonist of Manhwa. He had never used a sword, so how could he compete with other cadets? He felt that choosing a gun might not be a bad choice. He could use it quickly. If he used it, it would make him stand out, and it would allow him to get SP, since he had chosen his weapon. Now it was time to get the talent. Talent. It is an ability that can be called specialization. Most people only receive one talent, but there are some exception characters, have passive talents, and active talents. The owner of the Sword Saint character, Kim Suho, he was now in the training room. He looked surprised when he saw someone who was also there. That person was Chae Nayun. Suho asked, "Did she also practice here?" Hearing his silly question, Nayun then asked him back, where else should she practice? She didn't expect someone like him to be in the top rank. Suho seemed to realize his silly question. He also said, there aren't many people after class ends, so he came here. He remembered something after seeing her. Now there is another sharpshooter in their class. Hearing that, Nayun was confused for a moment, but she then realized the person he meant. The person he was referring to was of course Hajin. Suho confirmed that, but he was then confused when he saw Nayun wearing a strange expression. Nayun said that she couldn't accept it. He couldn't call him a sharpshooter with a shooting range of less than a kilometer. He might as well give up on being a hero, since he wouldn't have an expulsion record if he retired early, so he was just trying to hold on a little longer. Hearing her dismissive tone, Suho said she shouldn't say that lightly. Nayun could only be confused to hear him suddenly say that, and when he saw Suho's innocent smile, he then scolded him and told him not to lecture her. She also told him to just get out of here if he didn't want to practice. Suho could only apologize. The conversation between the two of them was overheard by Hajin, but he didn't seem to know who was talking about it, but he felt that he could also get SP from it. After all, the protagonist Kim Suho could become the greatest hero with just this talent. That was the importance of talents, because he had already received 10,000 SP when he wrote his first talent. He could not waste this opportunity. He then asked if he should write something simple first. He decided to write the talent Master Sharpshooter, which made him proficient in using ranged weapons. He spent a total of 10,000 SP to write the talent. Shortly after that, an explanation of the Master Sharpshooter talent then appeared in front of him. The talent has 3 effects, including bullet time. Every 4 hours, a total of 3 seconds will be given as bullet time. Master Sharpshooter's training. He becomes proficient in all types of long-range weapons, and 1,000-mile eye. He can see from a long distance and can predict the target's movement path. Seeing that, Hajin thought this would be useful for him, with the effect of being proficient in all kinds of long-range weapons. This not only makes him able to use gun, but also can use weapons such as bows later. Besides, this is an evolving talent, although now it is still a little pitiful, but if it can develop, this is an advantage. If you think about the long-term benefits, this is much better. So without hesitation, he then chose this talent. Hajin then stretched his body comfortably. He felt that now he already had a little preparation. He just needed to persevere with the talent, until the story ended. The next day, the cube still looked busy as usual. Hajin at this time was attending class. While showing the hologram of the Earth, the teacher explained, trivial questions like this are usually not included, but they still have to understand the examples of tower and dungeon attacks. While listening to the explanation of the teacher, Hajin thought, he did not expect that it only takes a few lines of description to make a textbook. If other students know it, they will cry with envy, but because he has the talent of observation and browsing, he can easily pass this class. Just like the name, observation and browsing, he can observe all the characters that come into his line of sight, even their watches, and whenever he wants, he can browse the timeline settings of the notebook on his retina without any intermediaries. After explaining, the teacher then told them to remember what they had learned today. She also asked, they must know the written test is approaching, right? Nayun tried to listen to the lesson carefully, but she couldn't. She resentfully asked, why should she learn this kind of thing? Shouldn't she just have to show her skills in the practical training? But her prayers seemed to be answered, because shortly after that, someone then entered their class, and told them to go to the field in 20 minutes. Nayun was then very happy to hear that. Some other students also looked quite enthusiastic, because this meant that there would be practical exercises. But Hajin did not look as enthusiastic as them. He just thought, it's finally here. When they had gathered in the field, the teacher said he hoped they all knew about today's lesson. Without further delay, he would announce the team formation. Each team consisted of 4 members. The members consist of 2 warriors, 1 sharpshooter, and 1 support. This team will last until the midterm exam, unless special circumstances arise. Each team will be divided fairly. High and low-ranking cadets will be placed in the same team. He told them to remember his words just now so that no one would be confused later, and also invited them to check their teams, and when Hajin saw which team he was placed in, he was then surprised, because he did not expect to be on the same team with that person. The person he was referring to was Yuna, one of the main characters. He really didn't expect that. Like all novels, around the protagonist there are characters who interact or clash with him to develop the story, many members of the main character's group. But, even among those who become the main character, Yuna is a special character. He is the successor of the #1 guild in Korea, essence of the straight, and also the heir of a family of high dignity. At the beginning of the novel, he formed an opposition against Kim Suho, but over time, he became influenced by Kim Suho and then became a reliable friend to Kim Suho. But Hajin knew that the connection with Yuna was very important, because the more he got involved in the storyline, the more SP he could get, so he was determined. In today's training, he would definitely find a way to attract Yuna's attention. As the team division had been announced, Yuna was then visited by 2 of her team members. They were Jin Ho-sung from Veritas class, and Hazuki from Veritas class, although Yuna initially thought of ignoring them. But she then put on a friendly smile and welcomed them both. They were even surprised to see that they were the same age. But why was she so polite? Because the 3 of them had gathered. Yuna then asked where the last member of their team was. Right after she asked that, Hajin then came and said, "It's me." Yuna seemed to have a little impression of him. Hajin also thought not to be nervous. He knew Yuna hated people who lacked confidence the most, although Yuna seemed to not care. But the other 2 team members welcomed him well. Jin Ho-sung then remembered that he was the one who chose the gun during the weapon selection earlier. He is very famous among the first-year students. Seeing them continue to chat, Kim Suhyuk then sharply asked, "Do they have time to chat?" They were then surprised when they saw the teacher suddenly appeared from behind them. Kim Suhyuk said he had sent the location of the monster that each team would face to their watches. So he told them to leave quickly. They understood, and they then rushed to get there. The location turned out to be near the sea. The 3 of them were seen running fast towards there. While opening their watches to see the designated location, Yuna then said, "It seems that soon they will arrive," so she told them to prepare. They should be able to find information about the monsters they will face when they arrive at the location. While the 3 of them were running leisurely towards the designated location, Hajin was seen struggling to run to catch up. He was so exhausted that he almost died. His vitality stat was definitely much higher than ordinary people, but who would have thought? Barely catching up was the best thing he could do right now. He really couldn't believe seeing them running so fast so casually. It made him wonder, is this a normal thing for Cube cadets? A few moments later, they finally arrived. It was the training area, beach number 8. There was also a ship close to the beach near them. Their mission this time was to hunt down the black hump octopus monster. It didn't make them wait too long, because shortly after they arrived, the monster then appeared and immediately attacked the ship. Seeing that, Yuna then said to them, "Let's make a plan for this mission." While showing a hologram of the monster, she then explained, "A lower middle class monster, black hump octopus. The attack power of the main body of this monster itself is not too high, but the problem is the bump on its head. When the black hump octopus senses danger, it ejects baby octopi from the lump to attack its enemies. Not only do dozens of blood-sucking octopi come out simultaneously, but each octopi is a dangerous monster that can turn an ordinary human into a mummy in a second." Hearing that, Jin Ho-sung then concluded, "So when the fight starts, they should prioritize to finish off the octopi that came out first." Hazuki also said, "They should take care of them quickly, so, Gunner Hajin should." But before she could finish her sentence, Yuna interrupted her and said that she would face the baby octopies. The warrior would stay behind to save magic power. The black hump octopus has a strong recovery rate, so they should separate the bump from the main body with one attack. Hearing the plan, Hajin realized, is she trying to get him out of training? Yuna then asked, "Is everything ready now?" with a sharp spotlight directed at him. She then said, "Let's start the mission." Hajin was very upset to that. While the octopus monster was busy destroying the ship, with an axe in his hand, Jin Hozung then appeared nearby. While looking at the monster, he then thought, first, he had to lure the monster to the beach, but before he could even launch the action, the monster seemed to be aware of his existence, and it then dived down, then swam towards him. He then ran frantically when he saw it. His body size was really insignificant compared to the giant octopus. Amidst the notification that Team 5 or their team had found the monster, they then prepared to face the octopus monster, and as Yona had explained earlier, when the octopus got closer to them, it then exploded the lump on its head, which made the baby octopies come out of there. Jin Hozung broke out in a cold sweat when he saw that, and as he ran with all his might away from there, the baby octopies then came crashing towards him from above. He was very worried when he saw that. But fortunately Yona came to his rescue. She was able to easily kill the baby octopies with the lash of her whip, but that certainly could not eliminate the danger they were currently facing. Yona also knew that Jin So-hung could only stare in awe at her. He was very amazed at her terrifying strength. She really deserved to be ranked 7th among the new cadets of the cube, not staying silent for too long. He then returned to distance himself from there while thanking her. Now she was the only one who would face the octopus monster, but Yona was not afraid of that at all. She then attacked the monster again using her whip. It successfully triggered it, which made the octopus then attack her using its tentacles, but the monster's attack was dodged by her quite easily. She then jumped up. The giant octopus figure now became small in her eyes. Seeing that, the octopus then attacked her using the baby octopi throw. Seeing that, Hazuki then worriedly warned her. But Yona seemed not to realize the attack that was thrown at her, and when the baby octopi arrived in front of her face by opening its mouth wide, a bullet then shot through the baby octopi. It turned out to be a shot from Hajin. His amazing accuracy managed to save Yona. Yona was very surprised when she saw it. Seeing her shocked expression, Hajin then smiled confidently. SP or story points, which can be converted into stat points, can be obtained whenever Kim Hajin's role in this world gets better, but it was difficult for someone like him, who was just an extra from the extras. In order to get a big role in one go, that meant there was only one option for him, which was to jump to the part where the main character had to go through, like right now. The shocked expressions were clearly visible on their faces while watching the scene, but Yona did not appreciate it, and still blamed him. She had told him to stay away, but they were then surprised, when they saw the octopus monster again spouting baby octopies from inside the lump on its head. They were now again bombarded by these small but deadly creatures. Yona also looked surprised at their large number. Seeing that, Hajin thought, what this enemy has is just the number, but even that's not that much of a boon, since they have low intelligence and their trajectories are obvious. Hajin then concentrated himself and thought, the moment where he can shine is now. With his full concentration, Hajin then continuously aimed at the newly released baby octopies, a talent he called bullet time. When used, the flow of time slowed down for 3 seconds, which meant, during those 3 seconds, he could easily see their movements. Then it was easy, he only needed to shoot bullets at them. As time continued to flow, Hajin's shots were always on target, which made him kill who knows how many baby octopies, and at the end of the bullet time duration, Hajin then reloaded his gun. With his eyes forward, he then fired all the bullets in his gun, and the amazing thing was, all the bullets were right on target. Yona could only be stunned to see that, but she couldn't stay silent for too long, because she then saw a lump on the monster's head that was about to erupt. Knowing that, she then immediately wrapped her whip around the lump. She also told the two of them to attack. Hearing that, they then immediately jumped up and released magic power towards the monster. With the combination of their attacks, a very powerful attack then hit the monster right on its head. It made the octopus tentacles wave helplessly, until finally the octopus lay lifeless on the ground. Hajin looked happy when he saw it. He also asked, did they succeed? Yona then glanced at him. She then saw Hajin, who was lying exhausted on the ground while complaining that it was difficult. Right after that, the notification sound then appeared, counting the results of Team 5. The two of them looked happy while holding the octopus monster that had returned to its original size. Yona was just silent while putting on an icy face. The system notification continues. The total time of Team 5 is 58 minutes 58 seconds. The current rank is 16th. with the appearance of the notification sound, it indicates that they have successfully completed the mission. Seeing her team ranked 16th, Yona put on an expression of disbelief. The teacher then said, "This time, all the battles were recorded through drones. He will send it to her smart watch, so she can analyze it herself." Yona still found it hard to accept her team only ranked 16th. Apparently she didn't hear it wrong that time. She knew that individual performance would be judged separately, but what made it even more unwilling was, Chae Nayun was above her. Chae Nayun was in Team 2 and ranked 4th. She decided to create a distance between Chae Nayun's group and her group. How could she win if the result was even like this? And when she glanced at Shin Jong-hak, she then realized that he was glancing at Chae Nayun. She was very annoyed to know that, so, with a feeling of annoyance in her heart, she then approached Chae Nayun. When she was behind her, Chae Nayun also seemed to realize her existence, but Yona immediately hugged her from behind while calling her. Chae Nayun was a little surprised by that. The scene looked not like a scene between sworn enemies, but true friends. Yaonha then asked how about her training. Hearing her question, Chae Nayun sighed disappointedly and said, as she knew, she was ranked 4th. She thought this was very embarrassing, when at least she wanted to beat Shin Jong-hak and Rachel. She then asked Yona, how about her? Hearing that, although she was very annoyed, but she then replied that she was ranked 16th, but Chae Nayun was even amazed at her when she heard that. She was amazed that she could still get 16th place with a gunner in her team. She felt she would have been much better if that thing didn't hinder her. Hearing that, Yona couldn't help but think, it was true that it took them 50 minutes and 10 minutes were caused by that person, but other than that, his contribution in participating in the battle against monsters was quite high. Hajin felt like someone was talking about him. The dozens of baby octopi he shot, all of them died before they hit the ground. It made her wonder, was it possible with normal magic bullets? The other 2 members of her team also felt they managed to kill the monster because of him. Yona wondered, who exactly was he? But her confusion didn't seem to be resolved anytime soon. In the training room, Hajin was seen lying exhausted on the floor after finishing his training. He scratched the back of his head. Because he forgot to check the alarm since he was training, he wondered, how much has it improved? And when he opened his status window, the system notification then appeared continuously. Luck is active because the target is a low-rank monster. Accuracy has increased dramatically. All his attacks hit the target. His talent proficiency has increased by 20%. Perception has increased by 0.03. Luck is active. His sense of sight and hearing will soon become sharper. SP has increased by 27. Seeing that, Hajin thought, his luck is active as expected during today's training. And his SP has also increased slightly. His interference with Yona paid off. The stat increase from training is also quite large. During training, strength, endurance, and vitality have increased by 0.02. His luck exploded. Mana has seeped into the broken muscle cells. Strength, endurance, and vitality have increased by 0.03. His significant stat increase is not separated from the role of enlightenment and luck. Since he has increased it this much, Hajin thought of ending today's training. After rearranging the training equipment, Hajin then returned to the dormitory. It was already nighttime. The stars shone so beautifully in the dark night sky. In Yona's dormitory, she was seen silently contemplating while looking at her laptop. She was currently watching a replay of the scene when Hajin shot the baby octopi, and when the replay reached the scene when Hajin used bullet time, Yona was then shocked when she saw him able to fire 60 times in just 2.78 seconds. It made he wonder, is it possible to pull the trigger 20 times in 1 second, or the gun had auto-fire. His agility was also beyond reason. But the fact that his vitality was less than other cadets, and the fact that he suddenly changed his weapon, there were too many suspicious things. She was also confused. Why didn't she remember meeting him at the Military Agent Academy? When Yona was busy pondering about it, she was then surprised when she got a message from Shin Jong-hak. Shin Jong-hak asked her what she was doing. Her heart seemed to spring when she read the message. Yona then replied, she was analyzing the video. Shin Jong-hak really couldn't stop thinking when he heard that. She was doing boring things again. Yona continued, if she was going to inherit the guild later, she had to find some talents first. Reading that, Shin Jong-hak then asked, did her team even have talents? In his view they were all trash. But, he then asked, what about that gunner? Yona couldn't help but smile when she read that. He acted as if he wasn't interested. But look at this. He can be cute sometimes too, Yona then replied. She thinks he completed his task. His skills match rank 934. Shin Jonghak was silent for a moment reading that. He then asked again, isn't he just lucky because of his team? But his question made Yona ponder it deeply. At Creator's Sacred Grace, the guild's main headquarters, there was the voice of the secretary reporting to the deputy guild master. Yun Sung-ah, he reported that the guild visit has been arranged on Friday, 2 weeks from now. Hearing that, Yun Sung-ah said that she understood, more importantly. She then told his secretary to watch the recording of Kim Suho's action during the training together. She asked, isn't Kim Suho amazing? Yun Sung-ah, Deputy Guild Master of Creator's Sacred Grace Guild, rank 307, she was amazed when she saw Kim Suho's action, elegant movements, like flowing water, and his sword technique is not like modern swordsmanship. He seems to dance with his sword. And look at the power of his slash, it's like he's not just going to slash monsters, but other dimensions. Essence of the straight, desolate moon, quietus of frost. She can now understand why all the big guilds in Seoul are after him. She want to bring Kim Suho over to their side no matter what. After finishing watching Kim Suho's footage, she then continued to watch the footage of other cadets, but she was then surprised when she got to the footage showing Hajin. She was a little confused to see him using a gun. Seeing her confusion, the secretary said. He was also discussed a bit in the guild community. It seems that many people have seen this video because he was in the same team as Yuna, without using auto-fire. He can fire 60 bullets in 3 seconds, and out of those 60 shots, only one missed. Even if someone pulled the trigger with the agility alone, the gun wouldn't be able to handle it. Showing this kind of performance, using low-end products, Kim Hajin's ability, seems to be heretic. Plus, there are rumors that he changed his weapon from a sword to a gun when entering Cube. Hearing that, Yun Sung-ah then realized that he was enlightenment, a phenomenon where a person understands his own talent or special ability. Before enlightenment, a person cannot know what talent he has. That's why there are some cases where if the weapon they use does not match their talent after enlightenment, they will change their main weapon. But if this happens, 3 years or more of their career will be wasted. That's why, the Military Agent Academy actively recommends the use of multiple different weapons for cadets. Enlightenment at the age of 17, it's obviously very fast, but if it's just limited to a gun, it won't be interesting. But she still decided to watch him. She then asked, do they have any scouts free now? Hearing that, the secretary replied, no. Because this year's cadets are very special, all the scouts have got targets. Yun Sung-ah wasn't too disappointed hearing that. If he really is a rough diamond, he will shine by himself. Whether heretic is an exaggerated call or not, he will slowly but surely reveal himself. While the guild officials are talking about him, Hajin himself is now sleeping peacefully in his bed. Today is Wednesday, the day of anti-personnel training. Kim Suho was seen sparring with one of the cadets. Anti-personnel training is carried out between 2 cadets in a team. All exercises utilize weapons training, so it is easy to score and reduce pain. Like today when Rachel sparred with Lucian, she got a score of 16 while her own opponent got 2, but an instructor then annoyedly called Hajin's name. She told him to get up quickly. Hajin looked very tired. On the scoreboard he only got 0 points, while the instructor got 18 points. He felt that this was very unfair. Why was it only him who fought the instructor? Feeling that Hajin might be curious, the instructor then explained, it was because the firearms training was still not finished. So using real weapons in anti-personnel training could get serious injuries. Also, only for him, she, the instructor, who was going to face him, saw the instructor who was approaching him again. Hajin then frantically said that he couldn't take it anymore. He surrendered. But the instructor certainly didn't accept his surrender. She said, there is no such thing as surrendering. The instructor told him to uphold his defense. Just as the instructor's fist was about to land on him, Hajin's pupils suddenly changed. He was then able to quickly dodge the instructor's attack. The instructor was then surprised to see that, but it didn't seem to be easy for Hajin. It didn't stop there. The instructor then attacked him again, but fortunately, Hajin was able to dodge the attack again. The instructor really didn't expect that. His posture might be bad, but he followed the attack with his eyes. The reason why he could do that was because of 1,000-mile eyes. The skill made him able to see into the distance and vaguely guess the target's movements. Of course, the skill only showed it. He still had to avoid it himself. It was really difficult for him, the cadets who saw it laughed when they saw his ridiculous action in avoiding the attack. He really jumped here and there annoyingly. Hajin was really annoyed to hear that, but it made him get 40 SP. Seeing that, Hajin couldn't help but think, is being patient more efficient? After the training was over, Hajin then bought a cola from the vending machine, but he was then surprised when he saw Yona who passed by there. They then looked at each other sarcastically. Seeing her who just passed by without saying hello, Hajin thought it was him who wrote it, but her nature was really, he wondered, was he just testing? He then bought another drink from the vending machine. He then called Yona, then threw the drink he had bought towards her. Seeing that, Yona then quickly caught the drink. She asked if he was asking for a fight. Hearing that, Hajin just confusedly asked, what did she mean? During the last training session, he had helped. He gave her that hoping to get along, a simple test. If being indulgent with an extra character was enough to get 40 SP, how much SP would he get if he started chatting with the main characters? Yona then said she was fine, he should drink it all, and she then returned the drink. Yona continued, she told him not to talk so casually without her permission. This was her first warning. Seeing Yona who walked away, Hajin just smiled slightly, and as Yona was walking away, she then felt something. The weight of her bag felt strange, and when she opened it, there was a cola bottle there. She knew this was Hajin's doing. She was very upset to know that, and when she was about to decide to throw it away, but she suddenly decided not to, because she thought that the cola was innocent. The scene was seen by Hajin. He knew Yona was a lover of junk food like cola, ramen and burgers, but because of her reputation, she couldn't buy such food herself. That was her character setting. Even if he tried to reveal her character setting that no one knew, but if he just chatted briefly with her, he wouldn't get much SP. Of course he had to squeeze himself into the main story. That means the next part of the main story to start will be that, the Jin attack on the National Weapon Museum. Jin are people who made a contract with the devil. The Jin who exchanged their souls for great power, became the hands for the work of the devil and have spread about. This incident happened because of the motivation of killing a certain individual in the National Weapon Museum. But, the Jin are foiled with the main characters, who were coincidentally there looking the exhibits. The protagonist, Kim Suho, gets some interest by some of the main characters because of this episode. Not only do two of the main characters, Kim Suho and Chae Nayun show up, but since it was still close to the beginning of the story, the Jin was not that dangerous. Based on that, Hajin then thought that he could slip himself into this episode. For now, he had to find a way to slip into the museum, but while he was busy struggling with his thoughts, an officer suddenly called him and asked, the daily lessons are over. Then why is he here instead of returning to the dormitory? He also told Hajin to state his number. Hearing that, Hajin then apologized and said he would be there soon. But when he brought his notebook, a message suddenly appeared. Clubs. In Cube, there are activities like in most schools. You can say it's like a small organization operated by cadets, academics, martial arts, hands-on experience, hobbies, etc. The background is that there are about 100 various clubs in Cube. Also, in addition to self-improvement, the club also acts as a socializing platform between cadets. Today Hajin participated in such a club. At the gate of Cube, when he arrived there, he was then greeted by Oh Han-hyun, the head of the travel club, Healing Train. Han-hyun thanked them for participating today in their travel club. Han-hyun also lamented, there are many great people among the new members this year. When receiving the registration form, he wondered if this was real. He felt anxious. Seeing that, his juniors then asked him to take a deep breath. They also felt anxious. After regaining his composure, Han-hyun then explained about their travel club, Healing Train, to the new members. The main purpose of their club is rest. They will use the portal to travel outside the cube once or twice a month. They plan to go to a place near here today for their group socialization. They will go to Seoul. Hearing that, Hajin seemed to have known it from the beginning. A trip to Seoul where people are free to do whatever they want with two people each in a group, just like what he wrote in the novel. His destination today was the Seoul Weapons Museum, the place where the main story first started. He would go with the protagonist there and quietly slip into the main story. After explaining where they were going today, Han-hyun then said, now, for the group formation, go up and take the draw. Everyone. Hajin was quite surprised when he heard they needed to take the draw. He then asked, was this how the groups were formed originally? He didn't seem to write about it, but he didn't really mind. Whoever he chose, he could just work alone. The person who took the draw this time was Yona, and on the draw paper it turned out that Kim Hajin's name was written, so the two of them would be in the same group. Hajin didn't seem to expect that. Yona then came to him and said, they should just separate. Hearing that, Hajin could only say yes, but when Yona was about to walk away, she then suddenly stopped, with a threatening look directed at him. She warned. She already said not to talk informally to her. This is his second warning. There won't be a third. Hearing that, Hajin replied okay. After some time, Hajin finally arrived at the Seoul Weapons Museum. This is the National Weapons Museum. This museum has the largest weapon replica exhibition in Korea. While he was walking leisurely there, he then saw Chae Nayun, who was looking at the replica weapons on display there. Because he saw Chae Nayun there, then not far from here, after looking at it for a moment, he then finally saw Kim Suho, who was not far from there. He was also seen looking at the weapons on display there. When Hajin walked towards him, Kim Suho seemed to realize his existence. Hajin then asked, was he looking at the seven-pronged sword? Kim Suho then confused and surprised to hear him suddenly ask him like that. Realizing his confusion, Hajin then immediately introduced himself. Hearing his name, Kim Suho then apologized. He immediately forgot. He then remembered that he was the one who chose the gun as his weapon. He didn't expect him to join the travel club too. Seeing his attitude, Hajin then thought, Kim Suho is strong, handsome, and likes justice. He was criticized by readers. They said this protagonist was not similar to reality. While Hajin was thinking about him, Kim Suho said it looks like there is a gun exhibition there. He then invited Hajin to see it. He heard that Napoleon's rifle was on display there, but Hajin refused his invitation, and said, it seemed they would not have time for it. The museum building suddenly shook violently. The visitors there could only stare confused at it. The speakers there then turned on, and an officer then warned the visitors there. Monsters had appeared outside the museum. They were then very anxious to hear that. The officer then warned once again. Monsters had appeared outside the museum. Just as the warning sound disappeared, the visitors then woke up from their shock, and fled from there. The scene was very chaotic. Because of their panic, there was even a child who was pushed, but, suddenly there was a very loud sound of breaking glass. The sound turned out to be caused by Chae Nayun. She really hit the glass hard until it broke. They were then shocked to see it. Kim Suho who saw it too, but this way, the situation returned to calm. Chae Nayun told them to calm down. The hero assigned to the museum would definitely arrive soon. If they went out in a situation like this, they would only become the intake of monsters. When Chae Nayun broke the glass and took the bow that was there, a warning sound then appeared. Broken glass box. Theft of exhibition items, confirmed. Lower the blockade. Right when the sound appeared, the museum's security system then appeared covering the entire room. Not caring about that, Chae Nayun then told Kim Suho to take the weapons that were there too. They had to stand guard until the hero came, although the shock was not over. But he then replied that he understood, but they were then immediately surprised by the sound of footsteps. A very evil aura enveloped the person who had just appeared. Seeing that, Chae Nayun then immediately became alert. That person was the main enemy of this episode, Jin. Hajin who saw his appearance then thought, the Jin, Lucius's dog. He was the villain who became the protagonist's development assistant. Very sharp nails suddenly appeared from the 5 fingers of the Jin. He then immediately rushed towards Chae Nayun, but Kim Suho suddenly sneaked attack from behind him. The scene was seen by Hajin. This was exactly like in the novel. He was sure Kim Suho should be able to defeat him easily, but, even before Kim Suho's attack landed on the Jin then knocked him out strongly. It left Kim Suho glued to the wall. The look of disbelief was clear on Hajin's face when he saw that. He really couldn't process what had just happened. Seeing Kim Suho lying on the ground, Hajin thought, something was strange. The story he wrote was not like this. At the beginning they were a little under pressure, but then it became a battle where Kim Suho released his power, and the enemies were extremely strong. Chae Nayun was also very surprised when she saw it. She then repeatedly called Kim Suho. Suho's injury seemed to be severe enough to make him cough up blood. Seeing that, Chae Nayun then asked, was he okay? With a stammering voice, Suho replied that he was fine. He then tried to get back up even though with difficulty. Hajin realized that Suho's condition was not so good. He needed time to recover, but what they didn't have now was time. Not letting them rest for a moment, the Jin then immediately re-prepared his attack. Chae Nayun realized that, she then immediately shot her arrow at the Jin. The Jin didn't even bother to dodge and let the arrow pierce his body. The Jin just smiled slightly and didn't seem to be in any pain at all. Chae Nayun was then shocked to see that, but she didn't give up hope, and shot his arrow at the Jin once more, and again, the Jin did not dodge the arrow at all. He smiled a little as if mocking her. Chae Nayun felt very horrified when she saw that. Her hands shook violently due to fear. She knew it was not a special ability or healing. That bastard stood up to her successive attacks with only courage. The Jin seemed to be no longer in the mood to play with her. Hajin seemed to realize that, seeing the Jin who was quickly heading towards her. Hajin then worriedly called Chae Nayun's name and immediately told her to run, but it seemed too late, because the Jin quickly arrived in front of her, and was about to pounce on her with his claws, but fortunately, before the attack could land, Kim Suho then came to save her. He asked if she was okay, but Chae Nayun knew that the danger they were currently facing was not over yet. She then immediately told Kim Suho to refocus his gaze on the Jin. The Jin got up so fast after receiving his kick, and immediately attacked him again. And while Kim Suho was struggling to resist the Jin's attack, the black aura controlled by the Jin suddenly transformed into a dragon. Kim Suho was then surprised to see that. He then immediately became overwhelmed when the dragon pressed him. It made him fall to the ground. And in the midst of this desperate situation, an arrow suddenly shot from behind the Jin which then hit his back. The arrow certainly came from Chae Nayun. The Jin seemed to be angry at her interference, and he then immediately attacked her. Chae Nayun really couldn't react to his fast attack. She then could only let herself be hit by the attack until she hit the wall behind her. Seeing that, Hajin knew that this was bad. If it continued like this, someone could die. He then shouted, telling everyone there to run. He was sure he was the one who wrote this novel. Then why was the content different from what he knew? He then tried to calm himself down first. For now, he had to do what he could. And as he took out his ammunition, he then realized that he wouldn't even be able to scratch the Jin with this bullet. It was impossible to deal fatal damage even if he increased the destructive power, but, as long as they were still in the world of his novel, the major plot would not change. In that case, Hajin then used his SP to change the settings of the mana bullet. The attributes of the mana bullet had now changed. The destructive power changed to 6. This consumed a total of 104 SP. Hajin then reloaded his gun using the magic bullet he had just changed, and thought, the reason this world needs so many heroes is because attributes and synastry become different in strength, and can make individuals very strong. He then positioned himself to aim at the Jin. He was sure the Jin was dark attribute, and that weakened the darkness. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, Hajin then called Kim Suho who was fighting against the Jin. He told him to immediately dodge away. What he changed from the magic bullet was its attribute, which was now light. The bullet contained the essence of light, which could create an instant explosion in the body. And Hajin then pulled the trigger. His shot successfully hit the Jin. Right after that, a very bright light then lit up from the bullet he fired. The shot surprisingly managed to break the Jin's hand. The Jin screamed in pain because of that, and Chae Nayun, who had been smothered by his hand, finally managed to free herself. Hajin's hand shook violently after firing that one shot. But it managed to make Kim Suho get enough time to release his power. This time, he bought more than enough time. With a look at Kim Suho, he then silently asked him, right? With such a great aura surrounding him, Kim Suho then attacked the Jin again. The Sword Saint's magic power that can cut everything. Now, it's finally over. The Jin screamed in pain after being hit by the slash. He really managed to finish the Jin with one strike of his sword. But releasing such a powerful attack did not seem easy for Kim Suho. Chae Nayun was still in shock because he almost met her death. Seeing that, Kim Suho then approached her and asked if she was okay, and when he was about to extend his hand towards her, his hand was suddenly brushed off by Chae Nayun. Kim Suho could only feel confused seeing that. Seeing the scene, Hajin then told him to just let her be. He was sure her brother would soon come and comfort her, because that was also what happened in the novel. But he was then confused when he looked at the two of them. A shocked expression could be clearly seen on their faces when they heard what he just said. With an expression of disbelief, Chae Nayun then asked what he had just said. But before she could ask further, she suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood. Kim Suho then called her worriedly when he saw that, outside the museum, there was now a monster attack as warned earlier, but fortunately, there was a hero who managed to solve the monster. the hero turned out to be Yun Sung-ah. Seeing that there were no more monsters attacking, she then asked if it was over. A medical officer then called her, and reported that the emergency situation outside the museum had been handled. Yun Sung-ah was grateful to hear that. She then asked what about the situation inside the museum. The medical officer replied, a Jin appeared, but he was immediately treated. At the time of the incident, there were only 3 cube cadets there. Hearing that, Yun Sung-ah said that it was commendable. She then asked, who were they? The medic replied, they were Chae Nayun, Kim Suho and, before the medic could even finish his words, he was then surprised when he saw Yun Sung-ah running into the museum in a hurry. Yun Sung-ah felt that she was very lucky. She had the opportunity to meet Kim Suho in a place like this. She also wondered what she should say first when meeting him, and when she saw Hajin who had just come out of the museum, she thought this was perfect. Hajin was surprised when he saw someone suddenly running towards him. When she arrived in front of him, Yun Sung-ah greeted him, but when she was about to ask Kim Suho's whereabouts, Hajin had already answered that Kim Suho was inside, so she was grateful to hear that. Hajin knew exactly what she meant without having to listen to her full question, and as Yun Sung-ah walked inside, she suddenly realized something. She was confused as to how he knew she was looking for Kim Suho, whether he knew Yun Sung-ah's surprise or not. Hajin was currently sitting in a nearby park to calm himself down. Yun Sung-ah suddenly spoke to him surprise. He became suspicious. Was this situation also related to the changing story? So he decided to check it out. The situation was roughly like this. A strange character named Kim Hajin became visible, but he was not important. So far, everything was progressing without problems, so, he must not be important enough to get involved in. But he suddenly realized something. He had completely forgotten, this novel had a co-author. This world was a remake version of the novel he wrote. If this world was based on what the person who sent the email had written, then it made sense that he would be unable to predict what would happen. If that was the case, it was possible that the predictions he had made based on his novel were now useless. He really couldn't accept it when he came to that conclusion, and in the midst of his shock, he was then surprised again. When he saw a message appear from his notebook, and when he opened the message, the words appeared, one flaw, the protagonist and the surrounding characters never meet danger. If this continues, then there is a risk. It made the readers tired of the boring repetition. When the characters in the novel face danger, the readers would think, eventually the protagonist will come to the rescue, and as Hajin continued to read the message, he then felt disbelief in what he was reading. One emergency step. For now, the level of the enemy would increase, although it would end in chaos. It was already late afternoon. Kim Suhyuk, who was also there, then called Kim Suho and Hajin. He had heard a glimpse of what happened. He said he would ask more specifically later, so he told them to go back now. Hearing that, Suho then asked, what about Nayun? Kim Suhyuk said she took sick leave and went with her family. The two of them also had to return to the cube as soon as possible. After saying that, Kim Suhyuk then walked away. The atmosphere of silence suddenly enveloped the two of them, but Kim Suho then suddenly called him. He asked, about before. Why did he say something like that to Nayun? Hajin was then confused to hear that. He then asked, what did he say? Suho answered, about his brother. Actually, it was because his brother was a little. At this time, a message suddenly appeared from his notebook, a point about criticism. Hajin then immediately asked, what is it about his brother? Hearing that, Suho asked, did he pretend not to know? Hajin could only feel confused hearing that. Suho was annoyed at his attitude. He then decided not to care anymore and said he would talk about it later. Chae Nayun, previously ranked 4th in the entire military agent academy, currently joined the Hero Realization Facility, Cube, family relationship, Chae Jin-hyuk as her father, and Chae Jin-yoon as her brother. Seeing her data, Hajin thought, this is still in accordance with the arrangement, but he was confused as to why their reactions were like that. But as he reread carefully, he then saw the news related to Chae Nayun's brother, Chae Jin-yoon's son, Chae Jin-yoon, currently in critical condition due to a Jin attack. Fire Spark's operation was successful. Newcomer hero Chae Jin-yoon is in a coma. Hero Chae Jin-yoon successfully saved 3 of his comrades during the process of fighting a Jin attack and is currently in a coma. Hajin was really shocked when he read the news. Jin suppression Fire Spark. It was the first chance that the main character assistant, Chae Jin-yoon, got his victory. Chae Nayun, who was 13 years old at the time, was so proud of her brother, who became a hero. or at least that's how he had set it up. While he was contemplating that, he was then surprised when he got a message back. He then opened the message, notification. This message will be given after the subject. Kim Hajin knows the setting change. Chae Jin-yoon in the original work, he was Chae Nayun's reliable older brother and Kim Suho's assistant. However, in this world, while on a mission, he was dying. The main character was considered to have too many assistants, so the setting has changed with the words below. The point of change, 4 years ago, Chae Jin-yoon, after being appointed as a hero, got an accident in his first assignment. He received a demon's brand and has become a demon seed. Hajin really couldn't believe it when he read that. He didn't expect it to be like this. In someone's room, there was a news voice reporting, around 1 p.m. today, a horde of monsters had appeared in the center of Seoul. Due to the sudden appearance of the monsters, about 50 citizens were injured and 7 died. In the suppression center was Yoon Sung-ah, the vice guild president of the Essence of the Strait, and other heroes. Hearing the news report from the radio, the room owner then turned it off. The place turned out to be a hospital ward. The room owner looked depressed while hugging her knees. Shortly after that, a man then entered while worriedly calling her by name. She turned out to be Chae Nayun, and the man was her father. Nayun was then surprised when she saw her father. She then asked, "What about his work?" Hearing her question, her father asked her, did she think work was more important? He then worriedly asked, how she felt. Was she okay? Nayun said she was fine. Even so, her father still asked, was it okay not to do a deeper examination? He could tell the doctor, but before he could finish his sentence, Nayun then interrupted him and told him to relax. This is not something serious. She also asked, why did he come all the way here? Her father replied, it was because he was worried about her. Nayun felt a little guilty hearing his concern. She then replied again that she was fine, but she then suddenly called her father and asked, could she go see her brother before she could go home from the hospital? Her father was a little surprised at her request. While holding her hand, he then replied, of course. A little explanation about demon seed. Demons, beings with entities higher than jinn, can mark humans and make them into demon seed. Humans who have become seeds enter an incubation period where they sprout and blossom into powerful demons. In the arrangement, the incubation period has been made for 5 to 6 years, so half of that period has already passed. After getting approval from his father, Chae Nayun then visited the ward of her brother, Chae Jin-yoon. Hajin thought, there is only one solution to this convoluted situation. As quickly as possible, before the demon in Chae Jin-yoon's body wakes up, he must be killed immediately. Nayun really did not know what Hajin was thinking now. She was now looking worriedly at her comatose brother. Hajin was confusedly thinking, but how? Who would do it? They wouldn't let anyone do this. There wouldn't be a mercenary who would accept a request to kill the 4th generation of a rich family. And since there are no indicators of the seed starting to sprout, so it's impossible to suggest taking action. It would be impossible for Kim Suho to defeat the demon that has fully bloomed. Even if the currently active heroes are mobilized, some of them won't be able to avoid being sacrificed. Therefore, it must not happen. Their strength is still needed in the next part of the story. Realizing that, Hajin then hardened his heart and thought, then, in the end, he must kill him. Chae Nayun was very happy to see her brother again. She then told all her recent experiences to her brother. It was the first time she saw a jinn. She almost died. She means, how can an ordinary cadet hurt the jinn? But that gunner. But Nayun suddenly stopped and said, they better not talk about it. But while she was enjoying the time together with her brother, Nayun was then surprised when someone said, the visiting time has ended. Nayun then said that she understood. She also told her brother that she would come back, and when she was just out of her brother's ward, she suddenly stopped. She looked gloomy. She then recalled when Hajin said, leave her alone. He was sure her brother would come back and comfort her immediately. Her heart was filled with anger when she recalled that. She was really angry at Kim Hajin. At night when the stars were shining so beautifully, in the Hero Tower, the file room, Yoon Sung-ah was seen rummaging through the files there. Seeing that, her subordinates then frantically said that unauthorized access to national institution files was illegal. He was very worried if they were caught. Hearing his panic, Yoon Sung-ah casually said, it's okay, she just needs to take a little peek at the attack on the museum today. Her subordinate could only be dumbfounded at her words. Because that was precisely the problem, Yoon Sung-ah said. During the incident, on the jinn's body, they found traces of the mana light attribute. that means one of the people who defeated the Jin can use that attribute. A light attribute user can be a big threat against the Jin, because most of the Jin are dark attribute, so no matter what they have to find him and recruit him. Seeing her so excited, her subordinate named Yoren helplessly thought, she is eager to recruit more talented people. Yun Sung-ah continued. The Jin was defeated by 3 cadets who happened to be in the exhibit. So one of them must be, Yoren confirmed it, the light attribute user, Kim Suho and Chae Nayun. They are already watching the 2 of them, so it can't be them. Yun Sung-ah was then confused because she never heard the third person's name. Cube rank 934, Kim Hajin. Hajin himself is currently playing with his notebook. This is something he recently realized. It seems that other people can't see this notebook. Thanks to that, he was able to check many settings without worrying about the stares of the characters. After realizing this, he added some functions to the notebook. Shortly after that, he then heard an instructor announcing Rachel's victory. Right after that, a notification suddenly appeared from the notebook. The setting change had begun. Damien's character's self-esteem had dropped to the settings. While crying, Damien then asked to change his sparring partner. That was one of the functions of his notebook. He got a notification if the settings were different from the novel that appeared within 30 meters of him. He thought this should be much more efficient. Instead of the co-author message that only came when he noticed it, while Hajin was leisurely contemplating his notebook's newfound function, with an unfriendly face. Chae Nayun suddenly approached him and invited him to spar. Hearing that, Hajin was silent for a moment. He then refused her invitation. Hearing his refusal, Chae Nayun then provoked him. She asked, was he afraid? After saying that about someone's family, at this time the students also saw the interaction between the 2 of them. They asked, did they fight? Hajin then said, he had to be careful because they lived around. He didn't want to get into trouble hurting his classmates. Chae Nayun was furious at his words. The instructor then finally noticed the quarrel between the 2 of them. She then loudly asked what they were doing. She explained, Cadet Hajin couldn't spar with other cadets because he still didn't have a trainee weapon yet. She then told Chae Nayun to return to her position. Chae Nayun could only be upset to hear that, and she then left there in a bad mood. Seeing that, Hajin thought, he still didn't think he needed to apologize to her. He had a main goal. He needed to work hard to become stronger, so that he can kill her brother. Even if he improves their relationship, she will only feel more betrayed in the future. After the training session ended, Hajin then went to a place. It seemed that many people were already there. The place was the headquarters of the academic club, Truth. Seeing that all the members had gathered, the club president, Yoon Hyun, then welcomed them all and introduced himself. He then explained to them about his club. The main activity of their club was monster analysis and raid strategy research, so they would gather every Sunday to discuss. If they looked at the sheet distributed, while listening to the explanation of the club president, the members who were there looked at him with a gaze full of admiration. A handsome face, the ability to attract the attention of others, these 2 are demon abilities. Unlike the other members, Hajin looked at him with a normal gaze because he knew the ins and outs of Yoon Hyun. The cube, which is an important stage in the early part of the novel, sees various events such as the kidnapping of cadets from the monster invasion. Yoon Hyun is the villain who led the incident. He is a Jin who got the ability to charm, from Demon Lilith, the main target of this man, and the reason why he joined this academic club. Hajin then glanced in a direction towards where Yona was sitting. Yoon Hyun still continued to explain about their club activities. With a friendly smile, he then said, since today is orientation, how about we relax? While showing a hologram of a monster shaped like a tiger, he then explained, this is a high intermediate monster, called Mountain Tyrant. This monster appeared with the Outcall, so this is a monster with a history of 50 years. The Outcall was a global explosion that occurred 50 years ago. Towers, dungeons, and monsters appeared on Earth after that event. Inside and out of the cube, information about high-rank monsters is very valuable, and information about their weaknesses is valued at millions of dollars or more. Yoon Hyun then suddenly asked Yona regarding her opinion about the weak points of the Mountain Tyrant. Yona was then surprised at his sudden question. She then replied, she heard it was still unknown. Yoon Hyun confirmed it. Case discussions like this were one of the joys of this academic club. Anyone who wanted to share their opinions, he invited them all to attend the party after this orientation event. After the club activities ended, Hajin suddenly asked Yona if she also wanted to go, but Yona just ignored him and left. Seeing that, Hajin then irritably asked her again but in a formal tone, if she also wanted to go to the discussion. It worked, Yona said yes. Because she might get useful information, Hajin was confused and surprised. He didn't know what she meant by useful information. He then asked, did she want to share it with her guild's raid team? Yona was a little surprised to hear his question. The guild, Essence of the Strait, 50 years ago, during the outcall, this guild was founded by Yona's family as the center. They are currently one of the biggest guilds influencing Korea, but he heard that the vice-chairman's pull was quite strong recently, to the point that she, the traditional heir, was threatened. So she uncharacteristically wanted to go to the discussion to get information. Yona was really surprised to hear that. She then asked, what's his point? Hajin didn't answer right away and said, he would tell her, the weak point of the high-rank monster, Mountain Tyrant. Yona was then shocked to hear that. Hajin asked, she said she needed to accumulate a lot of achievements now if she wanted to inherit the guild without any problems. Right, the small blue emblem on its heel, if she attacks it there, she can stop the Mountain Tyrant's movement. He doesn't give this information for free. He asked, her guild operates the Essential Armory, right? He wants her to buy a Desert Eagle from them. Yona was silent for a moment hearing that. She then asked him, on what basis was his information? He also had materials to support his information, right? Hearing her question, Hajin smiled slightly. He then said that he didn't have any. Yona was really dumbfounded hearing that, with a feeling of anger. She then left from there. This was really a waste of time. Seeing that, Hajin still said that he swore she would lose a lot if she didn't believe him. He also thought, if Yona decided to ignore him, this $1 million information would just fly away, but if she believed him, he would get a strong partner in the end. Somewhere, Yona then contacted someone named Secretary Jean. She asked if she could forward this message to the Mountain Tyrant raid team. She advised, in this raid, the blue emblem on its heel might be its weak point, so try to attack it, although she felt embarrassed. But Yona still tried it, a partner who would one day be known as the Queen of Seoul, loan commitment, loan agreement, creditor, Cube Bank, debtor, Kim Hajin, loan amount. $300,000, the creditor Cube Bank will be referred to as the creditor, and the debtor Kim Hajin will be referred to as the debtor. The creditor and debtor will agree to the agreement with the terms below. Seeing that his loan amount reached $300,000, Hajin was really surprised. The maximum loan of Cube Cadet was $300,000. With this amount, he would not be able to return all the money he borrowed. Hajin then cursed Kim Chun-dong. He was really confused what he did. As he pensively thought about his debts, he then realized something. He then checked the remaining balance in his bank account. He apparently only had $3,000 left. Seeing that, Hajin realized, if it continued like this, not only could he not return to his world, if he could not pay his debts, the bank would offer an agreement to sell his organs. It would only end if he paid all his debts during his life. Hajin couldn't help but swear at the thought. He then thought, it seems he must find money. Now he has two ways to earn a lot of money legally. The first way is with stocks. In this world, towers and dungeons are constantly appearing. Guilds that discover and conquer them are treated like companies, and guilds that are listed in the stock market can sell their stocks. Although he knows which guilds whose stocks will rise are listed in the stock market, but he doesn't have money for investment, so he then chose another option. After thinking for a while, he then thought of another way. The second option is field hunting. The field is a dangerous place inhabited by monsters. Unlike dungeons and towers, the difficulty is different, and by selling the corpses of monsters, you can quickly earn a lot of money. But he had just reached the average male stat recently. He doubted whether this was enough for field hunting. It would be useless to waste SP to strengthen this trainee gun. He needed another way. While he was thinking about ways, he was then surprised when he heard someone knocking on his door. The person said that there was a package from Cadet Yona. Hajin was then confused to hear that, and when he opened the door, he then finally saw the package, and when he opened it, he was really surprised when he saw the contents. Gangwon Province, Wonju area, field area. Hajin arrived there after using the portal. The receptionist then thanked him for using the portal. She also said, have fun when you hunt. Seeing her friendly attitude, Hajin couldn't help but think, just because he is a Cube Cadet, she is so attentive. Hajin then continued to walk forward towards a place. A few moments later, He then saw an area with a lot of people there. The field area of Gangwon province tends to have a low level of danger, that's why foreigners from all over the world come here to hunt here. The leader of this city calls it an international megacity. As Hajin continued to walk forward, he then heard a lot of people who were looking for parties. Like the dark man who was looking for a party to serve mages who wanted to adventure together around Mount Chayak, there were also some people selling potions such as troll blood potions. There were also some people who were just gossiping. There were rumors that there were crazy men hunting with naked bodies in this Gangwon province. Wonju, Hajin smiled slightly at the activity. While he was walking there, he then saw a person who bought 3 hobgoblins for $600. Seeing that, he thought, come to think of it, he needs to get an agency involved to gain an advantage when selling monster parts. He then wondered, should he look for a random agency nearby? But when he was confused about finding an agency, he was suddenly approached by someone. The person asked, "Is he came here to hunt monsters?" Seeing him, Hajin then hesitantly asked if he was an agent. The person confirmed it. He then searched for his business card that he forgot to put where. When he found it, he then gave it to Hajin. Seeing that, Hajin thought that this person was a bit careless, but when he saw the name on the business card, he was then surprised. SH Agency, Park Suhyuk. He was not only the director of Korea's best agency, he became the representative agent for Kim Suho. Hajin really didn't expect to meet him here. Park Suhyuk scratched the back of his head looking at Hajin, who didn't know him, but he thought it was natural, because he hadn't started recently. After thinking for a while, Hajin then said, "It seems pretty good, he will sign the contract." Park Suhyuk was really surprised to hear that. This world is still the early stage of the novel. There are still many people who have not found their worth in the novel. Park Suhyuk then enthusiastically shook his hand while thanking him. He promised to serve him with the best service. Seeing that, Hajin thought, making connections first was not a bad idea, but he then realized something. Is it okay if he accepts Kim Suho's agent? But that question does not seem to be answered in the near future. As Hajin headed to the hunting field, he then looked back and asked, is it really okay for him to continue following? Park Suhyuk, who was apparently following him, then asked him not to worry. It's okay to ignore him when the situation becomes dangerous. Seeing him who continued to follow him even though he was gasping for breath until he almost died, Hajin thought. Most agents without cars would wait outside the field. He wondered if he was that desperate to make an impact. As they continued to walk forward, Park Suhyuk then saw the hobgoblin's footprints, and the great thing was that he could find out the details of the hobgoblin just by looking at the footprints. The difficulty level was low and the price of the head was about $300 to $400. He then asked Hajin's opinion about it. Hajin said that he was not sure. He also thought, one magic bullet costs $200, so, if you think of the profit, a pricier monster would be preferable. As they continued to walk forward, they then came to the end of the cliff. While pointing in a direction, he then asked his opinion. What Hajin pointed to turned out to be a large wild boar. Park Suhyuk was very surprised to see the monster. He also knew the monster was a steel boar. Park Suhyuk then awkwardly said that he could not beat him with firearms. He could not penetrate its defense. Hearing that, Hajin only said, whether or not he could penetrate its defense. Hearing that, Hajin only said, whether or not he could penetrate its defense, they would know after trying it. Park Suhyuk was really dumbfounded to hear that. While showing his weapon, Hajin then said that his weapon was pretty good, the weapon he got in return for giving Yona information about the mountain tyrant. The weapon was a desert eagle, a high-grade weapon with steel attributes. The weapon had several effects, including destructive power amplification, 1 out of 10, low-grade weight reduction magic, middle-grade recoil decrease tech. By using SP, he added certain settings to this weapon. Seeing him who was about to shoot the boar, Park Suhyuk then politely told him that he would only make him angry. Seeing him who seemed to ignore his words, Park Suhyuk then hesitantly called him, but Hajin really didn't care about his warning, and he then opened fire. The shot really managed to penetrate the boar with one shot. The boar was very surprised when suddenly attacked. Park Suhyuk was also surprised when he saw the bullet through the steel boar's body. With just one shot, he managed to subvert the monster. What he added to his weapon was, the destructive power amplification ability is multiplied each time the desert eagle kills the enemy in a single blow. Seeing the results, Hajin smiled with satisfaction and said that it was a good skill. The gun was steaming after he fired the shot, Park Soo-hyuk was amazed. It was really a great shot. His shooting ability was also extraordinary. Hearing his praise, Hajin humbly said that it was nothing. He then suddenly shot in a direction. Park Soo-hyuk was then surprised at his sudden action. He then asked about his action. Hajin said, "There was a black pelican over there, on the edge of that cliff." Park Soo-hyuk was really surprised to hear that he could see that far. Hajin said, 1,000 miles was as close as a stone throw to him. It was certainly thanks to his 1,000-mile eyes skill. Hajin then said he would leave first. Park Soo-hyuk was then surprised when he saw him walking away. He then asked him to wait for him and follow him. After some time, they finally managed to collect the 2 monsters that Hajin had successfully hunted. Park Soo-hyuk was panting after carrying the monsters. They were only 2, but they were extremely heavy. Hajin then asked, "Can they move them all out of the field?" Park Soo-hyuk said, "Maybe they should just call an ambulance and pay the fee. The payment will be deposited tomorrow at the earliest." He then calculated the estimated cost. Seeing that, Hajin thought that Park Soo-hyuk was great. He was good at his job. Hajin then agreed to the plan. While shaking hands, he said that he looked forward to working with him in the future. Park Soo-hyuk said that he should have said that. Hajin once told him that this was his first field hunt. Park Soo-hyuk then politely asked, "If I may know, what will he use the profits for after he receives them?" Hearing that, Hajin replied, "For stocks." Park Soo-hyuk was stunned to hear that. He was really surprised to hear his answer. The new guild, Packhorse Master, as a guild that contains Jin, this guild plays a fairly important role in the story. Of course, the thing he noticed about them right now was not that, but the dungeon that this guild conquered in the story. Suwon Devil Nest. After this achievement, Packhorse Master's stock exploded to almost 1,000%. Just buying it would definitely give him a profit. There was no other better way to earn, so without hesitation, he then spent all the money in his bank account to buy the stock. Seeing that, he wondered, this should be enough, right? He also thought, can't he find useful stock info from anywhere? In the public forum there is not much info, so if he wants to find something, he has to go to the Violet Banquet dark website. But then he realized something. Talking about the dark web, he remembered, the Chameleon Troupe, the main villains until the middle of the end of the story. A criminal organization containing members whose identities are completely unknown, as a reflection of their organization's designation that is in tune with camouflage. Maybe only he, the writer, knows about them and their activities. The Chameleon Troupe is criminal, but they don't like Jin, so if he can somehow get acquainted with their boss, he might be able to get help to kill Chae Jin-yoon. Based on the story, there should be one vacant position in the Chameleon Troupe right now, which means it's their time to start doing something. But as he was turning on the notebook, he was then shocked when the notebook suddenly turned off. He was confused why the screen suddenly turned black. He really couldn't accept that. This might be the only way for him to return to his original world. But fortunately, shortly after that the notebook turned on again. Hajin was then happy to see that. Suddenly a notification appeared. 1 month has passed. The notebook function will be updated. Progress 0.01%. In a place that looks like a cafe, the people there with a look of admiration look in a direction. That direction is where Yona and Shin Jong-hak are sitting. Seeing Shin Jong-hak's handsome face makes them wonder, is he a celebrity? Yona is very happy to finally be able to sit with Shin Jong-hak, while Shin Jong-hak himself was now feeling annoyed. He irritably asked could they not stop the meeting of the nobles or something. Seeing his attitude, Yona then asked him to hold it, even though it was annoying. There was nothing to lose in making an intimate relationship with the club leaders, right? Yona then asked him, how are his grades lately? Hearing that, Shin Jong-hak just said, not bad. Hearing his answer, Yona in a mocking tone said, the Jong-hak she knows is always only satisfied with the first place. Shin Jong-hak said, that's why he said it's not bad. He then opened his smartwatch. Seeing his indifferent attitude, Yona was silent for a moment. She then said that she understood. Shortly after that, the doorbell then rang indicating that someone was coming in. The person turned out to be Chae Nayun. Seeing her arrival, the two of them then both welcomed her. Different from his previous attitude, Shin Jong-hak was currently really enthusiastic when he saw her. He then immediately approached her and asked, why did she want to come to the meeting for once? Hearing the question, Chae Nayun jokingly said that if she knew he would be here, she would not come. Shin Jong-hak then worriedly asked, he heard she was hospitalized, was she okay? Chae Nayun replied that it was nothing and told him not to overdo it. seeing the interaction between the two of them. Especially Shin Jong-hak's enthusiastic attitude towards Chae Nayun really made Yona depressed. After ordering a drink, Chae Nayun then sat down and said that she wanted to talk about it. She asked, "Do they know someone named Kim Hajin?" Yona was then surprised to hear that name. She then asked, "What's wrong with him?" Chae Nayun asked, "Do they know the Jin incident at the museum that time? Her, Kim Suho, and that jerk. The three of them, the Jin was stronger than expected, so it was a bit difficult." She means, the fight became very fierce. But that jerk actually severed one of the Jin's arms with just one shot of his gun. She then asked them, "Does it make sense, if he destroyed the Jin's arm with a trainee's weapon?" She felt it was very suspicious. Come to think of it, Chae Nayun then asked Yona, "Isn't he on the same team as her?" She then asked her opinion regarding Hajin. Yona was surprised to hear her question. She had been investigating Hajin all along. A cube cadet, raised in an orphanage, owed about $300,000, just like that typical Kim Hajin. She still didn't know how he could find the mountain tyrant's weakness. She had asked him, but he refused to answer. She had no choice but to continue investigating him to find out, because it was important to make sure he was a person who deserved to be used or not, even though she knew that. But she answered that he was just an ordinary person. She also thought she didn't see any strength great enough to be able to destroy the Jin's arm in the monster battle at that time from him. It made her suspicious. Maybe he was hiding something, and Chae Nayun suddenly asked, "Is he maybe a Jin?" Her careless question really made them both dumbfounded. Yona then asked her back, did she think Jin would attack other Jin? Hearing that, Chae Nayun just said, "Is that how is it?" Anyway, he felt there was something about that jerk. While Hajin himself was now surprised when he saw a very bright light appear from his notebook screen. Seeing the progress of the update that had reached 99%, he wondered, what exactly was this? Suddenly, a blinding light appeared from his wrist. Hajin grimaced in pain because of that. He was then confused when he saw his sleeve suddenly soaked in blood. This sudden change made Hajin get up from his chair. It didn't stop there. The pain still continued to gnaw at him, until finally, a message then appeared. As one of the powers of the creator, this stigma is a blend of magic power. Every time its effect increases by one of the total SP he gets from exceeding a certain value. One stigma mark will be implanted. The magic power inside the stigma can be used according to Kim Hajin's wishes. If used up, will recover in 24 hours. Hajin was really surprised, because the information just popped out of his head, flooding his head like a tsunami. Back to the three of them. Hearing Chae Nayun's words, Shin Jong-hak then kicked the table, and asked her, "So no matter what, she doesn't like him, right?" Chae Nayun just silently faced his question, while Hajin himself was now in great pain. His head was really dizzy until he couldn't stand up anymore. Chae Nayun then remembered Hajin's words. Remembering that really made her in a bad mood, she then confirmed Shin Jong-hak's question. After the pain ended, a mark then appeared on his wrist, and in his notebook a notification appeared after the progress update was completed. Log update. Sub-talent Book of Truth has been added to talent observation and browsing. Observation and browsing talents have been improved. Seoul Tower Association. Not long after the incident at the museum, Kim Suho, Chae Nayun, and Hajin, who fought the Jin, what they did was recognized and received an exemplary citizen award. Hajin was holding his wrist. A bandage was also seen wrapped around his wrist at this time. The wound he got yesterday still hurts. He also thought he should find out what this ability is, but Chae Nayun, who was next to him, suddenly snorted in annoyance. She then said to him that he was very noisy. Hajin was then confused to hear that, even though he didn't say anything. But Chae Nayun didn't want to know that. She said what she said, but Hajin suddenly asked her. She didn't forget, right? Chae Nayun was then confused to hear that. Hajin said that he saved her. Chae Nayun could only feel annoyed to hear that. And when she wanted to argue about it, Kim Suho then told them to stop. He then asked Chae Nayun to change her seat with him, but Chae Nayun did not want to. Even so, Kim Suho still forced amidst Chae Nayun's rebellion. Hajin could only be confused to see that, until finally Kim Suho succeeded, and now sits next to Hajin. Kim Suho then cleared his throat, and suddenly thanked him. Hajin was really confused to hear that. Kim Suho said, if he didn't help them at that time, they wouldn't be able to beat him. He was really very grateful. Hearing that, Hajin just said, who knows? Maybe he would have won even if he wasn't there, he thought. If he wasn't there, Kim Suho would have awakened to a higher level of power, because the protagonist is always the strongest when facing difficulties and dangers. A few moments later, the organizers then told them all to get ready. Right after that, there was the sound of footsteps walking towards the stage. The footsteps turned out to be from a man with an unkempt appearance. He was Yushi-yuk, hero rank 37, the highest grade hero. He was annoyed at being asked to come here and there. The people who were there were surprised to see Yushi-yuk's appearance. They wonder, isn't that person the famous Valhalla's wolf? What an amazing wave of magic power. After giving the text to Yushi-yuk, the host then announced, "We will start the award ceremony now. The participants are requested to come to the stage simultaneously." Hearing that, the three of them then came forward together. Yushi-yuk continued. "The award will be given by Yushi-yuk, 37th rank hero, to the people who have defeated the Jin even though it is dangerous and behave like a model citizen of society." Right after the announcement ended, Yushi-yuk then came to Kim Suho and asked him, "Is he Kim Suho?" Kim Suho confirmed it. After seeing him in person, he could now see why everyone wanted him. Hearing that, Kim Suho humbly said that it was excessive praise, but Yushi-yuk suddenly gave him some kind of note, and told him to never join the association. He'd better join the endless field and become a hunter there. He also said that being a hero is only burdened with so many responsibilities and is not very fun. Even so, Kim Suho said that being a hero suits his nature. Yushi-yuk could only sigh helplessly hearing that. He then decided not to care about it anymore. Next, while looking at Chae Nayun, he then said, "Long time no see." Hearing him greet her, Chae Nayun then greeted him back. She also called him master. She was like meeting her idol. Yushi-yuk could only be confused to hear that. Why is he her master when she is an archer? Her father asked him to take care of her. But he had no intention of doing so. Chae Nayun could only feel depressed hearing that. Hajin smiled slightly at that, and when Yushi-yuk looked at Hajin, he was then confused. He then asked, "Who was he?" Hajin replied, "Cadet Kim Hajin." Yushi-yuk was silent for a moment hearing that. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. He then just said, "Okay." They say, the worst thing about being disliked is apathy, and this situation fits perfectly with that. After the awards have been handed over to all participants, the host then ends the award ceremony. He then asked Chae Nayun about her feelings after receiving the award. After the event was over, Hajin then went to the Carrot Cafe. After ordering drinks and food, he thought that the prize for defeating the Jin was the best. He got $15,000 from there. He decided to use this money to buy more Packhorse Master stocks and, now, but he suddenly thought, why didn't he check his notebook's usability update? And when he turned on his notebook, then a notification appeared. It was a usability update notification, including Stigma, Notebook Internet Activation, Low Rank Talent, Book of Truth, additions to the Observation and Browsing Talent. First, Stigma, that was the name of the wound that was engraved on his hand yesterday, but the user instructions were a little unclear. It said, this can be used as he wishes, but, his wish that is, and when he was about to activate the Stigma suddenly lit up and floated upwards. He was then surprised to see that, and immediately hit his wrist. He then decided to check it later at the dormitory. He then checked the next feature, which was the activation of the Internet Notebook, and when he clicked on it, then a menu appeared containing a list of sites that were currently accessible. Hajin was stunned to see that. He even thought that the real reward was this. Not only were there normal websites, but there were also those whose use was paid if you wanted to see them, and among them, the Violet Banquet was the most important. The Violet Banquet was the most famous private site. It was a place to exchange information, weapons, bounties, requests, etc. There was not a single hero who was not interested in the Violet Banquet. Because of that, the government ignored it even though they knew it was a black market, or at least that's how he wrote it. Normally, you had to pay a huge entrance fee to become a member of this site. 200 SP was needed so that he could create an ID in the Violet Banquet, but Hajin agreed without hesitation, since it was already so cheap. He could easily get an ID just by paying 200 SP. After that, he then thought of trying to connect, but someone suddenly approached him. She was Yun Sung-ah. She asked, "You know me right, Cadet Kim Hajin?" She said that she was surprised that he disappeared so quickly after the award ceremony. There was something she wanted to give him. She then gave him her business card. Seeing that, Hajin thought, if Yun Sung-ah gave him her business card. It had a significant meaning. Yun Sung-ah said that there was something she was curious about, so could she ask? Hearing that, Hajin knew that this might be the first step of Yun Sung-ah's recruiting style. Looking at her who was now sitting in front of him while putting on a friendly smile, Hajin thought, Yun Sung-ah had a friendly impression in public, but her true nature was a little different. She would discard those who did not develop to her standards, even though she had put in a lot of effort to recruit them, an extreme mindset that was focused on getting the best. Yun Sung-ah was the deputy guildmaster of the best guild in this country. If he made a good relationship with Yun Sung-ah, it would definitely help him in the future, so. And when Yun Sung-ah said that she was curious as to what he was doing at, Hajin suddenly interrupted her and immediately said no, there was nothing he needed to tell her. Yun Sung-ah was stunned to hear that. She then said, she thought, there was a small misunderstanding between them. She showed interest in him, as the deputy guildmaster of the #1 guild in Korea. Hearing that, Hajin just said, her attention was good. If it's sincere, Hajin also thought, she probably approached him because she saw him using the light attribute attack. But he knew her interest in him was nothing but a little curiosity, so he thought that he should reject her a few times, so that her curiosity would grow until it became a real interest. Hajin then told her that he was leaving. Yun Sung-ah was then dumbfounded to see that, after arriving at his dormitory, he could now finally freely check the stigma. As an authority maker, this contained magic power. When he accumulated SP, his attention became over a certain limit, he would get a stigma mark. The magic stored in the stigma can be used based on Kim Hajin's wishes and slowly replenished after 24 hours. After reading that, Hajin then decided to try it. He then tried to turn the magic power in the stigma into a dagger form. The stigma mark on his wrist lit up brightly after its activation. It then turned into a dagger shape. Hajin was really amazed to see it work. He could use it just by thinking about it. Magic power is a stat that has a great influence on talent and early education. It would be impossible for him, who was just thrown into this world, to be able to use magic. He felt this was a relief because now he had a way to use it. The next thing he had to try was, Book of Truth. This was the last feature he got after the update. After reading the description of the Book of Truth, Hajin then tried it. He muttered, Book of Truth, and the stigma mark on his wrist then lit up again after that, then formed a book. It was the Book of Truth. After the book appeared, suddenly a voice came from his head. This book holds all the truth. It will answer all questions as much as the magic he has. Hajin was really surprised to hear this could answer everything. He then decided to try with a trivial question. He asked, how tall is he? The Book of Truth answered, his height is 174 centimeters. 1 SP was used for his question. It made Hajin finally know how it works, but his smartwatch suddenly lit up with a bright red color. Hajin was then shocked to see it. He knew this was an indication of an emergency alarm. After he opened it, a message then appeared. We are looking for the person who last saw Jin Haejong from the world class. Reading that, Hajin was silent for a moment. He then thought, so, it has started, the second main story. The Cube Missing People Incident. As seen from the title, during the episode, a total of 6 cadets disappeared, without any trace. The investigation became deadlocked, and the number of missing people increased rapidly. This episode is actually quite important, because the last target of the perpetrator is Yu Yona. If the co-writer makes him lose another protagonist ally like in the museum, it will be very bad. If so, Hajin thought he should find the culprit himself, but he then immediately abandoned his intention. If he intervened too early, the story would be completely messed up. He then decided to watch it first. At the practice field, students were seen practicing. After sipping the drink because he was thirsty, Kim Suho, who was also there, was then asked by his friend to look in the direction he was pointing. Hearing that, Kim Suho then looked in that direction. There was Hajin, who was being bullied by 2 people while going to practice. The 2 bullies asked him, what are you doing, loser? The 2 bullies insulted him for not being able to lift the barbell. They said that he had embarrassed the whole cube. They also asked, did he bribe his way in? Kim Suho certainly couldn't stay silent when he saw that, but when he was about to break up with them, he was then immediately restrained by his friend. His friend jokingly asked him not to interfere. Hearing that, Kim Suho then said to his friend that he should break them up as the class president, but his friend just said to leave them alone. He guessed, it seemed like that guy pissed off Shin Jonghak. It would be troublesome if he interfered. He also said, who knows, maybe it was just an act. Kim Suho was then dumbfounded to hear that. his friend continued. He himself said, he smashed the Jin's hand. Did he think something like this would make him angry at those fools? Hearing that made Kim Soho think that Kim Hajin was hiding his strength, but when they saw Hajin who was struggling just to lift a barbell, they then became uncertain. Seeing that, his friend then awkwardly continued, if beating the Jin wasn't a stroke of luck. Ignoring his friend's words again, Kim Soho then immediately came to break them up. All the cadets who were there then finally realized the commotion, but fortunately before the commotion became bigger, Kim Sohyuk then entered and scolded them. What's all this commotion during training time? He then told them all to gather. The written test results from before were out. He had marked them, so they could check their scores, and they checked their scores together, and to their surprise, at the very top was Kim Hajin's name. But Hajin was not surprised at all. He had expected this, but he was then surprised when he heard the sound of a rapier falling from behind him. When he looked back, he then saw Rachel who was looking at the scoreboard with an expression of disbelief. Hajin recognized him, Rachel Elizabeth Louise, the Princess of England who came in 3rd place in the cube exam. Besides that, whether big or small, she never failed to be ranked first in the written test, and as Rachel looked at him with a look of disbelief, Hajin could only be stunned. A little flashback when Rachel had just been accepted into the cube. Upon hearing the news, her servants then congratulated her. Her butler hoped that she would not be nervous standing among the world's greatest hero candidates. Her guard said that he had heard that all their classes contained only Koreans. Rachel smiled slightly at their worries. She then calmed them down and said that she would fight hard to achieve everyone's expectations, for the honor of the British royal family. When she recalled her promise, Rachel then silently apologized to them. She felt that she had disappointed them. In class, the teacher explained that Hajin's answer completely took a new view of phenomenon analysis. He hoped the other candidates would follow him as an example to improve. Hearing the teacher's explanation, Rachel then thought, phenomenon analysis is a difficult field, this gap will be difficult to narrow just by the middle exam. Rachel then glanced at Hajin, who was currently acting like a moron. She was curious as to what kind of way he used to study. She was really very fiery to compete with him at the moment. When returning to the dormitory, Hajin then opened the information broker. Truth, using his notebook. It was the site he had just created. He then thought that he should put useful abilities like the Book of Truth to good use like this, and in return, earn some pocket money. The Book of Truth allowed him to learn various information in this world as long as he had enough SP, because it didn't have enough credibility. He couldn't earn much, but as soon as word spread, customers would be booming, so, without much thought, he then applied for merchant registration. Next, SP investment, which he had neglected. The beginning of the second main story. This meant that the cube was no longer safe from Jin, setting intervention. Sharp shooting, Hajin thought. His current ability was not enough to deal with Jin, although it was thanks to Jonghak and his gang that oppressed him. He got more than enough SP to go around. He had to invest it to help him improve his survival skills. First, Hajin thought that he should upgrade his weapon. He then added a function change to the Desert Eagle. He changed it from a pistol to a sniper rifle. Seeing that, Hajin hoped that he didn't do anything stupid. The appearance of the Desert Eagle was now completely changed, after he added the function change to the weapon. The weapon was now officially a sniper rifle from a pistol. Hajin giggled when he saw the new look of the weapon. He thought, at least, he should be able to scare them with this. He then changed the sniper rifle's appearance back to a pistol so as not to take up too much space. Now, he should try to write mastery, unlike talent, which uses magic power to create a supernatural phenomenon. Mastery refers to the physical techniques or skills that one hones, for snipers, in order to survive and also kill. The most important ability is location selection. Mastery is useful for selecting locations. And Hajin then wrote the mastery. He wrote a mastery called parkour, low rank. It made his body movements flexible and agile. Instead of being limited by the obstacles around, he could use this to move. Its speed and usefulness were highly dependent on the strength and agility stat. 350 SP was consumed after he wrote the mastery, but Hajin didn't feel anything now. He hoped it was working. He was then surprised when a notification popped up from his smartwatch. When he opened it, a message then appeared. The sender asked if anyone had seen Sunjian from World Class. He hadn't been able to contact her since yesterday. Reading the message, Hajin realized that it was the second victim. All the cadets who were kidnapped before Yona would be killed by the perpetrator. It made him doubt Was it okay for him to just watch them disappear, even though he knew the culprit and the next victim? It made Hajin pensive deeply. It was already the next day when the sky was shining so brightly. At the outdoor training ground in the cube, seeing the cadets who had gathered, Kim Soo-hyuk then asked if everyone was here. He then said that today's practice exercise was special. The cave behind them was an artificial dungeon, the peak of magic technology engineering. There are monster puppets made like real monsters in this artificial dungeon, and today, they will practice raiding in the dungeon using this artificial dungeon. But he told them not to let their guard down just because it's a practice. Now, in this unexpectedly large dungeon, the joint training between Veritas class and Cultivation class will take place. The team will be formed into groups based on each class. After announcing that, Kim Soo-hyuk then told them to go to the team that had been assigned to them now. Hearing that, they then immediately gathered with their team members. While Hajin himself was in Team 8, the team contained 4 cadets from the Veritas class, Yuyona, Jin Ho-sung, Hazuki, and herself, and 4 from the Cultivation class, Jaden, Kim Jin-yoon, Oh Soo-jong, and Lee Jin-xiao. While looking towards the entrance of the artificial dungeon, Hajin thought, there are many types of traps and deaths lurking inside this artificial dungeon. Some of the traps were even made by Jin, just in case. He even made some bullets with attributes, but he was a little doubtful whether he could safely complete this exercise. But a notification suddenly appeared. There was a change of flow. Hajin was then surprised to see that, because it was not just 1, but 3 at once. He then anxiously asked who changed, and how. He was very anxious about the sudden change. And when Kim Soo-ho was just silent, his team members then came to him and scolded him. Did he not hear that they had to gather immediately? She asked, was he Kim Soo-ho? He looked slow. Kim Soo-ho could only be silent hearing that. He was Jo Yuna from the Cultivation class. A notification then appeared. Jo Yuna's character trait had been made more aggressive than the original. A member of her team then came to Yona and shook hands with her, with a familiar style. He hoped that they could get along as a team, and maybe after this exercise. Yona was really sick of seeing that. He was Jaden from the Cultivation class. Jaden's character potential increased by 0.5, and when Chae Nayun was approached by her team member, she then asked if he was also on her team. She saw that he was from the hunting class, and when she was about to ask his name, the person then introduced himself. His name was Sven. At this time, a notification also appeared. Sven's character's mental strength was weakening. Most likely, he would be taken by the demon pawn. Hearing the several rings of the notification, Hajin was really shocked. This was not just a small change, this was called a big change. After looking carefully, there were 2 people he had to watch out for. The first was Jaden from Team 8. He was an arrogant bastard who always looked down on people weaker than him. He was strong enough to be recruited by the essence of the straight. He was really confused why his growth potential suddenly increased. Jaden then introduced himself and his team members to them. Yona also introduced herself and her team to them. But she misspelled Kim Hajin's name to Lee Hajin. Hajin was then annoyed to hear that. After he watched Jaden for a moment, he then thought that he might not be suspicious. The second was Sven from Team 3, a student from Germany. He was also a shining hero candidate in his country. The important feature of him was, he liked Chae Nayun. Like other foreign students, Sven entered the cube while dreaming of reaching the top. But the reality was not that easy. In the face of the monstrous skills of other cadets, he was just one of the ordinary cadets. The weakness and defeat he felt for the first time in his life, coupled with the instability of puberty. As a result, Sven sold his soul to Jin to get stronger. It was the same as he had written. But, the problem was that the part about his time in the dungeon, his awakening had happened earlier. He hoped it wouldn't affect the story too much, but while he was busy pondering that, Jaden suddenly came up to him while grasping his shoulder tightly. He asked, "You're that sharpshooter, right?" He asked him not to daydream in the dungeon like this. Seeing him with a familiar look, Hajin then immediately dismissed his hand, and told him to get lost. Jaden chuckled at that. He also said, "It turns out he's not a good person, huh? It's appropriate that there are many rumors about him." Hajin was really very annoyed when he heard that. Lately, people looked down on him. It was because there were some rumors that spread from the world class. The rumors said Kim Hajin used his position as a cube cadet to blackmail and threaten people. And every weekend he went to Seoul to enjoy all kinds of moral decadence. The source of the rumors was clear from whom, but thanks to that, he got a lot of SP. he could only sigh helplessly because there was no one to defend him now. Weren't they a team? A few moments later, Kim Soo-hyuk then announced the start of training. He then told them to enter, starting from Team 1. Jaden then returned to Yona and said, he heard that she might become rank 1 support among all cadets. Hearing that, Yona replied, she had also heard many things about him. She was curious how unbalanced this team was. This was too favorable for them. Hearing that, Jaden just said, while you get someone great, you also get someone useless. Hajin then got annoyed hearing that. He knew that he was insinuating himself, until finally, it was their team's turn to enter the dungeon. When they entered, a very dark cave environment was then presented in front of them. As they continued to walk forward, they were then faced with the first obstacle in the dungeon. The obstacle turned out to be a branching path. Seeing that, Yona then asked, where should they go? Jaden said. Jin-yoon was the sharpshooter in their team, but before he could even finish his words, Hajin said, the 6th, he then invited them to go to the 6th branch. Jaden was then annoyed that his words were interrupted. He asked, who did he think he was? Yona was silent for a moment. She then agreed with Hajin. Hajin was then surprised to hear that. She said, he may look shabby, but his eyes are quite sharp. Hearing Yona praise him, Hajin thought, even her praise was quite painful, but he then decided not to care. Thanks to her, he could go to the route that Chae Nayun took. If today Sven really made a contract with Jin, Chae Nayun wouldn't be able to face him alone. If something happened to her, everything would be chaotic. He couldn't lose her, and they then entered the 6th branch. While walking in front of him, Jaden then grumbled, you attention-seeking freak. Hajin heard that, but he only told him to watch out for the monster in front. Jaden was then confused to hear that. He didn't even see anything. Hearing that, Hajin asked, couldn't he see it? There was a salamander in front. That might be the dungeon switch. A dungeon switch is an object or monster that reveals the full characteristics of a large dungeon. Jade could only be silent at his words. Kim Jin-yoon then asked, should he shoot the light arrow? Yona then invited him. Hearing his confirmation, Kim Jin-yoon then prepared his shot, and as his light arrow shot forward to illuminate the dark cave, they then finally saw the salamander that Hajin meant. It was a low intermediate rank level 6 monster. They were then surprised when they finally saw the monster. They immediately became alert. Jaden then told them all to form a fighting formation. He also asked them if anyone could issue a water element attack. Hajin thought, for now, he had to save it. Then, they had to do it in the usual way. Yona then came forward with her whip. After swinging it for a while, she then attacked the salamander using her whip attack, and when the salamander was about to attack them using the breath of fire coming out of its mouth was then forcibly closed by Yona using her whip. Taking advantage of that, Hazuki and Oh Soo-jong then jumped up and attacked towards the salamander. The combination of their attacks succeeded in overthrowing the salamander. After that, Yona then realized the dungeon changed. She then returned to preparing her attack. Seeing that, Hajin knew that it was the light of thundering. He wondered if Yona had reached the verge of enlightenment. She was really impressive. Yona then said, they should keep moving. But as she walked forward, an attack suddenly rushed towards her. Luckily Hajin was able to quickly push her away. The other team members then shouted in surprise when they saw it. The position of the two of them was now very awkward. Hajin also realized it. Yona then immediately told him to let go. She was really very upset. Seeing that, Hajin then apologized to her, and when she was about to beat Hajin, they were both then confused when they heard calls from other team members. While looking at the thing that shot towards Yona earlier, they then asked questions. Where did this thing come from? Seeing that, Hajin thought, the threat of Jin, it was closer than I thought. Just now when he fell, a notification suddenly appeared. Poison arrow, neurotoxin has been implanted in the arrowhead. Somewhere in the dungeon, there was the sound of someone panting while carrying someone on her back. The person being carried was Sven. He looked very weak at the moment. He then apologized and told her to just leave him alone. Hearing that, Chae Nayun then irritably told him to be quiet. She told him to get up and run if he still had the strength to speak. She was also confused by what had just happened. There was no way this poison arrow was part of the training. Besides that, she was also confused. Chae Nayun then ran as hard as she could from the pursuit of the creature behind her. The monster resembled a golem made of lava. Seeing that, Chae Nayun was really confused why such a monster appeared in an artificial dungeon made for training. Inside the artificial dungeon, In the middle of a training session, Hajin's party seemed to be surrounded by a group of monsters called Peanut Flame at the moment. They were bombarded with breath attacks coming out of the mouth of the Peanut Flame, but fortunately, they had a reliable tank that could repel all attacks from the Peanut Flame. They also certainly wouldn't stand still when attacked. An archer would shoot at them from afar, while the fighters would attack the approaching Peanut Flames. The formation was quite successful as they managed to subvert the Peanut Flames without any casualties on their side. After who knows how long, they then finally managed to subvert the last Peanut Flame. Jaden wondered, here it was almost finished. Most of the monsters that appeared were Peanut Flames and Salamanders, so this was easy. Apart from the arrow just now, he didn't see any other traps. He thought they could keep going. Hearing that made Hajin think, the arrow just now, even cadets with high perception couldn't notice it. Was this really a trap shown for the test? He was really confused. What the hell was that? But as they stepped forward, behind them, a spark suddenly appeared. Hajin realized it, and when he looked back, he then saw a salamander that was preparing its attack. The salamander looked like it was about to attack them using its fire breath. Hajin was then shocked to see it. He was surprised to see it alive. Shortly after, the salamander then released a very powerful breath of fire towards them. As the breath of fire approached, they then finally realized it. But when they could only be stunned at the attack, Hajin was then able to quickly react. He then changed the magic power of the Stigma into a water barrier. The skill that came from his Stigma actually managed to block the salamander's devastating attack. Steam spread everywhere due to the collision of fire and water, but the attack still couldn't break through Hajin's water barrier. The devastating attack seemed to consume all the remaining vitality of the salamander, but it really created such a powerful attack that it created a crater through which it passed. Even they could not wake up from their shock when they witnessed the attack. They had to wonder, was that really just a puppet? Was it a real fire breath? Even without touching it could make their skin scorched, and in the midst of their shock, Hajin was then surprised when Jaden suddenly called him. With a face full of anger, Jaden then grabbed him by the collar. He asked why he had been silent when he asked for a water attack. Hearing that, Hajin said that it was the effect of the magic gear he was wearing. But Jaden did not believe in his excuse. Seeing them who were arguing, Yona then told them to stop. They should not waste time. After waking up from her shock, Oh Sujong then asked, what just now was a real monster and not a puppet of magic power, right? She was confused why such a monster was here. Hearing that, Yona explained, the environment here optimally imitated the original dungeon environment, so maybe the salamander evolved or maybe it appeared naturally. They had to get points for what just happened, so she then invited them to move. They agreed. Yona also thought, the magic gear might be fake. Hajin couldn't possibly buy that kind of item. Even he couldn't buy a desert eagle, but that made her even more confused. How could someone other than Kim Suho or Shin Jonghak be able to impart attributes to their magic power? He knew Mountain Tyrant's weakness. He could also impart attributes to his magic power, and the reason he hid all that. Yona then suddenly thought of Chae Nayun's words, who suspected that Hajin was a jinn. While glancing at him, she then put on a suspicious look. While Chae Nayun parties herself was now faced with an area full of lava in front of them, there was also a level 5 intermediate monster, Magma Golem. Seeing the monster made them think, what was the dungeon boss? Could they kill it? Chae Nayun replied, it was difficult if it was just their team. The other team would arrive soon, so she suggested they should work together with them. Until then, they had to continue to hide. They had to take care of Sven too. She was also still confused. Where did that arrow actually come from? Didn't it seem like the difficulty level of the training this time was very high? Hearing that made Sven very frustrated. He really apologized to them, because he was slightly scratched by the poison arrow. He became like this. He also frustratingly thought why he always ended up like this. Everything did not go his way since he entered the cube. This was very painful for him. Sven could not help but shed tears when thinking about his helplessness. But suddenly, a voice emerged from his head. The voice called him and asked if he wanted to get stronger. Sven was then confused about where the voice came from. The voice continued to influence him. Wasn't it always painful for him? He could give him strength. Sven seemed to be tempted when he heard that. An imaginary hand suddenly appeared in front of him. The voice continued, the price is cheap. Much cheaper than risking everything. Seeing the temptation to get stronger really made Sven unable to resist. He then said that he wanted to get stronger, and he then shook the hand. The voice replied, "As you wish," and Sven was then swallowed by darkness with no way back. Sven suddenly screamed very loudly. It certainly surprised the people around him. Chae Nayun then asked, what happened to him? Seeing them who were even silent, Chae Nayun asked what they were doing. Chae then immediately told them to come here and hold Sven, but they were then surprised when they saw the magma golem's head appear in front of them and stared at them. After detecting its prey, the magma golem then prepared its attack. It then flooded them using the lava liquid that came out of its mouth. They then panicked seeing it, and immediately fled from there. The golem's attack did not stop there. It then tore apart the building where they were standing using its big hands. It made the building shake violently, which made them run staggeringly, but they continued to force their legs to run from course, but it seemed useless. Relying on its large size, the golem could easily reach out to attack them. They then fell to the floor without knowing whether they were alive or dead. Chae Nayun herself was still trying to get up, but the golem's head suddenly appeared in front of her eyes. She was very desperate to see that. She now also realized that the golem could not be a puppet, and felt her death was approaching. She was very unwilling. Why here, of all places? And in the midst of her despair, a bullet then shot towards the golem. A very dazzling light then appeared after the bullet hit the golem. The small bullet actually managed to make the golem's hard skin crack, and stopped the movement of the golem that was about to attack Chae Nayun. Chae Nayun was then surprised when she saw that, and when she looked for the source where the bullet was fired, she then saw Hajin, who was standing in the opposite place from her. A few minutes earlier, when Hajin's party continued their journey, they were then faced with a dead end. Jaden then irritably said to him, he said he could see the boss field past this point, but this was blocked. Hearing that, Hajin said that this was the right place. He was also confused at this time. This wall was not there, but he felt that it wasn't important now. He then told him that the boss field should be behind this wall, so he asked him to try to destroy it. Jaden was very upset to see Hajin telling him to, but he did it anyway, and he then attacked the stone wall using all his strength, but his attack couldn't even scratch the wall and instead made his hands tremble. Jaden then complained in pain and said, "Of course this can't be destroyed." Hajin was quite surprised to see that it couldn't be destroyed, even with an attack filled with magic power. But Hazuki suddenly pointed in a direction and told them to look. There was a narrow gap above the stone wall. Hajin then said that they could enter through there. Hearing that, Jaden then scolded him. He felt it was really nonsense. This wall was at least 10 meters high. How could they climb it? Hearing that, Hajin just asked, could he not? Hajin also said, then, I'll go first. He then used his newly acquired mastery, parkour, to be able to skillfully climb the stone wall. It really made him able to easily reach the very top of the stone wall. Without waiting for them, he then immediately entered the narrow gap that was there. They were really dumbfounded to see it. They wondered, he was a cat or what, but they were then surprised when the place they stood suddenly shook violently. It made the stalactites hanging above them fall. Facing this sudden change, Jaden could only curse. He also wondered what really happened. After firing his shot, Hajin was then surprised when he saw the golem could move again. He was confused how it could get out of the stun so quickly. He then told Chae Nayun to stop daydreaming and immediately move. Hearing that, Chae Nayun finally woke up from her shock. Seeing the golem that was now approaching him, Hajin then horrified continued his words, "And save me," but fortunately, Chae Nayun's party came at the right time and immediately formed a fighting formation to attack the giant golem. But even though they had attacked the golem repeatedly, but it didn't even move a bit, Chae Nayun was happy to see the arrival of all of them. She then regained her spirit and immediately prepared her attack. With a position aiming at the golem, Chae Nayun then asked them to buy a minute for her. Hearing that, they then as much as possible pulled aggro from the golem. Chae Nayun once again asked them to wait a little longer, but suddenly, the golem sensed someone who quickly rushed towards it. But the person could quickly attack the golem before it could even react. The person's attack really succeeded in crushing the mouth of the golem. He then apologized to them for being a little late. That person turned out to be Sven, who now looked back in shape. Seeing him who was above it head, the golem then immediately launched an attack towards him. But its attack could be easily avoided by him. It also gave Chae Nayun enough time to prepare her attack. She then recalled the time when she fought the Jinn. That time she was completely helpless without being able to provide resistance, but unlike before, now it would be a little different, and Chae Nayun then released her shot. The attack was so powerful that it destroyed the golem's head. After the fall of the golem, seeing that, Chae Nayun's party members were really surprised to see that they really managed to defeat the magma golem. They also wondered, did they get points from that? In the midst of their surprise, they then heard Chae Nayun's voice calling them and asking if they were okay. They then immediately asked her how they killed the creature. Chae Nayun chuckled at their astonishment. She then answered, of course with the ultimate. Seeing their interaction, Hajin thought, Sven didn't become a djinn completely. The plot changed from the original story, but he knew it was just a momentary pause. Because he had already made a contract with the demon, because he didn't know when Sven would go on a rampage. Things would get more dangerous from now on. Chae Nayun then finally remembered Hajin's whereabouts. She then saw Hajin who was resting nearby. Seeing that, Chae Nayun paused for a moment while making a doubtful face. She then suddenly called Hajin and approached him. Hajin was then surprised to see that. Chae Nayun said, she thought, she should at least say this. With an embarrassed face, she then thanked him. Hajin was really surprised to hear that. He then confusedly asked, what? Hearing him who even asked her back, Chae Nayun then embarrassedly said that she said what she wanted to say. Hajin was really surprised to hear Chae Nayun thank him. Nayun's life was colored with tragedy, her first tragedy. On her 6th birthday, she lost her mother to the jinn and decided to become a hero. To achieve that, she worked very hard. At an age when normal children spend their time laughing and playing, Nayun personally pushed herself through bone-breaking hero training, and she couldn't make deep connections with her friends. Because telling someone your deepest feelings is like telling them your weakness, there are not a lot of people that heard her say thanks. With very few people who can say they're true friends of Nayun, because the word sorry is written more than thanks, by her, the author. Hajin was silent for a moment while thinking about it. Chae Nayun then asked him, why he was bullied by Jonghak and his gang if he was this strong. She saw he could even stop the magma golem. If he is this strong, he should be able to defeat the people who are bullying him with one attack. Hearing that, Hajin said that he didn't do anything because he couldn't beat them in battle. Chae Nayun was then confused to hear that. She really didn't understand what he was talking about. She had just seen how strong his gun attack was. Hearing that, Hajin then finally realized the point of her question, and he then showed his desert eagle and said that this was his personal weapon. He asked if that was enough to explain. Chae Nayun was really surprised to see his weapon. She even went as far as calling him a crazy bastard. He would be suspended if he was caught with it. Hajin just said, therefore, he only wore it in important times. He also continued in his heart, and he learned how to hide the weapon in the stigma. So he wouldn't be suspended for being caught having a personal weapon. Even so, Chae Nayun felt that he was still so strong even without it. She suddenly got some kind of conjecture. She then asked what his talent was, the strengthening of firearms. Hajin really couldn't understand her conjecture. He then told her to think whatever she wanted, but that made Chae Nayun think he was confirming her conjecture. She also said she would ignore the matter of him having a personal weapon, so she told him not to use it again later. But she suddenly stopped her steps and said, there is one more thing. She asked, isn't there something he wants to tell her? Hajin was silent for a moment hearing that. He knew what she meant, but he decided to answer no. Hearing that, Chae Nayun said, so that's it, and she then walked away from there feeling depressed. Hajin knew that if he apologized now, Nayun would definitely forgive him about mentioning her brother, but he couldn't do that. It was best if his relationship with Nayun was just an awkward acquaintance, because he would kill Chae Jin-yoon. When Chae Nayun returned to her party, her partner then jokingly said that she didn't know she was close to him, but Chae Nayun immediately denied that she was close to Hajin. Sven was just silent hearing that. I don't know what thoughts were in his head at this time, but suddenly, an announcement voice then appeared, telling all cadets to postpone the raid and get out of the dungeon quickly. The announcement then repeated itself once more. In this practical dungeon raid, there were quite a few problems, from the dungeon security cameras suddenly malfunctioning after the start of the test, to real monsters appearing instead of puppets, even to poor staffing so that these problems were detected late after the incident. Although this was a serious problem, because no one died, Cube told the cadets that they would investigate these problems internally, instead of leaving it to an external group, or in other words, the Jin who held executive positions in the management of Cube wanted to eliminate these incidents quietly. The investigation of this incident mostly happened after episode 2, so for now, he decided to worry about Sven first. The side effect of making a contract with a demon was to strengthen emotions and obsession. It would be the worst scenario if Sven's emotions got out of control and went berserk when he was only with Nayun. In order to avoid that kind of situation, he had to monitor Sven and Nayun's behavior. He then opened the messenger using his notebook. This weighed on his conscience, so he would immediately turn it off once he read the message. And he then accessed Chae Nayun's messenger without permission. There were messages from several people that she had not read. One of them was from Sven. Sven said that he heard that the hunting club was going to Gangwon province this Sunday. He invited her to bet. Reading that, Hajin thought, this Sunday at the hunting club. That day, in the original story, Sven would go on a rampage. Hajin then thought about following him. But he had to make various preparations just in case, because he had grown a little. He thought it was time for him to go to the Gari mountain dungeon. But his smartwatch suddenly beeped. It was an indication of someone calling him, and when he opened his smartwatch, he was then surprised and confused when he saw who was calling him, and when Hajin answered the phone, the person smiled slightly. The person turned out to be Kim Suho. He then asked him if he was free on Friday. Hajin was then confused to hear that. Kim Suho said that he wanted to ask for a favor. Gari Mountain is a famous place in Gangwon province which rages with pure and spiritual energy. Because of this, Mt. Gari was called the Mecca of training by martial artists nationwide. However, the people who come to Gari Mountain aren't only restricted to martial artists. Instead of fighting monsters, there are some people who roam across the country to search for valuable items buried somewhere in these mountains. Like him, ginseng digger Kim Yeon-jun, Hajin could only be silent hearing his explanation. He then just answered okay. Kim Yeon-jun said that he saw him looking at the map, but he would never, ever find the tip of the ginseng if it was like that. He had to be able to read the mountain flow. Like him, hearing his misunderstanding, Hajin then said that he was not a ginseng digger. There was a place he was looking for, but Kim Yeon-jun did not believe his words at all, because that was what all the young people who tried to enter this field told him. He then told him to remember this well. Plunging into this business just because you want to get rich quickly is. Hajin could only be silent when he heard that. After advising him, Kim Yeon-jun then wished him good luck. Hearing that, Hajin thanked him, and he then continued on his way. Seeing that, Kim Yeon-jun chuckled and thought, he is very amateurish. He still has a long way to go, not even a few steps from there. But Hajin tripped over a tree root. But when he looked at the tree root that tripped him, he was surprised to find a ginseng root nearby. When Hajin resumed his journey, he was seen chewing something. Now, he was eating a 7-year-old ginseng root. By using the setting modification, he increased his variable stats by 2 for 30 minutes. He was now seen climbing a certain cliff. He also thought, if he sold all the ginseng he got, he could get at least $700,000. He felt it's a bit of a waste. But his foot suddenly slipped, which made him almost fall. Fortunately he had a strong grip. The cliff was very high, which made him not just find the place he was looking for. In the middle of the cliff of Mount Gari, after passing through a lot of moss and vines, there was a hidden undead dungeon. After a while, Hajin then finally found some kind of cave. The dungeon boss with a high intermediate rank level 1 monster, Death Knight. He had indeed increased his stats with the ginseng, but he still couldn't even win from it if he only relied on that. But that didn't matter. And when Hajin entered the cave, a hand suddenly stuck out from the ground in front of him. The hand turned out to be from the undead that were now blocking the path in front of him, but Hajin seemed to have expected it. While activating the stigma, he then thought, his goal today was not the boss, but the hidden place of this dungeon. Looking at the undead that were charging towards him, Hajin was very calm. He then took out the desert eagle from inside the stigma, aiming right at the undead's mouth. He then opened fire. The shot completely destroyed the undead's body with just one shot. Hajin's shots certainly did not stop there. He then bombarded the undead using his gun shots. Hajin then activated Thousand Eyes Miles to check the route. When he activated the skill, he then saw countless undead blocking the road in front of him, but that didn't matter to him. He then jumped and perched on the ceiling of the cave sky, with an aiming position. He then returned to his massacre. After a while, after God knows how many times he fired his gun until it made the tip of the gun steam out, he finally succeeded in subverting the undead that were there. The number of undead increased. Hajin felt that he must be getting closer to Evangel's lair. the witch, Evangel. She was the boss of the hidden place in Nagari Mountain Dungeon, and in the future, she would make the worst undead army in history in the abandoned school of Suwon City, Evangel Castle. I guess that's the background story he made up. It would be difficult to defeat her if she used her adult form, but the real reason he was looking for her today, because there are 2 items that can be obtained from Evangel, upgrade type equipment, Ether, and Evangel Seed. It is the weapon that made the character demonic human, Tomer, an executive of Wicked. There is no other item better than Ether to help him evolve quickly at this time. As Hajin continued to move forward, he was then faced with a small cave in front of him. Seeing that, she then reactivated the 1,000 Miles Eyes. It allowed him to see deep into the cave. At the very bottom of the cave, there was a little girl sitting under the crystal tree. The adult form of the witch was difficult to deal with, so he had to kill her while she was still in the form of a child, because her body and intelligence were not fully developed. While Evangel was playing with the object in her hand, she then noticed someone walking closer. Hajin paused for a moment to see that. He didn't look like he could bear it, but he then clasped his hands tightly to strengthen his determination. This was something he had to do, and this was what Tomer did. And Hajin then walked over to her. He also thought, after all, he was the one who created her. He couldn't kill the witch with his gun in one blow while she was in spiritual form. In that case, he then reactivated his Stigma, and changed the light attribute mana into a spear. He now finally also realized the efficacy of the ginseng root she had just consumed earlier. It was really powerful. He felt like he was Yuyona now, and he then threw the spear strongly towards the witch. After that, a very dazzling light then appeared when the spear hit the witch. But Hajin was surprised to see that the witch was still alive after his attack. A pitch-black aura seemed to be enveloping the witch at this time. Hajin immediately became alert when he saw that, but a crack suddenly appeared on the witch's face, and she then disappeared just like that. Seeing that, Hajin thought it must be the last explosion before she died. Where the witch disappeared, there was an item shaped like a seed. It was Evangel Seed. A seed containing the soul of the witch Evangel. When this seed grows, the witch of despair Evangel will be born. Ether. Equipment in the form of liquid, has no definite shape. It is attached to the master and the master's weapon, and strengthens the core. Seeing that, Hajin immediately took it. After Hajin returned to the dormitory, he then further examined the items he had just obtained. As a side effect of the equipment Ether bonded to him, all the stat variables increased by 0.6. He couldn't change the possession. Looking at his variable stats that had now increased significantly, Hajin exclaimed in amazement. He felt that the bonding effect was very good, and it was getting better as it progressed. He also breathed a sigh of relief that he was finally at the cube cadet level now. He also gained 47 SP, and since he put the rest of the ginseng into the violet banquet, he was sure that it would definitely be sold soon. But the biggest advantage is this, Evangel Seed, a seed that contains Evangel's witch soul. When this seed grows, the Witch of Despair Evangel will be born. The name Witch of Despair might make her sound like a villain, but if he takes good care of her, she will be a reliable ally. Raising the Evangel seed is simple. You only need to feed it with a little blood instead of water, but the growth and nature of the witch is different depending on whose blood you give it, so he had to think hard about this. But when thinking about the candidates he expected, he felt that it might be difficult, so he decided to put that aside for now. He was very confused about how he could get their blood. He had to sleep early today. Tomorrow would be an extremely tiring day. Gangwon Province, Bioakpa Mountain Hot Springs. Seeing them all gathered, she then greeted them. She said that she was glad to see everyone in order. She was sure this must be the first time they had seen each other since the orientation period. There was also Hajin. There was a gathering place for the hunting club members before doing today's mission. The club leader then said she would explain their club mission once again for those who missed the orientation period. Their hunting club, Leonidas, has a regular schedule of hunting meetings. By hunting dangerous things, they can get more profit by channeling their hobbies and helping the community. While listening to the explanation from the club leader, Hajin swallowed and thought. He didn't know the details of today's episode, because he rarely saw what happened in his writing, due to the Jin's rampage. Nayun was seriously injured when Sven sacrificed his life for the root of the problem. This event was just a situation for Kim Suho to pay more attention to Nayun. By making others think that the Jin's goal was Nayun, when all the search team's eyes are on Nayun, the perpetrator will be able to easily catch the real target. The thing he's worried about is Sven's plot changing from the original story. He still doesn't go berserk, and although it's faint, he uses the power of the demon. He doesn't have to worry about him if he can just get him out of here now. But it would be a shame if he made a scene now. When Hajin glanced at Sven, Chae Nayun who was with him then noticed it, but she mistakenly thought that Hajin kept glancing at her. She was also confused why he kept following her even though he pretended not to be interested. She then got some kind of conjecture. Seeing that, Sven then told her to be careful, but Nayun smiled dismissively at hearing him tell her to be careful of Hajin. Sven said, in the case of the missing person behind this. Nayun was then surprised to hear that. She then said that he was not someone who would do something like that. Sven was silent for a moment hearing Nayun defend Hajin. He then invited him to go. Nayun agreed. Seeing the two of them walking away, Hajin was silent for a moment. A few moments later, somewhere, a deer was seen eating the grass there, but a tentacle suddenly appeared silently near the deer's place. The tentacle then suddenly attacked the deer by stabbing its body. Not stopping there, the tentacle then wrapped itself around the deer's body. The tentacle turned out to be from Sven. Looking at the deer that was now in his grasp, Sven just looked at it with an apathetic look. But he was then surprised when he heard Nayun's voice calling him and asking about his whereabouts. He then immediately removed the tentacles. After a while, Nayun then appeared while carrying her hunt on her shoulders. She also felt she had won the bet with her hunt, but he was then shocked when she saw Sven's prey piling up behind him. He surprisedly asked how he could catch that much. Sven did not answer and said, "It seems like he won the bet." Hearing that, Chae Nayun could only sigh disappointed, but she did not deny it. She asked, so she had to grant his wish, right? She then asked what it was. While blushing, Sven was then about to convey what was in his heart at the moment. The interaction between the two of them was seen by Hajin, who was now hiding in a nearby bush. Sven made a contract with the demon of lust, Asmodeus, because his desire was strengthened due to being a jinn. Boundaries were no longer in his dictionary. Sven asked, would she go out with him? Nayun was then surprised to hear that. Seeing her not answering, Sven then asked her once again, but Nayun replied, of course not. She asked him back, would he say yes to someone who declared her love for him when he had only known her for less than a week? A very deep disappointment filled Sven's heart when he heard that, but he didn't say anything else. Seeing that, Hajin then silently told him to show his true identity now, show his true nature as a jinn, but Chae Nayun at this time suddenly said that he liked people who were stronger than her, but what she didn't know was, it triggered Sven. While turning around, Nayun then apologized to him. Sven then said that he understood. He asked, so she would like him if he was stronger than her, right? Hearing that, Nayun then irritably said that that was enough, but Nayun was then surprised when Sven suddenly attacked her using his tentacles. The attack was so strong that it made dust fly when it hit the ground, but after the dust disappeared, Sven was then surprised by what he saw. His attack was successfully blocked by Hajin using the ether that he turned into a shield. Hajin then asked if she was okay, but before he could even finish his sentence, Sven then quickly attacked him using his tentacles. Nayun then worriedly called out to him when she saw it, feeling anxious. She then took her bow. Sven then wrapped around Hajin's body using his tentacles. It made it difficult for Hajin to breathe. Seeing that, Nayun then cast mana condensation and told him to release him, but her attack had very little effect on the tentacles. She was then surprised when she heard Sven repeatedly say that he loved her. His form now seemed no longer human. Chae Nayun was very upset. She then re-prepared her attack, as Hajin desperately broke free from Sven's grasp. He was then surprised when he saw the attack that Chae Nayun was about to throw. Sometimes, the characters in this world who have high potential, will end up wasting their time, not for the sake of reaching their true potential, but because they took the wrong weapon for themselves, and undoubtedly, she was at the top of that order. Hajin laughed happily when he saw that Chae Nayun really managed to transform her magic power into the form of a huge sword now. With a feeling of anger, she then told Sven to let him go now, and she then released her attack. The attack was so powerful that it lit up that lush forest. Her sword attack made the ground in front of her broken, and formed a small crater. Chae Nayun looked incredulous at what she had done. After Hajin was freed from Sven's grip, he then approached her and asked, "What was that? Was it a laser sword?" Nayun replied that she didn't know about it either. She then asked if he was okay. Hajin answered yes. Nayun was relieved to hear that, and she then just fainted. Hajin was then surprised to see her suddenly unconscious. A few moments later, when the stars lit up the night sky, Chae Nayun then woke up. But she was then surprised because she was now on Hajin's back. Seeing that, Hajin then asked if she was awake. Realizing her surprise, he then explained, he was carrying her because she didn't wake up. Nayun was really surprised by that. She then hurriedly told him to put her down. Hearing that, Hajin then asked, did she want him to drop her? Feeling embarrassed, Nayun then again told him to immediately put her down. Hajin could only sigh helplessly at that, and he then put her down, but when Nayun's feet touched the ground, she suddenly couldn't support it, which made her body fall to the ground. Nayun was really confused by that fact. She was very confused by what happened to her legs. Seeing that, Hajin asked, was this the first time she had run out of mana? Hearing that, Nayun could only stare. She seemed to have just realized that fact. Seeing that, Hajin explained, running out of mana was a state where she had used up all the mana in her body and it thus reduced her mana recovery speed. Hearing him instead of explaining that basic knowledge to her, Nayun then irritably said that she already knew that. Hajin continued, she would not be able to move properly for 2 days, so he told her to just climb on his back, unless she wanted to stay there forever. Nayun could only feel annoyed by that, and she then climbed back on Hajin's back. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. To break the awkwardness, Hajin then asked, would she continue to use the bow? Nayun was really confused at his question. Hajin said that he knew she felt it today. Today, without intending to do so, Nayun awakened her talent, a power that could strengthen her abilities very strongly, as long as she had magic power. Domination sword that could cut down hundreds of monsters and jinns with a single strike, a person who could not be stopped in large-scale battles. He would later be called the king of the battlefield. For the sake of that future, it was better for her to keep her bow now, but Nayun seemed unable to accept that. She then irritably told him not to act like he knew everything. Seeing her attitude, Hajin thought, but it seems she still has a long way to go. After a while, Hajin then dropped Nayun off at the park. He said, there is the center of the portal, so she can go wherever she wants from here. Nayun was then surprised to see him suddenly drop her off. She then asked, where was he going suddenly? Hajin explained, his dormitory curfew had passed. He then said goodbye to her. Seeing that, Nayun then anxiously asked him to stop, and asked him to take her too. The next day, news of Chae Nayun being attacked by a jinn then spread throughout the cube. They were shocked and they heard that the jinn turned out to be Sven from the world class. They were confused as to when he became a jinn. They had even talked to him. And also why the cube officials remained silent about all this. Hajin continued to walk to his class while listening to the gossip, and when he went inside, he was then greeted by Kim Suho, but not only him, Kim Horak, Shin Jonghak, Yu Yona, and Lee Yonghan were also there. Seeing that, Hajin thought, it seems, all the main characters have gathered. The day before the hunting club incident, the day when he got a call from Kim Suho. Suho at that time said that he had a favor to ask. Hajin was then confused to hear that. He then asked, what is it? Suho asked. He knows that lately there are many cases of people disappearing. Cube told them to investigate the case. Hajin finally understood. Cube, in order not to mobilize troops from outside, assigned the investigation mission to the cadets of each grade. The investigation representatives from Class 1 are Suho, Jonghak, and Nayun. Suho continued, of course Cube itself is also investigating. But since it seems that the culprit is a cadet, they said it would be easier if they caught the culprit. Hearing that, Hajin then said that he understood what he meant. But he then confusedly asked why he called him about this. Suho replied, he himself said, he had good eyes. He heard he could even see thousands of miles away. Also, Nayun recommended him. Hajin was then surprised to hear that. Suho then asked him again, if he could help. I guess that's the reason why Hajin took part in the meeting of the main characters. Suho then thanked him for coming. The reason why Hajin wanted to come was because he could get a lot of SP from here. Since everyone was here, Suho then said he would start. Before they discussed this incident, he wanted to tell his conclusion first. He told them to never think that the perpetrator of this case was the same as the jinn who attacked Nayun. But, his words suddenly stopped when Jonghak suddenly kicked the seat in front of him hard. He was very unhappy to hear Suho familiarly call Chae Nayun as Nayun. seeing that. He then immediately corrected his words. Soho continued, by the way, it seems that Chae Nayun has a high possibility of becoming Jin's next target. Jin follows the demon's orders. So if the demon contracted by Sven is targeting Nayun, Jin who is contracted with the same demon as him will be targeting her too. Therefore, he wanted to ask them, if there was someone they suspected, like, who was acting suspiciously lately. Hearing that, Hajin thought, he knew who the real culprit was, but because he felt it would be dangerous to directly mention his name, he just kept quiet waiting for the story to develop, unlike in the original story, where 6 people disappeared within 2 months, but this is already 3 people who disappeared in just 2 weeks. In this storyline, there is a possibility that there will be more victims. Hajin clenched his hands tightly. He then recalled when Nayun thanked him. He didn't want to use the word waiting for the story to develop as an excuse for bad things to happen to them again, and he then raised his hand. He said, he thought the leader of the academics club, Yoon Hyun, was suspicious. The room was silent when they heard his guess. Soho then said that he had an alibi. They had investigated him because he was close to the first victim. Hearing that, Hajin asked, what if the victim met Yoon Hyun because of their own will? Hearing his conjecture, Shin Jong-hak then questioned him, so he claimed that he could attract cadets only with some kind of hypnotic magic. He then mockingly said that he was sure it would work perfectly. Hearing his mockery, Hajin continued, of course it wouldn't work if it was just ordinary hypnotic magic, but before he could finish his words, Yuna interrupted him. She said that this was a little strange. He was accusing someone they already said had an alibi, but she thought he was more likely to become a Jin than the club leader. Hajin really didn't expect to hear Yona suddenly accuse him. At that time, when Hajin was still writing this novel, he felt it was time to include a supporting character, a rich character who helped Soho, someone with a sharp nature, but not so unlikable. Hajin smiled slightly. The character's name was obvious, Yuna, and the irony was, now he was being accused by the character he created as a Jin. Soho seemed to be quite surprised by that. He then told Yona that Hajin had an alibi. He was using a portal during the time of the incident, but that wasn't enough to convince Yona. She then said she would get to the point. A person's portal track record is easy to change, so his alibi wasn't as certain as Yoon Hyun. Hajin really didn't expect Yona to say that about him, but he was then surprised when he heard someone who said he wanted to hit him. That person was Kim Horak. He was sure Hajin would tell the truth or change his story after a few punches. He then asked their opinions about it. Shin Jong-hak smiled cruelly at that. Lee Yong-han also seemed to agree with that. Hajin's gaze suddenly went blank when facing that fact, but he then suddenly laughed. Kim Horak was then confused at that. He asked, what's so funny? Don't make him destroy him. Hearing that, Hajin then challenged him to come forward. He also called him a stupid bastard. He said he would make a hole between his eyebrows. Seeing the quarrel, Soho then immediately came to break them up. Now is not the time to fight each other. He also asked Hajin to calm down. After calming himself down, Hajin then told them, if they thought he was that suspicious, he told them to just ask Chae Nayun. They were at the hunting club together, but before he could even finish his sentence, he was then startled when someone suddenly threw something hard at him. That person was Shin Jong-hak. He then angrily asked him, why did Chae Nayun's name come out of his mouth? Hajin explained, when she was attacked, they worked together to kill Jin. He also mockingly asked him, had he not heard because he was too busy making childish pranks with his stupid gang. Shin Jong-hak then got annoyed at his mockery. Lee Yong-han then immediately restrained him when he saw him wanting to come forward. Hajin continued, by the way, he had told them that he thought that bastard was the culprit. He then left there after saying that. Seeing him walking away, Kim Horak then annoyedly told him to stop, and as Hajin continued to walk out, he suddenly stumbled, but it actually made him manage to avoid Kim Horak's punch that was directed at him. The punch was so strong that it destroyed the entrance in front of them. Who knows what would happen if Hajin was hit by the punch? They were surprised when they saw it. Kim Horak was surprised to see Hajin able to avoid his attack. Hajin was really very upset at this time. Obviously he had to teach him a lesson, and he then took out his gun, and when their attacks were about to clash, fortunately Soho was able to quickly separate them. He then told Kim Horak that it was enough. He also told Yona that if she was that suspicious, she could ask Nayun herself. Yona was silent for a moment. She then activated her smartwatch to contact Nayun. Feeling annoyed, Hajin then got out of there. Seeing that, Soho then tried to stop her. but it didn't work. After a while, Yona then managed to contact Nayun. Nayun then said that Hajin couldn't be Jin. After not hearing a response from Yona, Nayun then asked if she heard it or not. The whole room suddenly became quiet after hearing the certainty from Nayun. While Hajin himself was now walking sadly, in the middle of the dark night, but he suddenly stopped his steps and sobbed. He sadly asked, "What am I doing?" Not only dropping his own novel, he was also working hard and fighting against the characters he wrote with all his love and affection. He was really fed up with this. He wanted to meet his parents and friends. He wanted to return to his home. He still had a year left in that place. He was also curious how time passed in his original world. If time passed day by day, would he be reported as missing? What about his parents? What if they go around looking for him? What if they are sad because of him? More importantly, can he really come back? The negative thoughts that he had been suppressing for a long time suddenly appeared at this time, but he was then surprised when the window system suddenly appeared in front of him. His tenacity increased. Hajin could only sigh at that. It really didn't know how to read the mood, but he was happy to see his tenacity increased. His old self did not dare to commit suicide or anything like that. But he must have given up trying to find a way to come back. Hajin then wiped his tears, and stood up. He then looked at the sea in front of him. I don't know what thoughts were in her head at the moment. Back to Suho and others, Lee Yonghan then asked, "What about Hajin?" Suho said, "Apparently, they should not bother him." Yona seemed to notice the interaction between the two of them. She then asked Kim Horak, who was sitting next to her, "You used your talent earlier, right?" Kim Horak seemed a little scared when he heard her question. Yona said, "For a sharpshooter to be able to dodge a martial artist's attack like that, does he not know how suspicious he is?" But she suddenly got a message. The message turned out to be from Yoon Hyun, who had been the topic of conversation. He asked if they could meet in the classroom for a while before the club meeting. Yona was silent for a moment reading that. Somewhere, under the moonlight that illuminated the night, seeing Yona agreeing to his invitation, Yoon Hyun smiled happily. Blood spots were now seen covering his body. I don't know what he had done there. It seems that now he knows why people tell you to keep yourself busy when you feel sad. After hunting, practicing and eating as usual, he felt very tired to even think, but he was confused why they seemed worse than him. He silently asked them not to worry about him. He was fine, don't make him feel bad for them. He also thought, what is he doing to the characters he wrote? He should stop attracting attention and just focus on getting home. When Chae Nayun had just entered the class, Shin Jonghak then immediately approached her and worriedly asked, was it okay if she came to class just like that? Nayun just laughed at that. She said, anyway there was nothing she could do at home. She was now seen wearing a walking aid, while extending her hand. Suho then offered to help her. Nayun was confused at that. She then said that she could walk alone. Suho asked, was she sure? Seeing that, Shin Jonghak then annoyedly told Suho to get away from her. He was really very annoyed to see Suho acting so familiar with Nayun, while Hajin and Yona themselves just stared at them in silence. After a while, the class finally started. Kim Suhyuk then told them all to sit down. He announced, now, as they all know, in less than a week there will be midterms. Once the written exam is over, next will be the practical exam. The practical exam will be graded in two categories. First, duel between cadets, and the other is monster subjugation against illusory beasts summoned by the magician. These two exams will be different in difficulty from the normal class. He told them to remember it well and try hard. Hearing that, Hajin thought, for the written exam it would be easy, but he doubted about the duel. The duel exam used the 3-vote system, where you can choose the cadet you want to fight. At first, maybe it seemed like an opportunity for high-ranked cadets to easily win by choosing a low-ranked cadet, but in order to avoid this, Cube created a reward point system. For example, even if a first-ranked cadet wins a duel against the lowest-ranked cadet, since the rank difference changes based on the points you earn, then the first-ranked cadet will lose points thanks to this system. Of course there are people who ignore this system and use their voting rights to bully people they don't like that muscle-brained guy. Hajin had expected that Kim Horak would target him. Now that he thought about it, there was something else that bothered him. Hajin then shifted his seat slightly. He helplessly thought, aren't they sitting too close? Rachel, she kept close to him without saying a word, whereas she is usually the one who only studies alone at the back. He was confused. What was she doing? Was she trying to copy his notes? He felt Rachel staring at him silently. To prove it, He then wrote random writing on his notebook. Rachel, who silently stared at him then, was confused when she read the writing. Hajin chuckled at that. It was his parents' name. Yona got another message from Yoon Hyun. He said that he was already in the classroom, but he asked her not to rush to come. Yona just kept quiet when she read that, and she then headed there. When Yona entered, she was then immediately greeted by Yoon Hyun, who was already there. He put on a sweet smile when welcoming her presence, but Yona just put on a flat face as usual. Looking at the room, which was still quiet, she said, "It seemed like the club members hadn't arrived yet." Hearing that, Yoon Hyun said that they would arrive soon. He then invited her to sit down first. After Yona observed the room more carefully, she was then confused when she saw the scented candles there. Yoon Hyun explained, "People said it was good for improving focus. They would be studying soon." Also, he heard, she was assigned to the Jin investigation team. He was also part of it as a representative of Class 2, Yona understood. Not caring about her flat reaction, Yoon Hyun continued, "But they didn't make any significant progress." He asked, "What about her class? Are there any suspects she was thinking of?" Hearing that, Yona replied, "No, not yet, but someone said something very unexpected." Hearing that, Yoon Hyun then asked that, "What did that person say?" He was currently also controlling the scented candle to affect Yona. The effect of the candle soon appeared. Inexplicably, she felt very comfortable, and in a semi-conscious state. Yona said, "He said, he's a Jin. He said he used a mind magic." Unbelievable, right? Yoon Hyun just chuckled at that. He then asked, "Did he have proof?" With a mocking grin, she then answered, "Of course not." But she then immediately realized something. She was confused why Yoon Hyun asked for proof. Feeling that he had blurted out, Yoon Hyun then immediately closed his mouth and mocked himself. He said that he misspoke. He meant why did he think that he was a Jin? But that was not enough to ease Yona's growing suspicion. Yona then took her whip and told him, "When someone is innocent, he will not ask for evidence if he is suspected." While putting on a vigilant attitude, she then asked what she meant. Yoon Hyun just smirked at that. He then did not pretend anymore. He asked her, "Why is she like this, even though it is still a long time until her turn arrives?" Cube's second-class dormitory. After a while, Yona then woke up. He now seemed to be in a condition bound by a rope. She was confused about the situation. She then observed the place where she was. She then knew that this was the second-grade dormitory. This also made her install a very large suspicion of Yoon Hyun. Was he really the culprit behind the disappearance of people? The real Jin, Hajin, turned out to be true. He was not talking nonsense. Yona then calmed herself down. First, she had to ask for help. She then vigorously tried to contact someone using her smartwatch. She was very anxious about the situation she was currently facing. She herself did not know who she contacted, but whoever it was, she hoped to save her. But Yoon Hyun suddenly appeared behind her, and said that he couldn't let her do that. Different from before, he now looked at her with a cruel gaze. Hajin, who was about to sleep, was then surprised when someone suddenly sent him a message. He was confused as to who it was tonight, and when he opened it, he was surprised to find that the sender of the message turned out to be Yona. He was also confused. When he read the message Yona sent, he didn't know what she meant by it. After knowing her plan, Yoon Hyun then grabbed her smartwatch. Reading the message she sent, Yoon Hyun asked, what would her friend think if she sent him such an obscure message in the middle of the night? Seeing the message sent to Kim Hajin, the genius who suspected him of being a Jin, Yoon Hyun then thought, it seems, he should kill him too later. Hearing that, Yona then angrily asked, did he really think he could get away with it after doing all this? The investigation team might have realized this and started moving, but Yoon Hyun replied that it didn't matter. He would leave the cube after this was over. Yona's expression became ugly after hearing that. Seeing that, Yoon Hyun said that he liked her expression, but Lady Lilith wanted to see her face filled with fear. Seeing the unclear message Yona sent, Hajin wondered, did she accidentally send this? And while pondering the contents of the message, he then realized something. 9 in Korean is gu, which is also the prefix of the word save, so it's code save me. Hajin then immediately opened the Book of Truth and asked where Yona's location was now, and when the Book of Truth told him Yona's current location, Hajin realized the gravity of this situation. Yona's situation was really very bad at the moment. Yoon Hyun used mind magic to influence her consciousness. He repeatedly called her name, and said, all this time, she had been lonely enough. He also understood that feeling, but when Yoon Hyun was about to influence her consciousness further, he was then surprised. When he saw that his mind magic did not have much effect on her, seeing that, Yoon Hyun praised, her determination was really strong. He couldn't believe it, she hadn't been brainwashed yet. Even after all this, all she needed to do was empty her mind in an instant. He told her not to be afraid. Lady Lilith had given him permission just for today, she wanted her to. Exasperation and panic could be clearly seen on Yona's face at this time. She then returned to trying to untie the ropes that restrained her with all her might. Yoon Hyun just smiled at that. It was useless. Even if she could escape, there was nowhere to run before the power of Lady Lilith's magic. His appearance had now turned into a full Jin, but a bullet suddenly hit his head. His blood flowed freely after his head was hit by a bullet. Yona was then shocked to see the sudden change. Yoon Hyun then screamed very loudly because of the pain. The shooter then said to Yona, "Look how it ended because of doubting the person she should trust." Yoon Hyun was really surprised to see the appearance of the person. He then asked who he was. The person did not answer and said, "Forget it." If he tried to recover, it was a special bullet, unless he did the bullet removal surgery. Yoon Hyun was then surprised to hear that. He cursed, with his sharp nails. He then attacked towards the shooter's location blindly. He also angrily asked, "Where is he? Come out here." His attack was really strong until it broke the glass there. It also slightly grazed Yona, which made her hair cut. Seeing that, the person then told him not to waste his efforts. Yoon Hyun could only get angry hearing that. He again asked where he really was. With the position of the finger on the trigger, the shooter said, "I'm amazingly far away now," and he then showered Yoon Hyun with bullets. Yoon Hyun groaned in pain from that. It also made him unable to support his body, which made him fall. In the bushes far away, an object with a little shiny light was seen. It was a sniper rifle that was now held by Hajin. He was also the one who had been shooting at Yoon Hyun. Seeing Yoon Hyun, who was so helpless in facing him, made Hajin think, this is why long-range shots are the best. He then called Yona and said to her, "It seems like he has used up all the bullets she gave him today. He is sure she will prepare something better for him if she has a conscience." Hearing that, Yona finally realized who had saved her this time. When Yoon Hyun tried to get up, Hajin then aimed at him, and shot him again. Yoon Hyun's body shook violently after being repeatedly showered with bullets. It seemed like it was only a matter of time before he died. Seeing that, Hajin then let out a sigh of relief. He saw something he shouldn't have seen. He then asked her, was she okay? Yona replied yes. Hearing that, Hajin then told her to just sleep. The investigation team would arrive soon. Yona understood. She also thanked him. In a hospital ward, Yona then woke up after being unconscious for who knows how long. Seeing her awake, Soho then asked, "Is she awake?" Seeing him, Yona confusedly asked what he was doing here. Soho did not answer and asked her again. She was not injured anywhere, right? The doctor said, there was nothing wrong with her body. Yona said she was fine. She then asked again, "What is he doing here?" Soho replied, "They took turns guarding her, him, Nayun, Jonghak, Horak." Hearing that, Yona asked, "Why?" Soho replied, "Because they were partially responsible for this situation. They should have paid more attention to their fellow investigation team members, but they focused on something else instead. Anyway, they really apologized." Yona was silent for a moment hearing that, but she suddenly asked him, "He must have been called stubborn by others, right?" Soho then was confused hearing her sudden question. After her interaction with Soho, Yona then got to know a little bit about him. At first she thought Soho was just a talented guy, but it seems she misunderstood. Talking about misunderstanding, she then remembered about Hajin. She had accused him at that time. She then asked, "Did that person come?" Soho then was confused about what she meant by that person, but Yona just told him to forget it. She seemed a little embarrassed. She then looked out the window, towards the bright sky that illuminated the world. Yona then thanked Hajin via messenger. She promised to definitely repay his favor. Hajin smiled reading that. The good news didn't stop there. His SP increased by 457, the luck effect was active. He got 11% additional SP, he succeeded in all long-range shots. The mastery grade of the Deadeye increased to grade 7. Seeing that, Hajin wondered, isn't this the most SP he got from one action? He thought, the reward from taking care of one main arc was indeed amazing. There weren't many bonuses because he invested in a few things to snipe, but this much was good enough because he could save Yona too. but while he was busy struggling with his thoughts, he was then surprised when he heard someone calling him. It was Park Soo-hyuk. They had promised to meet here. He was surprised that Hajin suddenly contacted him. He then asked, was there a problem, but Park Soo-hyuk then suddenly sadly prostrated in front of him. If he wanted to cancel the contract, he begged him to reconsider. Hajin was then surprised to see that. He then said that he didn't mean to do that. Park Soo-hyuk was relieved to hear that, but he was then confused when he saw Hajin suddenly take out a suitcase. Hajin then said that he wanted to invest in SH Entertainment. Park Soo-hyuk could only stare at that. The ginseng that Hajin uploaded on Violet Banquet earned 400 million won in return. He used 250 million of it to invest in Packhorse Master stock, and planned to invest the remaining 150 million into SH Entertainment. The potential increase in SH Entertainment stock was the same as Packhorse Masters. While Park Soo-hyuk himself couldn't wake up from his shock, he couldn't accept such a large amount. Hajin told him to just accept it. He gave it to him so that the two of them could get bigger. He also asked him to buy him a magic pouch and a high-utility vehicle with this. Hajin then suddenly asked how old he was. Park Soo-hyuk replied. He was 29. Hearing that, Hajin then asked him to talk to him more casually. He was much older than him, but Park Soo-hyuk immediately refused. How could he talk casually to investors? But Hajin threatened. Then, should he just cancel the investment? Park Soo-hyuk was really helpless to hear that. He then said he would talk casually to him from now on. After solving the trivial problem, Hajin then invited him to stop by the convenience store first. When he got there, Park Soo-hyuk then confusedly asked why he suddenly rubbed the lottery ticket. Hajin said that he was too young, so he couldn't receive his reward without a guardian. After rubbing the lottery ticket several times, Hajin lamented. He couldn't even use his luck. He didn't seem to have gotten the reward from the lottery ticket he had scratched, but right after that, he finally got the reward. Hearing that, Park Soo-hyuk then asked how much. Hajin replied, 2 billion won. Park Soo-hyuk understood, but he then immediately realized after examining Hajin's words, he was really surprised to hear that he got 2 billion won. Hajin then said that he would also invest the lottery money. So he asked him to send him an amended contract. He then remembered. It seemed that it would be less than 2 billion because of taxes. Park Soo-hyuk then received the check sheet with great respect. He seemed to be very careful in keeping the check sheet worth 2 billion won. Hajin could only be confused to see it. He then asked, is there a problem? Park Soo-hyuk said, someone might steal it, so he took good care of it. It was late afternoon, in an abandoned building. Some kind of black liquid then emerged from the underground of the building. The liquid then formed a kind of human body. The liquid turned out to be a person. He then reported to his boss who was also in the building. They started moving. Packhorse Masters had been registered. He asked, what should they do now? His boss said, they would only take the item, the rest leave it alone. He understood, but he then remembered something. There was something strange. Someone bought a lot of Packhorse Masters stocks. He invested 3 million, 10 million and suddenly 250 million. Didn't he think that was too much money for someone who invested in the guild even without a guild page for good fortune? But his boss told him not to care about that. They just need to focus on what they have to do. Since his boss said so, he will do as she said. There are other things to report. There are some interesting pages open in the Violet Banquet. He then asked if she wants to see it. Party Relic Quest, Bosintang Milestone. Truth Agency. His hunch said that Truth Agency was suspicious. Like, they will find you anything you want. Isn't that ridiculous? He asked. Should he put this in the request? Maybe they will find him for them. But his boss suddenly called his name. His name was Drun. Drun then said that he was just kidding. Come to think of it, they will start tomorrow, right? The Cube midterm exam. The hot topic behind this is the rank 1 and 2 new cadets of the Cube, Kim Soho and Shin Jonghak. Some members are planning to infiltrate. He then asked his boss, is she going too? His boss said yes. She then stood up from her sitting position. Drun was just silent seeing that. His boss paused for a moment, and said, she hopes there is someone useful. They turned out to be members of the Chameleon Troop criminal group. Time passed, and the week of practical exams finally began. There was a female cadet who looked very happy when she finally saw her mother again after a long time. Her mother was also happy when she saw her and asked how she was doing. The cadet hugged her mother's body tightly. She missed her. During the practical week, the Cube opened the agencies that employ heroes such as guilds and associations, as well as the families of cadets. The huge crowds from all over the world were like a festival. Reporters from many media were crowded to report the event. Hajin himself just watched all the activities using drones, but there was still no big movement. Apparently, he would wait a little longer. He got all these drones from Park Suhyuk. He said this as a thank you gift, because he had placed them all over the cube area. They would increase the possibility of finding intruders, but he suddenly bumped into someone while walking backwards. Hajin then apologized to the person, but what he didn't expect was, the person was the head of the criminal organization Chameleon Troop. Hajin's mind suddenly went blank when he found out about it. He was really shocked. He almost forgot that this person also came to the practical exam. She just stared at him silently. Hajin then realized his carelessness. He looked at her eyes for too long. He had to say something so that he didn't look suspicious. But the words that came out of his mouth instead, how pretty, she could only be silent when she heard that. Hajin really couldn't stop thinking about his ridiculousness. And she then just left without saying a word. Hajin could only see her silhouette in the middle of the human crowd. The boss then contacted Drun. Drun then asked, what was wrong? The boss said, the person who had passed her earlier, he saw her through the perception blocking item. She told him to investigate. It wasn't just the heroes who came to the cube to recruit the participants. The Chameleon Troop also came here. Their goal was to either recruit Kim Suho or Shin Jong-hak. Since Kim Suho didn't fit into their philosophy, he was disqualified and they started to take an interest in Shin Jong-hak. That was the storyline. Their infiltration itself didn't cause much trouble, but if the story changed and they started to fight against the hero's test security site, then it wouldn't end with just one or two dead. The people there were then surprised when they suddenly heard screaming. Somewhere there, two people, a woman and a man, were seen walking together. The man said that he didn't see anyone suspicious, but the woman told him to stop playing and search properly. Why would they be heroes if someone bypassed the cube security during the practice week? Hearing that, the man casually said that they just needed to eliminate them before they became a problem. The man was Oh Jun-hyuk, rank 1737, high rank, 6th grade hero, while the woman with him was Seo Yangji, rank 2000, high rank, 7th grade hero. Yangji was really annoyed with his attitude. All he could do was talk, but Jun-hyuk didn't care at all and instead invited her to eat pizza, but what they didn't realize was, their conversation was currently being eavesdropped on by someone, but that person suddenly got interesting news. The news was about Hajin, who saw through the perception blocking feature of the siren's necklace and saw the boss. Finally he felt interested. Everything he saw here was weak, so he felt very bored. He wondered what kind of man he was. He decided to take a look at him first, then try to fight with him. Drun, who was watching him, was completely speechless at his thought. This damn fool. He then told him to relax a little. They could confirm whether he would appear as expected or not even if they didn't do anything. As they were about to start the duel, the midterm practical exam arena, the second arena, the host then announced to all the viewers, 9 o'clock this morning, the first battle would finally begin. Their cadet informants had been racing to get to this fiery place, the first duel where one appointment pass had been used. As Hajin was walking in the hallway, he was suddenly called by someone. That was Yona. She asked, is he heading to the arena? Hajin confirmed it. He's the first up. Yona understood. She then called her assistant named Sechin. She then handed the suitcase that Sechin was carrying to him. This is 1,000 high-quality bullets, although he couldn't use it during the exam, but he could use it whenever he wanted. She told him to tell her if he needed more, and just so he knew, she wouldn't consider his rescue even with just this, so, she asked him to just consider it a gift. She then also remembered. They kept calling her to testify about the Jin incident, but she didn't tell them that he was the one who helped her by shooting the Jin. Hearing that, Hajin then asked her to keep it a secret. Hajin knew that he would get into more trouble if it was discovered that he was the one who shot Yu Hyun. The Jin who contracted with Lilith had a bad nature. Yona was silent for a moment. She then said, she understood he hid his power for some reason, but it would be difficult to pass the practical exam if he continued like that. Hajin could only be confused to hear Yona say that he hid his power. Seeing his confusion, Yona asked, did he know who his opponent would be? Hajin knew that, in the participants' waiting room, there was someone who was training hard. Sweat flooded his body because of his intense training. That person was Kim Horak. He was really determined to destroy Hajin. After Drun checked Hajin's life history, he then reported that he found nothing. He had lived in an orphanage, had no parents or relatives, was accepted by the military academy at the age of 6 after they found that he had special abilities when checking the orphanage where he lived. He was a low intermediate rank student, did not do anything that highlighted any specialness until he finally entered the cube. He had a debt of $300 million, but that was it. The boss was silent for a moment hearing that. She was confused how he could see through the perception blocking item and realize her existence. Drun said that he didn't know either. In the midst of their confusion, they then had another member of the Chameleon troupe. He was Chae Jin-yoon. He then greeted the boss. Long time no see. Seeing him, the boss said that he was late. He didn't wander anywhere on his way here, right? Hearing that, Jung-geun then immediately defended himself. He only followed her instructions to look for talented people and came here. Hearing that, the boss then asked, what did he find? But Jun-young said that he didn't find anyone. They were all weak, which would be destroyed with just a jolt to their heads. Drun said that it was expected. He asked, if there are any promising cadets. Jung-geun replied, not really. He went and checked out the first place second year. And he wasn't really all that. Drun could only sigh helplessly hearing that. They said, this year's cube first-year students are very promising. So they especially had to check them out, and coincidentally, there was a first-year student named Kim Hajin's battle about to start. Hearing that name, Jung-geun then remembered that it was the guy who looked aware of the boss' existence even though the boss was wearing her item. At the cube midterm practical exam arena, the atmosphere there was lively. There was also Junhyuk who was eating pizza. He was still with Yangji. The place made him nostalgic. Hearing that, Yangji then mocked him. Was he sure it was nostalgia and not traumatic? He had been beaten up so badly. He couldn't even watch boxing anymore. Junhyuk said that he was fine, and his son really liked it. Yangji was happy to hear that, but then she was surprised. When she saw someone who kept staring at them, she was confused who it was. He kept watching them and smiling. Junhyuk finally realized it too. He asked if he was their fan. That person was none other than Jung-geun. But they then decided not to care anymore. Because the match was about to start, Kim Horak was seen coming up to the arena, rank 19 cadet, martial artist Kim Horak. He might not be a match for the top 6, but he was also quite skilled, and his opponent was. They were then surprised when they read the information about Kim Horak's opponent, rank 934, Kim Hajin. Their surprise made sense, because the rank between the two of them was so far apart. Seeing him who had now also climbed the arena, Kim Horak then asked, how was his written test? Hearing his question, Hajin smiled and mocked him. It seemed that he was currently too tense. He told him to relax. Kim Horak was then annoyed to hear that. Horak's special ability was the ability to turn his mana into a transparent barrier around his body. That ability was called Key Armor. Not only would he not be able to scratch him with training bullets, he would be very lucky if he didn't split him in half after catching him. He couldn't let him get close to him. After the two cadets were in the arena, the host then announced, the midterm duel of the first semester of the first year was about to start, and the first match started right after the host said that. Kim Horak then moved towards him quickly. He had coated his fists with sharp metal this time. It would be very dangerous if Hajin was hit by it. Seeing that, Hajin then activated bullet time. Kim Horak's movements were now very slow in his eyes. The duration of bullet time had increased a lot. Hajin thought he should be able to follow Kim Horak's movements for at least 1 minute. And when Kim Horak finally launched an attack towards him, the floor where he was originally standing was completely destroyed after being hit by his punch. Fortunately he managed to dodge. He was very surprised when he saw the power of his punch. He wondered, he was a tank or what? Seeing Hajin manage to avoid his attack made Kim Horak upset. He then launched another attack on him. The power of his attack was really strong. The floor was instantly destroyed after being hit by his attack, and Hajin could only continue to dodge without any chance to counterattack. But after he was finally able to widen the distance with Kim Horak, he then aimed his gun at him, and shot him. Kim Horak just smiled dismissively at the shot. Didn't he know about his key armor? He could easily dodge a bullet like this, but when his fist finally clashed with the bullet, the most unexpected thing happened. The bullet actually managed to penetrate the key armor that he was proud of. The audience who saw it were also surprised. They were shocked to see him successfully penetrate the key armor. Kim Horak was completely baffled by what had just happened. It was impossible for a bullet to penetrate his key armor, but when he saw Hajin reloading his gun, he became so horrified. He immediately shielded his body from the hail of bullets from Hajin, but what the hell, the bullets could easily pierce through his key armor and hit his body. Hajin smirked at that. Sorry if he thought the bullets would bounce off him. He had combined his Stigma power with the bullets, and made them magic resistant, and Hajin then returned to shooting at him. The crowd cheered the battle, while Kim Horak passively took the shots. He then irritably pounded his fist on the ground. The pounding was so powerful that it destroyed the entire arena floor. Seeing that, Hajin immediately retreated while avoiding the flying debris. Different from before, Hajin then threw a knife at him. He also told him to be careful, seeing the knife flying towards him. Kim Horak then immediately moved to avoid it for fear of something special from the knife as well as the bullet. Hajin laughed mockingly at that. He said that it was just a trick, and he then returned to shoot at him with bullets. Kim Horak could only helplessly take the shot. After who knows how many bullets hit him, he now had difficulty even standing up. Seeing that, Hajin then moved closer to him, with an aiming position. He then positioned his finger on the trigger of his gun. The atmosphere became tense when the audience witnessed it, but the confusing thing was, Hajin never pulled the trigger. Kim Horak was then confused to see that. The audience was also the same. They wondered, did he run out of bullets? But Kim Horak is extremely exhausted as well. Realizing that, Kim Horak then tried to stand up. He looked at him angrily. Seeing that, Hajin smiled. He then suddenly dropped his gun and said that he surrendered. Kim Horak was then dumbfounded to see that. The audience was no less surprised than him. With Hajin's surrender, the host then announced the end of the match. The winner was Kim Horak, but Kim Horak was not at all happy when he heard that. Seeing Hajin coming down from the arena, he then angrily told him to return to the arena, but fortunately the security guards immediately restrained him who wanted to fight again. When the medical staff checked Kim Horak's condition, he was then confused, not that he was hit by a live bullet, but he looked fine. Was it because he was a martial artist? After watching the match, Jun-hyuk then asked Youngji's opinion about it. Youngji said that Hajin did well, while Kim Horam was too rash. Instead of wasting his armor's intrusive ki energy in advancing instantly like that, he could have attacked slowly and won with his physicality. He made himself look foolish by showing off excessively. What made her more interested was Kim Hajin. His unreasonable streak and vision to follow the movements of a martial artist. But at a certain time, Hajin slowed down when Horak started to slow down. He wondered, was it a special ability that increased his physical ability? And also, he condensed and inserted mana into his bullets. Hearing that, Jun-hyuk asked, did she mean to say he managed to condense his mana to a degree that was enough to penetrate key armor? He didn't believe an ordinary cadet could do that. Youngji said that she didn't know what talents this Hajin cadet had, but it was possible that he was doping. After waking up from their shock, the scouting members of many guilds then immediately contacted their superiors and reported what had just happened. Although Youngji suspected Hajin of doping, but she believed the potential he had could be one of the greatest in history. Youngji thought that she should remember him. Seeing her serious demeanor, Jun-hyuk just chuckled, and then said that the next match was about to start. After watching Hajin's match, Jung-yang's first impression of him was that he did not like him. He was not happy to see him just shooting bullets in a row from a long distance with a small gun. He was confused as to why the boss was paying attention to him. Hearing his complaint, Drun asked him if he didn't realize that he had a magic resistance ability, but he didn't care about it at all. What did it have to do with being strong? Hearing that, Drun then questioned him. He just doesn't like him because he's a ranged fighter, right? Jung-yang didn't dodge, relentless hard work and bloodlust to kill each other. That's the real match. Drun was really tired of dealing with him. He then told him to use whatever ultimate magic it was to find a cadet who was strong enough. He also told him not to forget the reason the boss brought him here. Had he checked out Kim Suho and Shin Jonghak? Jung-yang said, the two of them weren't too bad. Jonghak's oppressive spearmanship, aimed at striking the enemy's vital points instantly, was impressive. He was also interested when he bullied the loser who started defensively, but hearing that Jung-yang was interested in him made Drun less hopeful about his personality. For Kim Suho, Jung-yang said that he was a little special. Drun was then confused to hear that. He used a swordsmanship that resembled Jiamu. It was a traditional Korean swordsmanship. It was clear from his movements that he practiced for a long time, but something was off when he saw Suho fight at that time. He felt like he was hiding his true personality. Hearing that, Drun caught what he meant, so he said there was something off about rank 1 cube, but Jung-yang said that he wasn't so sure. He didn't want to fight any of them for now. After that, Drun then asked his opinion about Hajin. Hearing that, Jung-yang irritably asked, did he also pay attention to him? Drun replied, of course. Magic resistance is an ability that the boss has been looking for all this time. Jung-yang then said that he had already told him that he didn't like him, but their conversation was suddenly interrupted. When an officer saw Jung-yang there, the officer explained, this forest is forbidden for outsiders, please leave this place immediately. Jung-yang was really annoyed at his interruption. Seeing him who had not yet left there, the officer then once again asked him to leave immediately. Jung-yang felt very annoyed, and when the officer was about to ask him to leave once again, Jung-yang then snapped his fingers on his head. The officer's fate was clear after being hit by the flick. The flick was so strong and loud that it surprised the birds. Blood was splattered on the ground after the officer's death. Seeing that, Drun asked, did he finish him? Jung-yang grinned and confirmed it. Drun then said that the boss would kill him. Hearing that, Jung-yang then asked him to keep this a secret. He also finally felt happy now. In the city in the cube, it was already late afternoon when the sun was about to set. The boss was seen looking at the scene. He then recalled the memories she had stored deep in her memory. At that time it was raining heavily. In such conditions, in front of someone's tombstone, she promised to find the traitor. No matter what, she would find them, and avenge him. That person seemed to mean a lot to her. The boss clenched her hands tightly as she recalled that. She then called Drun, and told him to mark Kim Suho, Shin Jonghak, and Kim Hajin. Drun understood. He asked, what about the priority scale? The boss replied, magic resistance ability can beat magic constitution, so she told him to prioritize Kim Hajin. Drun understood. But he was still hesitant. Was it okay? There was only a little information about him. The boss said that it was not important. She would check it with her own 2 eyes tomorrow. The second day of midterms, Arena 1, the atmosphere was still as lively as the previous day. The audience then saw the talent evaluators from major guilds such as Blade and Creator's Sacred Grace melting with them. The quality of the audience was much different from the first day. It was natural because the match of the day was between Rank 1 Cube Cadet Kim Suho versus Rank 8 Cube Cadet Yohei, and Rank 3 Cube Cadet Rachel versus Rank 4 Cube Cadet Chae Nayun. A match between the top-ranked first-year Cube Cadets. They were really excited to watch it. They wondered. The first match was between Nayun versus Rachel, right? Isn't that too disadvantageous for someone long-range archer like Nayun? While Hajin himself was now listening to their conversation quietly from the back, he silently thanked that extra characters for the description. Nayun should have lost badly against Rachel today. It was impossible for her to win against Rachel using a crossbow, a weapon that did not suit her talent at all. After the two cadets climbed into the arena, the host then announced, the 8th duel for the first-year cadets began. After the announcement, Nayun then grinned at Rachel and asked, why don't they exchange ranks today? With an upward aiming position, Nayun then shot her arrow into the sky. The arrows then spread out, which then rained down towards Rachel. Even so, Rachel was able to dodge the arrows. It even felt quite relaxed for her, and when an arrow missed and was about to hit her, she then brushed it off using her rapier. Nayun was really surprised to see that. She did not expect her attack to be denied by Rachel so easily. The audience cheered when they saw that, while the audience was enjoying watching the match. Someone came. The person then looked towards Hajin, who was also watching the match. As the person approached him, Hajin then finally realized the presence of the person. The person turned out to be the boss of the criminal group Chameleon Troop. She sat next to him without saying a word. Wanted criminal, blacklisted by the Hero Association, boss of the famous Chameleon Troop. A powerful woman who managed to hide herself behind countless names and anonymity. The only person in the world who knew her name was him, and her name was. But his thoughts were soon interrupted when he saw an audience who accidentally poured his drink towards her. Hajin was completely shocked and horrified to see that. The audience then immediately apologized. He felt very guilty. He asked if she was okay. Hajin still couldn't wake up from his shock when he saw that. Shortly after that, the match then ended, and the winner was Rachel as Hajin had expected. Hajin then gave the boss a tissue to clean her face. The boss didn't seem to expect this to happen to her. She then thanked him for the tissue. Hajin said that it was nothing. The boss said that she watched his match against Cadet Kim Horak, the ability he showed during the match. She asked him if that was his talent. The boss then gave him her business card. Hajin was surprised to see that. On the business card Hajin also saw the name of the boss, which was Li Xiaofeng. but he knew that was not her real name. This must be one of her fake identities. But Hajin pretended not to know and asked, was she from a guild? It was not forbidden for her to communicate with a cadet before graduation, but when the boss was about to pull back her business card, Hajin then immediately said that he didn't say that he wouldn't accept it. While looking at Kim Suho's match that had already started, the boss then said that she couldn't give him exact details, but she guaranteed that it would be beneficial for him. After her goal was achieved, the boss then said that she would leave. She asked him to please contact her anytime. Seeing her walking away, Hajin confusedly thought there should be no reason for the boss to meet him in person at this time. He was also confused why she was here. After a while, the host then announced the winner of the match between Kim Suho versus Yohei. The winner was Cadet Kim Suho. After today's match was over, the audience then left the arena. After watching Suho's match today, they really felt amazed at him. They also still couldn't believe that Nayun lost against Rachel. This was also the first time for them to witness a talented Korean cadet lose against a foreign cadet. Hajin himself was now taking back the drones he had installed throughout the cube. He wondered if his surveillance drones had found anything. He would have to check later at the dormitory. But as Hajin was walking to the dormitory, he suddenly heard the sound of sobbing, and when he looked for the source of the sound, he then saw Nayun, who was crying secretly. Seeing that, Hajin then remembered about this incident in the novel. In the original story, Suho encouraged Nayun when she was sad because of her defeat. It became the catalyst that caused Nayun to have feelings for Suho. You can win if you try harder, let's fight hard together. Hajin knew such nonsense would not help Nayun now. In her situation like this, sometimes in life, giving up is necessary, but giving up was not in Suho's dictionary. He would not suggest it to anyone, and he himself would not give up. Nayun would not let go of her bow because of Suho. But Hajin suddenly got an idea. Nayun was then surprised and confused when she suddenly got a message from someone. The message was of course from Hajin. He said that he watched his match. Nayun was then confused to read that. But what made her even more confused was when she read Hajin's next message. Hajin said that he had already said it. She was more suitable for using a sword than a crossbow. Now it's not too late. Just like him, he suggested that she change her weapon from now on. He also sent a thumbs-up emoticon to her. Nayun could only be stunned reading that. Right after that, Suho and Yonghan finally found her. Suho asked, where has she been? They seem to have been looking for her. It took a long time. Until he found her, why did she just run away? But he was then shocked when he saw Nayun's face, which looked full of anger. Nayun was very angry because Hajin pretentiously told her to change her weapon that she had practiced from childhood. Suho could only be confused to see that. Time continued to roll, and the first midterm practicum exam match had ended. After Hajin returned to the dormitory, he then checked the footage on his drone. There he saw the footage of Jungyeon killing a security guard. He then stopped the footage at that scene. He was silent for a moment. He was very surprised when he saw it. He wondered, was he also part of the Chameleon troupe? He killed people without hesitation. He kills people just because he wants to, just for his personal satisfaction. In this world there are many people like that. This world has become a comfortable world thanks to science and magic, but behind it there are inhumans, who consider themselves above morals and rules, even though they are also humans. But they reject the existence of heroes, with supernatural powers greater than ordinary villains, which are used against heroes. They are villains. Villains in the novel are not the only thing to worry about. Thanks to the co-author who has changed the plot of the novel, it is now impossible to know what kind of villains will appear in the future. The next day, midterm practicum, at the monster subjugation exam site, seeing the cadets who had gathered, the magician in charge of the exam this time then introduced herself to them. Before the exam began, she would briefly explain it first. What they saw them in front of was the place where they would carry out the exam. There, they had to defeat the illusory beast summoned by the magician. This test is much more dangerous than the training they have done before. The beasts summoned here will have the same power as real monsters, and they will not disappear immediately even if the magician who summoned them cancels it. She asked them not to be too excessive in endangering their lives. If the situation worsens, just give up immediately. The cadets looked worried when they heard that. The magician continued. The criteria that will be judged is how long and how calm they handle the situation. The magician then ended his explanation. She hopes they will do their best. 4 people will start the exam at the same time, starting from Group 1. Group 1 consists of Hazuki, Kim Junho, Yu Jongjin, and Spainer. Hearing their names called, they then headed to the exam arena. Just before the exam began, the magician then said to the other cadets, while they were waiting for their turn, she suggested them to observe other cadets' fights, see how each cadet handles monsters, see if they have any flaws. Observe thoroughly, and if there's a better way to fight, they can express their views. After explaining at length, the magician cleared her throat for a moment. She then asked them to turn off their smartwatches, and also, their reports will also affect the exam grade, so she asked them to do their best. It was really bad news for Nayun. After saying that, she then started the exam now. Hearing that, a magician then summoned illusory beasts to each cadet. The illusory beast Hazuki is facing right now is an evolved ghoul, and when the illusory beast attacks towards her, she looks quite overwhelmed in blocking the attack. While watching their battle, the other cadets look pensive and analyze the match deeply for the report material. Time is ticking. Now it is the turn of Group 2 to carry out the exam. Lee Yonghan joined the group. He looked very confident when facing the illusory beast. He then concentrated his magic power in his fist, and threw it towards the beast. He managed to subvert the illusory beast with just one powerful attack and made him completing the exam. After that, it was the turn of Group 3 to carry out the exam. Chae Nayun joined the group. She finished the illusory beast she faced quite easily by showering it with arrows. Nayun laughed happily after successfully completing the exam. Time continues to roll. The main characters have been called one by one to carry out their exams, after who knows how long. It is now the turn of Group 10. Hajin joined the group. The illusory beast he is facing right now is Chrome Wolf. Hajin faces the illusory beast in a stable way. He will continue to shoot at it from afar until it falls. If he continued like this, he would finish his exam without any problems. But the emergency alarm suddenly sounded while he was doing his exam. The whole room was suddenly red. Hajin was then shocked and confused to see it. The other cadets were the same. Junhyuk as the exam security officer then got a call from someone. He then asked, "Is there something happening at the exam building?" Hearing his question, Yongji then scolded him. She told him to focus on his guard. Junhyuk could only apologize for hearing that. Yongji then asked him, he knows about the guard who was killed while on patrol yesterday, right? Now this is an emergency. She told him to stay alert. Junhyuk understood. By the way, he then asked, did she know where the source of the vibration was? Yongji replied, they speculated that the source of the vibration was on the ocean floor in his direction, but they could not find the exact location. Hearing that, Junhyuk hoped it was not something serious, but suddenly he heard the sound of someone's footsteps from behind him, and when he looked back, he then saw someone walking towards him. That person was Jungyang. He did not expect that there was someone here. Seeing him, Junhyuk immediately warned him. This place is prohibited for outsiders. He also asked, is he lost? But Jungyang asked him back, then, why was he here? Junhyuk replied, it was because he was not an outsider. He really couldn't understand the question. Jungyang then decided not to talk anymore. Junhyuk immediately became alert. With a cruel grin, Jungyang then told him to stay out of his way and get out of the way, if he didn't want to die. Junhyuk certainly wouldn't just obey. In the midst of this tense situation, suddenly, there was a very large vibration in the sea behind them. They then immediately looked towards the source of the vibration. Junhyuk was then horrified, when he saw such a large movement in the sea that it created a towering whirlpool. In the whirlpool was also seen a very terrible creature. Back at the exam site, the invigilator also realized the situation. They then announced to the cadets, they postponed the exam because there was a problem around the exam building. For all cadets, please leave the exam building immediately. The magician then went to the exam arena, and told the group 10 who were conducting the exam to stop their exams and leave this place immediately. Hajin was really confused at this time. What was happening now? In the midst of the panic that engulfed the cadets, a silhouette of someone heading to the exam building was seen. The exam building was now shaking violently, but what made Hajin even more worried was when the summoning of the illusory beast was not cancelled. In that tense situation, there was a sudden sound of shock from the invigilator when they saw an unknown person entering. Hajin felt that this situation was not an ordinary incident. One of the magician here must be a jinn. It wasn't Jin Hua, a magician who was the proctor of this exam. There was no notification of the setting change when he was nearby. In fact, he didn't detect any changes in anyone in this exam building. But, he suddenly realized something. He then worriedly looked in a direction. There was the sound of footsteps of someone who had just entered the room. The person then approached Rachel and greeted her. "Long time no see, Princess Rachel." Rachel was very surprised when she saw the person. Hajin guessed, very likely, there were some extra characters that had never appeared in the original storyline. For example, Kim Chun-dong, the person who appeared was named Sir Alex Lancaster. This was a story that Hajin did not know. Seeing him, Rachel then respectfully asked, after the London incident a few years ago, where has he been, and what is his appearance? Hearing her question, Lancaster smiled. His eyes also shone red. Rachel really couldn't believe what she saw. He is currently also aware, so he has sold his soul. Realizing that, Rachel then scolded him. How could a former Imperial Guard captain like him do such a thing? Hearing that, Lancaster then said that there was a mistake in her words just now. He did not sell his soul. A new lord simply took in his soul, a soul that was betrayed by the very country he devoted his whole life to. Rachel gripped the hilt of her rapier tightly when she heard that. She realized, there seemed to be no point in talking to him. She would catch him in this place. With a quick movement, Rachel then rushed to attack towards him, but when she slashed towards him, Rachel was then surprised, because she felt like she was not slashing a human body. Seeing her confusion, Lancaster explained, unfortunately, his real body was not in this place, but elsewhere. He only showed himself here for a little entertainment. Out there is very chaotic. They do not have time to pay attention to this place. With the attack of monsters like Imugi, the exam site is really in total chaos. No one will come to help her. Lancaster then asked her, isn't this very different from United Kingdom, where countless deaths, regardless of the number, will be ignored, and only the royal family is the highest priority to protect? Rachel could only be silent hearing that. Lancaster then recalled the memories of that time. When the tragedy occurred, the room was completely covered in blood. He was seen hugging the body of someone who had died sadly. That person seemed to be very important to him. That incident made him hate the United Kingdom. Lancaster was silent for a moment when he recalled the painful memories. He actually wanted to talk more, but he didn't seem to have time. He then said goodbye to her. Seeing him about to leave, Rachel then immediately tried to stop him, but her efforts were in vain, because Lancaster then disappeared from there, and where Lancaster disappeared, then someone appeared, the person carrying a dagger and dressed like an assassin. Without saying a word, the assassin then rushed to attack Rachel. Rachel was then surprised to see that. She then immediately used her rapier to withstand the assassin's attack, but she was overwhelmed by how powerful the assassin's attack was. They clashed many times. But Rachel always lost when their attacks clashed. Her body was even slashed everywhere. Rachel realized she could not win if she faced him directly. She had to take risks and aim for an opening. But before she could even carry out her plan, the assassin had already attacked her first. He targeted her hand holding the rapier. It made her rapier thrown from her hand. Her situation was really dangerous at the moment. She was facing an assassin who was much stronger than her with no weapons. But what the assassin did not realize was, the bracelet on Rachel's wrist suddenly glowed. Her rapier that was now far away from her did too, and as the assassin charged towards her, Rachel then controlled her rapier to fly towards him. But before their attacks could even clash, the wall behind them was suddenly destroyed. They were shocked to see it. On the wall that had been perforated, a silhouette of a person appeared. The assassin paused for a moment to see it, with a very fast and silent movement. The assassin then rushed to attack the person. The person turned out to be Hajin. Seeing the assassin rushing towards him, he then turned his Desert Eagle into shotgun mode, and fired it at the assassin. When the distance between them was close enough, the shot really made the assassin's body crumble out of shape. The environment suddenly became quiet after Hajin finished the assassin easily. Hajin himself was quite surprised. Was it over with just one shot? But after he thought about it, it was only natural. It should be, because it was an attack that required 250 SP. Rachel still couldn't wake up from her shock. She was very shocked when she saw that. She also recognized Hajin. He was in the same class as her. Hajin then walked towards her and asked if she was okay, but after seeing Rachel's condition, he then realized how ridiculous his question was. He then said that he had a bandage, and as Hajin cleaned the blood off her wound with a cloth, Rachel winced in pain. Seeing that, Hajin said that if he was even a little late, she wouldn't be able to use the sword anymore. But when he saw Rachel's blood on the cloth, he then realized something. He unexpectedly managed to get the blood of Cube's top-ranked cadet. After all her wounds were wrapped in bandages, Rachel then thanked him. Hajin was quite surprised to hear her thanks. He then asked her not to think too much about it, but the lights in the room they were in suddenly turned on. Someone then called the two of them from above. She asked if they were hurt. They came to save them. The person was Jin Juhwa, the magician in charge of supervising the exam this time. The person who was with her then reported to her. There were 2 cadets in the exam hall next to this place who were seriously injured. She was then surprised to hear that. She was also very angry at this time. Who would dare to do something like this, somewhere by the sea? Jun-hyuk was seen brooding while looking at the vast ocean in front of him. He was then surprised when he heard Yangji who called him from behind. Yangji asked, "What happened here? Did an Amugi appear?" Hearing that, Jun-hyuk said that she came late. The Amugi had been chased away. Yangji was then surprised to hear that. She then asked him, "Did he chase it away?" Jun-hyuk replied, "No, an intruder did it. He didn't know who triggered it, but the Amugi went berserk. Even so, the intruder attacked it blindly until he drove it away." He was amazed at the strength of the intruder when he witnessed it. He was really strong. But Yangji didn't just believe his story. She with a look of disbelief asked, "Did he tell her to believe it?" Jun-hyuk was not surprised at her disbelief. He himself could not believe what he had just seen, but he suspected that the intruder was likely to be a suspect in the murder at the police station. He asked her to do a search for him. In addition to the appearance of an unknown intruder, there was also the appearance of high-ranking monsters. It seemed that this midterm was a failure. He thinks it will be difficult for Cube executives to escape reprimand because of this incident. In conclusion, the Cube monster incident that happened yesterday became a worldwide issue, and the midterm was postponed. Because many people were assigned to clarify this incident to the public and assist in rectification. After that, both tests and subjects were cancelled, and the cadets were able to enjoy 10 days of unexpected vacation. The cadets were seen celebrating. Kim Soo-hyuk was annoyed to see that. They are really wayward children. How can they have fun when there are many injured cadets at this time? But they don't seem to care about it at all. They have even planned what activities they will do during the vacation. Hearing that, Kim Soo-hyuk then told them to stop thinking about unimportant things and return to their respective dormitories quietly. While Hajin was listening quietly, he was then surprised when he got a message from his notebook. The message certainly came from the co-author. The storyline change message finally came. Hajin could only curse at the sight of it. The message contained a description of Alex Lancaster. A strong attachment to the family members who had passed away. His anger was getting stronger. There was a high probability that he would attack Rachel without waiting for reinforcements if the opportunity arose. His danger increased from 7.5 to 8.5. Reading that, Hajin wondered, wasn't Lancaster one of the characters he wrote who had a connection with England? His goal was to conquer the United Kingdom. The villain who was already quite strong has become stronger than in the original storyline and appeared earlier. Hajin could only curse. If he knew this would happen, he would have increased the number of kind characters, but he felt that this was not too bad. He managed to get Rachel's blood, but when Hajin was thinking about it hard, his head was suddenly nudged by someone. That person was Nayun. Hajin then looked at her in confusion. Seeing that, Nayun then mockingly asked, "What are you looking at?" Hajin then got annoyed at that, but he decided to ignore her. The incident was seen by Soho and Yonghan. Yonghan asked, "Did they fight again?" Soho was silent for a moment. He then uncertainly asked, "Don't they look more familiar than before?" But Yonghan didn't feel the same. He even asked him, "Is there something wrong with his eyesight?" After finishing her class, Nayun then returned to the dormitory. After getting there, she then smiled proudly because she had successfully bullied Hajin. Why did he start a fight if he couldn't do anything? But when she was about to change her clothes, she suddenly got a message. It was her assessment report during the exam. Seeing that, Nayun then decided to immediately see the results. She was curious, because what Kim Soo-ho wrote was also in it, and she then read Kim Soo-ho's assessment of her. During the exam, it was a sure victory. She seemed to be worried about a lot of things. It seemed that there were some internal and external factors that took away her confidence. Even so, she is a talented archer and a very talented cadet, an unwavering killer with Chen Lima as her opponent. With hard work and extraordinary talent, she managed to give a perfect result. Someone might think she is not talented enough, but that is not true. Her shortcoming is not talent, but her confidence. If she continues to progress in the same way as the way she believed in herself today, he believes she can become the best hero. That was the report of Kim Suho's assessment of her. Reading that, Nayun felt that this was very embarrassing, but it managed to restore her confidence. No matter what others said, she decided to stick with the crossbow. After that, Nayun then read the assessment report of others. The author of the report turned out to be anonymous. She didn't know who this was, but it was a very long assessment, and she then decided to read it. But as she continued to read the assessment report, the worse her mood became. She was really very upset when she read it. She then shouted in annoyance. Her shout was so loud that it startled Hazuki, who was walking outside her room. Nayun realized who the author of the report was as she read it. She was really upset. She would not forgive this bastard. After returning to her dormitory, Hajin then placed the Evangel seed on the cloth containing Rachel's blood. Hajin chuckled when he saw the seed immediately absorbing Rachel's blood as soon as it touched it. He got Evangel seed in Mount Gari. If you feed this seed with human blood, then Evangel the witch will be born. Since this is the blood of a prominent person like Rachel, he was sure that this would not become evil once born. He then told the seed to quickly grow and help him, but while he was playing with the seed, he was then surprised when he saw his stigma suddenly lit up. He could only break out in a cold sweat seeing that. He really didn't expect his second stigma to be awakening now. A cry of pain was then heard from the building. The next day, the sun was shining very brightly. Hajin's wrist where the stigma was now seen being wrapped in bandages. He felt bad mood because of the events that suddenly happened to him last night. Realizing his mood, Park Soo-hyuk then asked, "What's wrong, Hajin?" He looked very sluggish. Hajin only said that he was just a little tired. He then asked, "So how is business?" Park Soo-hyuk replied. His HUV made work easier and he finally had customers now. It also felt safer than when he used to go to the field with empty hands. With a tone of gratitude and thanks, Park Soo-hyuk then said that it was all his blessing. Hajin was a little embarrassed to hear that. He then decided to change the topic of discussion. After arriving at the place they were going to, Hajin was then confused why there were so many people at the entrance. He wondered if they were from a guild, while the people who were there now were amazed. Because the person in front of them at this time was a member of the Essence of the Straight Guild, that person turned out to be Yuna. Hajin was then surprised when he saw her. He wondered if she was here to review a field with her guild members. Yuna at this time also saw him when he lowered his car glass. She was also surprised when he saw him here. She then approached him, and asked, what business did he have in this field? Hajin was quite surprised to see her take the initiative to approach him and not ignore him as usual. He then replied, to find money. Hearing that, Yona then asked, was he alone? Hajin replied no, he was with his agent, Park Soo-hyuk. Park Soo-hyuk was really surprised to see him recognize someone from the Essence of the Straight. Hearing that, Yona understood. For some reason Park Soo-hyuk's body was trembling a little when Yona looked at him. If you think about it, Yona and Park Soo-hyuk are really a ridiculous combination. Originally, Park Soo-hyuk was supposed to be the agent of Kim Suho. When Yona found out that Suho made a contract with Soo-hyuk, she immediately invested a lot of money in SH. The results were so amazingly successful that Yona and Soo-hyuk became very rich from the investment, but that's what happened in the original novel. Now, this is the problem. Whether SH agency without Kim Suho deserves Yona's investment or not. In the worst case scenario, he might hinder Park Soo-hyuk's development. The aura Yona exudes is so scary in Park Soo-hyuk's eyes right now. After knowing the situation, Yona then opened the car door, then got in and sat next to him just like that. She said, if he was here for hunting, she wanted to come. She then asked him, was it okay? Hajin could only be stunned to hear that. After that, they then continued their journey. The atmosphere in the car suddenly became a little awkward after Yona's arrival. Hajin was confused about what Yona was thinking. Yona then suddenly called her and asked, had he thought about his future? Hajin was really confused to hear her suddenly ask that. Yona said that she was asking what he would do after graduation. Hearing that, Hajin said that it was still very far away. Why should he already think about it? Hearing that, Yona then said, of course he already had to think about it. The midterm exams were over and by the time he got to 3rd grade, he wouldn't even be in cube much because of practice. Hajin knew that 3rd grade was the time where you would be busy as an apprentice hero. If he didn't have a plan, Yona asked, how about he joins Essence of the Straight? It seemed like the purpose of Yona asking that was to recruit him. Yona explained, currently, they continued to be the second-ranked guild after Creator's Sacred Grace, but when she became the guild master, she was determined that she would make Essence of the Straight the best guild in the country. Yona said that she could promise a lot of favors, ranging from high-rank items to well-known agencies. Park Soo-hyuk, who had only been listening, was then surprised and worried to hear that. Yona then asked him, isn't this a lucrative offer for someone who is still a cadet? Hearing that, Hajin instead said that it was illegal to recruit cadets this early. She could be fined $500,000. Yona irritably said that she could easily pay that, whatever it was. Yona asked him to think about it first, but the car they were traveling in suddenly stopped. Suddenly, it made Yona hit the car seat in front of her. Yona then looked angrily at Park Soo-hyuk. Why did he suddenly stop? Park Soo-hyuk said, they had arrived at the monster point. Yona was confused to hear that. How could an ordinary agent like him know the monster point? Park Soo-hyuk explained, the end of April is the time for monsters in the area to start raging. There are many monsters that are pushed into this area. There are several locations like this, but other locations are famous, so it's crowded there. He also chose this area because, considering Hajin is a sharpshooter, all this information he has confirmed first, so they can trust him. Seeing the shock on Yona's face, Hajin then asked her, isn't his agent very good? He then told Park Soo-hyuk that he would go hunting first. Park Soo-hyuk understood. He asked him to be careful. He then asked Yona, what about her? Yona said that her guild members would arrive soon, and she then just left from there, but he was then surprised and confused when Yona suddenly knocked on his car window. Yona asked, could she ask for his business card? Time is ticking. It's been 10 days since the midterm exam. The suspended classes began to resume and the cadets returned to the cube after their vacation period ended. When they just entered the school, they immediately went to the midterm written exam scoreboard to find out what rank they were in. On the scoreboard, Hajin's name was clearly displayed on the first rank, with Rachel again being the second rank. Hajin was not surprised at all. He considered it normal when he obtained the first position in the midterm written test. Rachel herself could only feel gloomy when looking at the scoreboard. After he gave Kim Horak a lesson during the practical test, the people who were rounding her began to calm down. This was the calmest moment for him after he entered the cube, but his guess seemed to be wrong, because someone suddenly hit him right in front of him. It made the wall in front of him crack. That person was Nayun. She looked very annoyed, while showing the assessment report that she thought came from him. She then asked, you wrote this assessment report right? Hajin could only be confused by that. The cadets who saw it were shocked when they saw it. They wondered if there was a fight. Nayun told him not to think about denying it. This handwriting matched him's. Hearing that, Hajin then said that he wrote it to help her. Hearing that, Nayun annoyedly asked, who told him to? And he also wrote that she had no sensitivity as a marksman. Who was he to dare to judge her like that? Did he think he was already good because he was good at lessons? She then invited him to bet. How about she taught him personally how difficult it was to use the bow? But Nayun was then surprised to hear Hajin agree to the bet so easily. But Hajin said, if she lost she would have to give up using the bow. Nayun was stunned to hear that. She then became very upset and angry with him. He really didn't give up telling her to change her weapon. Hajin then said that he would also use a bow instead of a gun, but could she give him time to do some special training first? Hearing that, Nayun dismissively asked, would that be useful? She didn't care about that at all, and she then left there after venting her emotions. Seeing that, Hajin thought, her sharpshooter master talent proficiency is currently at grade 7, if he can improve it to grade 6 in the remaining time, then this bet will be in his favor. Moreover, he also has his block stat. Hajin knows Nayun doesn't want to accept the fact. She mistakenly thought that she would be talented in using a bow, just like when she uses a sword. Praise and encouragement alone will not solve anything. She must become stronger. In the Grace Hall of Room 303, seeing them all gathered, the president of the travel club, Oh Han-hyun, then greeted them all. He was grateful that they could reunite safely here after the dizzying midterm exam. There was also Hajin. He was now just listening to the explanation of the club president quietly while thinking. The academic club and hunting club were temporarily suspended due to the activities of the Jin. The events that happened in the cube followed the same progression as in the original novel, and the remaining events were, after explaining at length, Han Hyun then said, that's why the club destination this time is France. The next episode is the Paris Tycoon murder. This episode starts with a death threat from a group of assassins. Your life will be taken at midnight between Saturday and Sunday. The recipient is the Paris Tycoon, Bethel. Bethel is a gentleman who lives a simple life in his house in the suburbs of Paris, but it's actually just a front. His real name is Berbet, and he's been a conman since birth, a scum among scum who accumulated wealth by deceiving many people. He managed to escape arrest by using various tricks until now, but the footsteps of darkness that targeted him were really tough, because he was a fugitive. He couldn't ask the police for help, and he didn't have much time to find a very strong guard that could face them. Facing that, Bethel was trembling with fear, but even in such a difficult position, he could still come up with brilliant ideas. One day, Bethel came up with a genius plan after meeting a cube cadet who was on a private vacation to Paris. At that time he happened to be in the same hotel as Han Hyun. While there, he then overheard a conversation between him and a man. The man praised Han Hyun for succeeding in becoming the president of the travel club in Cube. It was very extraordinary. Han Hyun was a little embarrassed to hear his praise. He then said that his club was planning to make Paris their next destination, but he had difficulty finding a good lodging for the cadets. Bethel, who heard that, then said to him, "How about staying at his mansion?" He and all his fellow cadets. That was the story. He planned to use cadets as guards for his mansion, and while Hajin was thinking about it, he was then surprised when he got a message from his notebook. The message did not come from the co-author, but came from Violet Banquet. The person contacted him through the truth agency he founded. The person wanted to ask for his help. Reading that, Hajin realized that he had gotten his first client. The person asked him to help find an imposter who ran away after cheating his family. He had sent the details of the man he had to find. After reading the details of the person in question, Hajin was then surprised. Somewhere in an abandoned building, there was a group of mysterious people who were watching a replay of Hajin's match against Kim Horak. Seeing the match, that it surprised him. So this is the power of anti-magic. Another member also said, the quality of this year's Cube first-year cadet is very high. He also looks quite useful. Hearing that, her colleague beside her said that she didn't really care. They all turned out to be members of the Chameleon troupe. She then told her doubts to the boss. Since when did they, the Chameleon troupe, started to be an analysis group to bring in newbies like him? Hearing that, her colleague said that he felt that he had potential, and even more. He liked it because he didn't have a family or a lover. Hearing that, she then asked, "What does that have to do with this?" Her colleague explained, it would be easy for someone to fall into material temptation when he didn't have anyone around him. They wouldn't be able to give him honor, but they could give him as much money as he wanted. After hearing their debate, one of the male members said, their first priority was to find the traitor and kill him. If his talent could help them, then they should recruit him, but his partner seemed to disagree when she heard that. She then said, let's say that they had already recruited him, the remaining place was just black. Would they give that position to that rookie? That color represented the strongest person in the Chameleon troupe. It was also the color of the person who had betrayed the boss before. Hearing their debate, Jung-yang then said he would take black then. They could just give him husk color, but they immediately rejected his proposal. They also considered themselves stronger than him. Jung-yang then got annoyed. Hearing that, he then asked, then how else? Hearing that, Drun said, the answer is with a majority vote. He then asked the boss's opinion about it. The boss was silent for a moment. She then said to them, for those who agree to recruit Kim Hajin into the Chameleon troupe, then raise your hands. Hearing that, the members who agreed then raised their hands, while those who disagreed were silent. Jung-yang was one of them. 8 members agreed, while 2 did not. Drun then asked, so is Kim Hajin's recruitment approved? The members who disagreed were then upset to see that. After that, the boss then gave something to one of the members named Jane. It was an invitation to a VVIP party in Paris. Hearing that, he then realized that it was the location of her mission this time. She then confidently said, for her, Jane, the yellow of the Chameleon troupe, stealing a ring is a simple matter. Time continued to roll, and they finally arrived at the D-Day. The travel club members gathered early in the morning. Nayun even looked sleepy. After making sure all the members were present, Han Hyun then said, now they will draw the group before entering the portal. Hearing that, Hajin couldn't help but think, he had never gone to Europe in the previous world. But in this world the distance is only 10 seconds. He wonders if this is a good thing or a bad thing. The first to draw is Yona. Based on the original novel, Yona and Suho will be in the same group. For the rest, Hajin decided to see what happens first. After the group division is complete, they then enter the portal and head to Paris. The weather there at this time was very sunny. The residents there were also seen enjoying the sunshine leisurely, but what Hajin did not expect was, he was in a group with Nayun. Nayun was really unhappy when she was in the same group with him. She blamed her bad luck. Hearing that, Hajin asked, why did she complain when she herself took the draw? Nayun then annoyed told him to shut up. The residents then finally realized their arrival. They wondered if they were cube cadets. They felt they were very cool. Hajin then heard someone calling them. It turned out to be Hanhyun's girlfriend. They looked very happy when they finally met again. They then affectionately asked each other's news. They looked very intimate. Seeing that, they then annoyedly wondered, did he come here to meet his girlfriend? Hanhyun then introduced his girlfriend to them. Her name was Natasha. She was also a team doctor on this visit. Natasha then greeted and introduced herself to all of them. She hoped they all enjoyed their visit in Paris. They were then surprised when they heard that. They were confused how Hanhyun could make her his girlfriend. After making out with his girlfriend, Hanhyun then told them that they were free to walk around as they liked. There was a dinner party being prepared, so he asked them to gather here at 7 later. They understood. Nayun then asked Hajin where he was going. Hajin answered, first of all, he wanted to eat. He also asked, did she seriously want to see the view with him? Nayun was confused to hear that. The group had been determined. What did he want her to do? Did he want her to leave him alone? Hearing that, Hajin said that was not what he meant. He just thought that she was much different from someone. Then, Hajin then asked her to follow him. Nayun was then surprised and confused to hear that. She asked, did he know this area? Hearing that, Hajin asked her back, did she have a smartwatch just to show off? Of course he found out first before coming here. Nayun was a little embarrassed to hear that. Hajin then told her to just follow him. Nayun then said, just so he knows, she doesn't eat random food. Hajin said that he knew that. Nayun was annoyed when she heard his pretentious tone. Hajin then took Nayun to a restaurant. When they arrived there, Hajin then ordered a reservation on his behalf. Nayun then confusedly asked, how could he reserve a place like this? Hajin just said that it was a secret. Hajin used the Book of Truth, but he certainly wouldn't tell her about it. Hajin then gave the menu list that the waiter gave him. Nayun understood, and she then looked at the menu list. Seeing that, Hajin was sure Nayun would definitely order something delicious. Because she came from a rich family, he also felt this place was very comfortable, but when he was looking around, he suddenly saw the silhouette of someone he might know. He was surprised to see that. He then stood up while looking in that direction. Nayun was then confused at his attitude. Hajin then suddenly ran out and told her that he would be back soon. He asked her to wait here. Nayun was then shocked to see that. Hajin ran away in a hurry. He wondered, did the storyline change, or did someone else he didn't know intervene? He was really confused why this happened. Hajin was currently chasing 2 people who were now walking together. After getting close enough to them, he then immediately called them. Hajin was confused as to why Yun Sung-ah was in Paris. Yun Sung-ah was then confused and panicked when a man suddenly called out to her. Hajin then told her that she was walking quite fast. He asked her what she was doing in Paris. Hearing that, Yun Sung-ah asked who he was. Hajin asked, why did she pretend not to know him? But a notification suddenly sounded from his notebook. He knew this was a message from the co-author. He then apologized to them. It seemed he had the wrong person. After that, Hajin then immediately opened his notebook, and read the setting change notification he got. An unknown informant reignited the bad relationship between Jane and Yun Sung-ah. Yun Sung-ah has been included in this episode. Nayun was confused when she saw Hajin standing silently outside the window. Hajin did not realize it because he was currently busy thinking about the setting changes that occurred. After reading the setting changes, Hajin then realized why Yun Sung-ah came to Paris. Jane and she both worked in the Guild Creators' Sacred Grace. After being recruited at the same time, they went through various missions and incidents together. Jane became the only person who was considered a friend by Yun Sung-ah after her dark life. But, at the decisive moment, Jane betrayed Yun Sung-ah. At that time, a fire broke out in the room they were in. In disbelief of what had just happened, Yun Sung-ah then asked her, why did she betray her? Hearing that, Jane replied, did she not know why? It was because she thought it would be fun. Yun Sung-ah's gaze went blank when she heard that. She did not expect to be betrayed by the only friend she had. her identity is actually Jane Valerian, the yellow of the Chameleon troupe. Chae is a villain with the talent of theft and disguise. Yun Sung-a's purpose to Paris is probably for her. Yoren then ordered her coffee. Yun Sung-a thanked him. Yoren then hesitantly said to her that she looked confused. Hearing that, Sung-a asked, "Is that so?" She said that she actually felt refreshed, because she could finally end this grudge. Hearing that, Yoren asked, was she sure Jane Valerian would show up at the party like the unknown report said? Sung-a said that she didn't 100% believe in the report. But she knows Jane loves parties like this. She will feel very good when she manages to steal something there, the artifact stored in the ballroom safe, Homer's ring. Tonight, Jane Valerian will show her face to steal the artifact. After they came out of the restaurant where they ate, Nayun looked very satisfied. She was very full at the moment. But Hajin suddenly suggested at this time, why don't they split up now? He was sure she wanted to see other places. The party started at 5 p.m. Hajin thought that he should explore this area to find a good spot. Nayun didn't really care about it. She just agreed. Seeing her walking away, Hajin then called her and asked her not to get lost. Nayun then got annoyed hearing that. Did he think she was stupid? Time continued to roll, until finally night fell and the party started. The people who attended the party were people from the upper class. They were dressed luxuriously while using masks that covered their eyes. The drinks were stacked very neatly. The room where the party looked very beautiful and luxurious, but the people there then looked in one direction in awe. It was Soho and Yona. They were now dressed very elegantly. They wondered if they were celebrity. They felt they were very cool even though they were wearing masks. Yona smiled proudly at that. She then said to Soho, he knows the saying right, people judge a person by his cover. It's not in vain that she dresses him up. But Soho didn't seem to like this kind of clothes. The clothes felt tight to him. Yona then asked him, they had come this far, didn't he want to dance? Soho scratched the back of his head hearing that. He had never danced before. The activities at the party were now visible to Hajin's eyes. He himself was now on top of the building next to the building where the party was held. It was 5:30 p.m. Yun Sung-a has also arrived. So far there is no noticeable change. The masked ball is held in an old castle on the outskirts of Paris. Her task today is to help the story run smoothly. But he was then surprised when he saw something when he used the 1,000 miles eye. It was a magic portal. Hajin could only curse at the sight of it. It was only fitting that everything went so smoothly. Only Jin could create such a portal artificially. And they had to be very favored by a demon in order to have enough magic power to open the portal. Somewhere in this party, there is a Jin who opened the portal, but his notebook at this time suddenly lit up. A point of criticism, Homer's ring mythic artifact. It is a mistake to assume that there are not many who are after a mythic item just because it has not been awakened. The setting has changed to a group of Jin, evil society, who participated in the Paris episode to target the artifact. Hearing the name of the group, Hajin realized. Evil society is a group of terrible Jin led by Kim Hakpyo, artifact theft, terrorist attacks, wars. The Jin of evil society have participated in countless crimes. Hajin then sarcastically thanked him for including such dangerous people. He was very annoyed with the co-author. He then turned the ether into a mask to cover his face. Hajin realized, this time, the situation would not go his way, and the question now was, where was Jane? Somewhere at the party. A man was seen who was silently killed by someone by strangulation. The man did not seem to be the first and only victim of this person. After killing them all, the person then went to the safe that was there. The person's eyes suddenly turned yellow. He used that to trick the security of the safe. Seeing the safe which was now open, the person chuckled. This seemed very easy for him. Seeing the object in the safe, the person muttered, so this, a mythic artifact, Homer's ring. It is an artifact that has been targeted by many parties, and the artifact is now right in front of him. He then immediately took the artifact. But someone suddenly called him from behind. It was Yun Sung-a, and the person turned out to be Yoren. He then confusedly asked her, why is she here? Sung-a said that she was looking for him. She couldn't let her secretary leave her guard post just like that. She then walked towards him, and suddenly hugged his body from behind. Yoren was then shocked and confused to see that. He then confusedly asked, what was she doing? But Sung-a suddenly hugged his body very tightly and told him, he couldn't fool her a second time, and she then slammed Yoren to the floor. The slam was so strong that it shocked all the guests attending the party. Seeing that, they wondered what happened, if there was an explosion. After being hit, Yoren then immediately ran from there. His face now looked faded and changed. She was not Yoren but Jane, who was disguised as him. Turning towards Sung-ah, who was now chasing her, Jane then asked, how did she know? Her talent should be able to disguise her perfectly. Feeling angry, Sung-ah then attacked towards her, but her attack was blocked quite easily by Jane. Sung-ah then irritably asked. She switched places with Yoren after they arrived in Paris, right? Did she think she wouldn't notice the change in the way of walking and talking of the person who became her right hand? Hearing that, Jane just smirked. She didn't remember her being so meticulous before. She asked, was her betrayal that painful? The question hit right where it hurt in Sung-ah's heart, but before she could strike back, a whip suddenly wrapped around and held her hand. They then both turned towards the user of the whip. It was Yona. She then said to them, she didn't know who they were, but why don't you have your lovers quarrel at home? Hearing that, Sung-ah then asked who they were. Yona replied, they were hero cadets from the cube. She also told them, if they lowered their weapons now, then there would be no bloodshed. Sung-ah was a little annoyed with her intervention. She then released a little energy to release the entanglement of her whip. It allowed her to release the entanglement of her whip and even damage it a little. Yona was then shocked when she saw that she could release the entanglement of her whip so easily. Yona at this time did not seem to know who she really was, but Sung-ah was then shocked when Jane suddenly attacked her when she was not fully prepared, but fortunately she managed to dodge her attack. Sung-ah then coated her weapon with mana power, and attacked her again. The clash of their attacks was really fierce. Yona was even overwhelmed by the shockwave created by the collision between their weapons, and as Sung-ah continued to attack Jane relentlessly, she then finally managed to repel her. Disbelief could be seen clearly in Jane's eyes, as she saw her sword that was about to break after repeatedly clashing with her. And as she could only helplessly lie on the ground and watch Sung-ah's sword attacking towards her, the sword was suddenly held by someone before it could even hit her. That person was Suho. Sung-ah was then surprised to see that. Jane then sighed in relief after her life was saved. She broke out in a cold sweat because she really almost reached her death earlier. Sung-ah then asked Suho who he was. She told him to leave immediately before she cut them both off, but Suho said no. He didn't know why they were fighting, but he wouldn't let anyone get caught up in their fight. He suggested, it would be better if she stopped right now. Sung-ah was then very upset to hear that. She decided not to hold back anymore. Feeling angry, she then attacked Suho with all her might, but while she was busy dealing with Suho, Jane did not waste this opportunity and immediately ran away from there. Seeing that, Sung-ah then immediately chased her. She told her to stop. Hearing that, Jane then ridiculously said, would she stop if she were her? She then said goodbye to her former best friend, but she was then surprised and confused when she saw a dark aura appear from behind her. Sung-ah was a little overwhelmed by the appearance of the dark aura. A creature then emerged from the dark aura which then immediately took Homer's ring from her. They could only be shocked and confused when they saw that creature. They didn't understand what it was. The creature was shaped like a female human with legs filled with tentacles like an octopus. She looked happy when she finally managed to get Homer's ring. The scene was fully seen by Hajin. He could only chuckle at it. At the restaurant where Hajin and Nayun ate earlier, Nayun was seen feeling frustrated. She seemed to be lost. She kept coming back this way. She was also confused at this time. She was sure that she had followed the map, but why did she come back here? She blamed her smartwatch for failing to show her directions. She even went as far as blaming the company that made it and decided to find out what kind of bad company created something like this. But when she found out that the watch was actually made by her father's company, Nayun could only remain silent. She had also tried to contact Yona, but she did not answer her calls or read the messages she sent. She was confused about what exactly she was doing. Yona did not read or answer her calls, of course, because she did not even have time to open her smartwatch at this time. Seeing the creature in front of her, Sung-ah then realized that it was a jinn. Realizing that, Sung-ah then pointed her sword at the jinn, and told her to drop the Homer's ring right now. Hearing that, the jinn then stared at her and said, this is not an item that can be owned by people like her. They, the evil society, will take this ring. Hajin was still observing the scene using 1,000 Miles eyes. Now that the evil society had the ring, there was a very low chance that they could get it back even if everyone cooperated. Since there was no other choice, Hajin then decided to execute the plan B. He then tied the ether to his arm. He shaped the liquid like some kind of rope. After measuring for a moment, Hajin felt that this distance should be enough. He then threw the ether towards the djinn. Hajin's goal was to snatch Homer's ring from the djinn's hand remotely using the ether. The djinn was really surprised and confused by what it was. She wondered who did it. Hajin's action seemed so clean that it was not even detected by them, but while the djinn was busy worrying about it, Sung-ah suddenly attacked towards her. Hajin was happy to see his plan succeed. He also thanked the djinn. Because of her, they would not chase him because they were busy dealing with her. If he just left with this ring now. But that thought was immediately dispelled when he saw someone attacking towards him. The person's attack was powerful enough to destroy the floor there. While walking towards him, the person said that he could not do that. He also asked, where did he want to take the ring? Hajin could only curse when he saw that person. He did not expect that there was a second djinn. The djinn then greeted him and introduced himself. His name was Sidious. He wondered if it would be easier to explain if he said he was a member of the evil society. He also praised his action earlier. His ring-stealing technique was flawless. Shillison could not prevent it. That seemed to be the name of the djinn faced by Sung-ah and others. Hearing his praise, Hajin then humbly said that it was nothing. Sidious continued, because he was quite cunning. He was sure he knew what he was going to say. He then told him to hand over the ring. Hearing that, Hajin said that he couldn't do it. Sidious was then annoyed to hear that. He hated it when this happened. People interfered when everything was almost done. What else could it be? He then prepared his attack. He only needed to take it by force. After reactivating his lightsaber, with a slashing motion, he then attacked towards him. Hajin was quite surprised when he saw the attack that was directed at him. The attack was really strong to cause such a powerful effect. But fortunately the attack did not succeed in hitting him. He might be dying or maybe even die if he was hit by the attack. Seeing that, Sidious then asked him, what was it that made his hair stand up? He explained, this is a special weapon that costs hundreds of thousands of dollars per unit, the mana sword. As long as the wearer has sufficient magic power, this sword can be stronger than a low-tier relic. After saying that, he then again told him to hand over the ring before he had to hurt him. Hearing that, Hajin then thought. One of the benefits that the djinn received from their contract was the development of explosive magic power. The synergy between the characteristics that the djinn had and the sword was obviously very suitable. If only he could do something about the sword. Not giving him time to think further, Sidious then attacked him again. Seeing that, Hajin then quickly moved to dodge. He was completely overwhelmed in the face of his attack. He then asked Sidious to discuss this first. He could give up the ring if he agreed to talk. Hearing that, Sidious asked him, why did he have to do it? He could kill him and take the ring. Hajin asked, didn't he want to negotiate just now? Sidious was really annoyed with his pleasantries. He told him that he couldn't beat him by stalling. Obviously, he was much weaker than those fighting in there. His only weapon was a pistol, and he could barely dodge his attacks with his physical abilities. What made him think he could fight a djinn? He was tired of playing with him. He then reactivated his lightsaber. In a slashing motion, he then said goodbye to him. But, nothing happened when he swung the lightsaber. They were then surprised to see that. Sidious was really confused about it. He didn't understand why the lightsaber suddenly didn't work. Seeing that, Hajin was silent for a moment. He then knew the reason behind it. He then said to Sidious, that sword would no longer function for today. Sidious was then shocked and confused to hear that. Hajin said that he was a very lucky person. The reason behind that was because his extreme luck was active. It weakened the mana sword, but Sidious just thought he was bluffing. Sometimes weapons can also malfunction. Even without it, he was confident that he could kill him in an instant. Hearing that, Hajin said that he was curious if it was true. He then changed the remaining stigma into light magic power. He applied it to the bullets in the gun. He also changed the gun into shotgun mode. Knowing Hajin was planning something, Sidious then immediately moved to attack him. But, when the distance between him and Hajin was so close, Hajin then fired his shotgun. The ending was predictable when he was hit by a shotgun bullet blessed by light magic power at such a close distance. While other cadets were busy facing the enemy, Nayun herself was now playing video games to pass the time. She stopped looking for the location of the party after getting lost without direction. She also noticed the police who were noisy from earlier. She wondered where they would go. She had contacted her friends who came to the party, but none of them gave an answer. It made her depressed, but she then confusedly wondered why she was even disappointed. She had been influenced in a strange way, but she was then surprised and confused when she saw Hajin, who suddenly sat next to her. After realizing from her shock, Nayun then immediately asked, "Why is he here?" Hajin's condition does not seem to be okay at the moment. He said that he was a little tired. Nayun was then confused to hear that. She didn't understand what he was saying, but she was shocked when she saw Hajin fall unconscious just like that. She then immediately asked him, what was wrong with him? Was he sick? But Hajin never answered or woke up when she kept calling him. Hajin himself was now dreaming. Seeing the scene in front of him, Hajin wondered where he was at this time, but he then immediately remembered. He had just messed up his CSAT. It was a kind of university entrance test. In the middle of his musings, someone suddenly called him from behind. Hearing that, Hajin then immediately looked back. There, he then saw his parents. He asked, why did they both come here? The weather today is very cold, but his parents were surprised when they saw their son suddenly shed tears. Hajin could not stem his tears. Feeling guilty, he then told his parents that he had messed up his exam. Seeing Hajin crying, they then immediately comforted him. They said that it was okay, and when Hajin woke up from his long sleep while shedding tears, he then confusedly wondered, where am I? When Soho, Nayun and Natasha came to visit him, they were then surprised to see him awake. Nayun then annoyedly said to him, did he know what difficulties it was for her to bring him here? She told him to pay attention to his body condition. Nayun also laughed at him when she saw him crying. She asked, was he that sick? Hajin was a little embarrassed to hear her teasing. Soho sighed for a moment seeing the interaction between the two of them. He then asked Nayun to wait outside. Nayun was then confused to hear that. Did she say the wrong thing? Different from Nayun, Natasha brought him a drink and fruit. She asked, is he feeling better? Hajin answered yes. Natasha said that he was a little tired. She asked him not to push himself and rest well. Hajin understood. By the way, he then asked, where is he right now? Natasha said that they were at the mansion. This was the room given to him and Kim Soho. Hearing that, Hajin realized that they were already at their accommodation, which is the mansion. It was past 10 now. Natasha then asked him, did he want to eat something? Hajin replied no, he didn't need it. Hajin realized that the assassination episode was about to start. He was happy because he woke up before the incident started. After making sure his condition was fine, Natasha then said goodbye and asked him to rest well. She would go together with Miss Nayun now. Nayun was surprised to hear that. She then irritably asked, why do they always tease her? Natasha said that it was late at night, that was the reason. Soho then waved goodbye. When it was just the two of them in the room, Soho then peeled the apple skin for him. He asked, is he really okay? Is he sure he can move? Hajin replied yes, he was really okay. Soho was relieved to hear that. After opening his smartwatch, Hajin then saw the article that reported the Jin attack incident at the party last night. After reading the article, Hajin was relieved to know that no one was seriously injured or killed, seeing that they did not state anything other than this. It seems Jane managed to escape safely. Hajin then asked Soho about the incident. Soho said that he couldn't tell him the specifics, but nothing bad happened. The Jin escaped before the assigned heroes arrived. He then asked Hajin to eat the apple he peeled. Hajin thanked him, but Hajin was then surprised when he saw Soho's hand that was currently peeling the apple skin. His fingers appeared to be wrapped in bandages. Hajin then asked Soho to take good care of himself. Soho was then confused to hear him suddenly say that. Hajin said, he is the main protagonist, he cannot be injured. Today, he attacked Yun Sung-ah without the slightest fear. Sung-ah's killing aura is real, and if the Jin comes too late, he might suffer severe injuries. Of course, he understands his principle, because Soho is the only protagonist who steps on the path of righteousness. But, can a main protagonist who only wants to do good and act righteously, overcome this difficult situation that is being distorted by an unknown being? And also, can he really send him home? Soho just felt Hajin was digressing. Where is there such a thing in this world? If I am the main protagonist, then you are also the main protagonist. No, rather, the whole world is the main protagonist in their own lives. His words really surprised Hajin. He then seemed to realize something. Soho then called him and said, the report he wrote about Chae Nayun, he has seen it. He felt it was a little harsh. Hearing that, Hajin said, he didn't mean to make it harsh, it's just that Nayun is not a natural archer. Hearing that, Soho asked, was that the reason why he made the bet with Nayun? Hajin confirmed that, and if he won, she would have to stop using the bow, but Soho didn't seem to agree with that. It was the path that Nayun had chosen. He didn't think it was good to encourage others to give up. Hearing that, Hajin then asked him, did he want him to encourage her to the end even though it was a dead end? Just saying nice things like he did, doesn't mean it's a good way in every situation. What if she worked hard until the end but all that awaited her was failure and disappointment? Would he be responsible then? Soho was silent for a moment hearing that. He then asked him, then how can he be sure that Nayun's talent is not an archer? Can he be held responsible for his words? Hajin said that he thought about this seriously. More than him, and he had been watching Chae Nayun for a long time, so he knew more about her than him. Soho was then surprised to hear that, but without having time to ask about it, they were then surprised by the sound coming from the direction of the door. Seeing that, Hajin could only sigh helplessly. He then activated one of the skills he had as a sharpshooter, hidden. He really felt helpless for using a skill like that for something trivial like this, but it made him know the origin of the voice. Nayun was seen running with embarrassment from the direction of his room. She immediately ran to her own room. She really felt embarrassed when she heard Hajin's words earlier. She seemed to have been eavesdropping on the conversation between the two of them. Yona then woke up when she saw her enter. She asked, what happened? Why was she so noisy? Nayun didn't know how to answer her. She then just said that it was nothing. Hearing that, Yona then told her to go to bed immediately if it wasn't important. She was very tired now. Nayun said yes. She then said good night to her. But Nayun really couldn't sleep at the moment. She then told herself to calm down, and tried to ignore what she had heard earlier, but Hajin's words kept coming to her mind. As she tried to forget it, Nayun blushed when she remembered it. She wondered what was in his head until he said that, but then she suddenly heard a scream. She was then surprised and confused to hear it, and Yona, who thought the shout came from her, then scolded her. She had told her to be quiet. Hearing her misunderstanding, Nayun then immediately said that this time it wasn't her. Yona immediately calmed down when she heard that. She then asked, then what was that? Nayun then pointed in a direction. In the direction that Nayun pointed, Yona then saw a scene that shocked her very much. In Bethel's room, a maid was very surprised when she saw his current condition. She also seemed to be the one who shouted earlier. On his bed, there was a dead Bethel with a body covered in blood. It wasn't just them who were startled by the sound of the scream. The other cadets were too. They then came out of their rooms feeling confused. They felt the origin of the sound was from downstairs, and while the cadets were still feeling confused about what to do, they were then surprised when they saw Soho, who immediately acted and moved towards the origin of the sound. They then worriedly called out to him when they saw him just jump from there. Hajin was just as surprised as they were. He wondered if he was a monster or something. This was the third floor. Ignoring their surprise, Soho moved quickly towards the source of the sound, which was in Bethel's room. And when he finally arrived and opened the door to the room, he was shocked by what he saw. Seeing someone entering, the maid then immediately called for help. The Lord had been killed. Seeing Bethel's condition with blood flooding his body, Natasha also looked incredulous when she saw it. After examining Bethel's condition, she then said, there seems to be heavy bleeding coming from a stab wound in his abdomen. Unfortunately he had, although she did not finish her words, but they knew what she meant. The maid sobbed when she heard the news. The butler then said that he was sure that this was the work of people who held a grudge against him. How could someone do this to him, who had dedicated his life to helping others? The cadets could not hold back their sadness at this time. The room was silent for a moment amidst the maid's sobs. Natasha then asked them all to wait outside while waiting for the arrival of the police and ambulance. She asked all the cadets to return to their respective rooms, but a cadet suddenly turned on the light switch that was there. It immediately lit up the whole room that had been dark. The cadet was Hajin. Natasha was then surprised to see it. She then confusedly asked, why did he turn on the lights? Their gazes all then immediately focused on Hajin. But Natasha was then surprised when Hajin suddenly approached Bethel's body and touched him. She immediately told him not to carelessly touch the scene of the crime. She then told him to stay away before, but she was then surprised when Hajin suddenly pointed his gun right in her face. The cadets who saw it were also shocked, and they saw it. Nayun then asked, is he crazy? Ignoring their shock, Hajin then said to Natasha, she is lying right now. Bethel is not dead yet. Bethel the villain is not dead. After he deceived everyone to escape from the crisis he experienced, he became the greatest strategist when he joined the Jinn. because the role of the villain is improvised, Hajin does not know what will happen in the future, so he thought it would be better if he finished him off now. Seeing the looks of horror and disbelief on their faces, Hajin knew it would be hard to convince the others. With his interference, he didn't know what uncertain events would happen and mess up the storyline, but he then recalled what Suho had told him. Hajin smiled as he recalled that. Even so, Hajin knew, without even thinking, one idiot man would be able to deal with that uncertainty. He then said that Bethel was not dead. He deceived everyone by pretending to be dead. Hearing that, Natasha pretended not to understand and asked, what was he talking about? She was a doctor and she had confirmed his death. Hajin explained, first of all, the wound was too shallow for someone who was stabbed from above. Next was this too intense bleeding. The only fatal wound he received was his heart, but the blood not only soaked the mattress, but it puddled on the floor like this, and the most important thing was, Hajin then opened his smartwatch and showed a hologram of someone to them. They were shocked when they saw it. It was a hologram of the con artist Berbet who was on the global wanted list. He looked very similar to Mr. Bethel, right? Natasha really didn't know what to answer now. She then asked the butler, he already called the police and ambulance, right? The butler was a little surprised at her question. He then answered yes. Natasha smiled at that. She then said, in that case, they can ask the police about this instead of arguing like this, because professional opinions can be trusted more than cadet opinions. After saying that, Natasha then said to them, let's end this business until the police arrive. But Hajin suddenly reloaded his gun. Natasha was then surprised to hear that. She then immediately turned to him and asked what he was doing. Hajin then placed the gun on Bethel's head. The cadets were confused and surprised to see that. They asked, what is he doing? Hajin didn't answer and said, he will shot his head after the count of 3. It doesn't matter since he's dead, right? And Hajin then started the count. Natasha was horrified to see that. She then asked them to please stop him. He was already a corpse. What was the need to overdo it? When it came to the second count, Natasha then anxiously said, they had already called the police. What more did he want? She told him to put down his gun right now, but Hajin of course ignored that, and when it came to the count of 3, Natasha then became very panicked. She then immediately ran, and shielded Bethel's body from his shots. She frantically asked him not to shoot. He was her father. She begged him not to shoot him. They were then shocked to hear this fact. Han Hyun as Natasha's boyfriend was the same. Natasha never seemed to tell him about it from the beginning. The maid and the butler were equally shocked, but the butler was then surprised when Hajin suddenly shot at him, but fortunately Hajin deliberately missed his shot, with the position of the gun aiming at him. Hajin then told him not to call the police, but just call the hero, telling them that they had caught a wanted criminal. When morning came, the police and the ambulance finally arrived at the mansion. The police immediately arrested Natasha and Berbet after receiving their report. This murder incident was an artificial scenario that had been prepared by Berbet and Natasha. Berbet, who was wanted throughout Europe for his criminality, the fact that the fool his daughter, Natasha, happened to bring along was a cube cadet had contributed positively to the plan. The plan was known as coming back from suspended animation, although the materials needed to put someone into suspended animation are very expensive. Natasha, who was a doctor in Cube, was able to obtain them easily. The next step was quite simple. After creating a fake wound on Berbet, who had been made to go into suspended animation with the help of an illegal mage, she only needed to spill blood around the area. The medical personnel in the newly arrived ambulance would have no way of knowing that it was a fake death. And all the police officers around Paris have been bribed by Berbet, and also, a similar corpse has been prepared to swap places with him when he is moved. After that, the fooled Cube cadets will then give their testimonies, and the words of the Cube cadets will be 100% reliable. That way, Berbet would be officially considered dead on paper, but in actual fact, he would be reborn with a new name. However, that scenario would not happen again, because Hajin had successfully foiled their plan. While witnessing the arrest of Berbet and Natasha, Hajin then sent a message to the customer who hired his services at Violet Banquet. Berbet turned out to be a scammer who had scammed his customer's property. Hajin told him about Berbet's arrest. Hajin did not expect the first question asked by his customer to be about Berbet. He was happy, because thanks to this, his credibility rose. But Hajin was then surprised when he saw Yona, who suddenly appeared behind him. Yona asked, "Is he Sherlock Holmes?" It is the name of a famous fictional detective. In a complimentary tone, Yona said. Previously there was the Yu-hyun incident. And today there is also another incident. According to her, he can already open a detective agency. Hearing that, Hajin just said, after all, a sharpshooter needs to have a good eye. Even so, Yona was still confused. How could he know the face of the criminal? Hajin said that it was a family matter. Yona was confused why he suddenly spoke formally, but Hajin was suddenly pensive with the words he said earlier. After he thought about it, what about Kim Chuandong's family history? Somewhere, there was a mysterious man who was looking at a large aquarium in front of him. Shortly after that, Shillasen then appeared. The place seemed to be the headquarters of the evil society. Shillasen then respectfully reported to the man. An unknown man wearing a leopard mask blocked their way. He was good at stealing things, and even Sidious lost to him. The man was just silent while looking at her sharply when he heard that. He then asked, "Is he not like a jinn?" Shillasen replied yes, but he was also not like a hero. Hearing that, the man then ordered her to look for him among the heroes and hunters. If she found him, don't think about fighting him alone. Report it first. Shillasen understood. He was silent for a moment, then irritably asked her, "But why is she wandering around showing off that she is a jinn?" Shillasen was then confused by his sudden question. The man explained, "Her face," he asked her. "Why is she showing off that she is a jinn?" He seemed to be very angry with her. Shillasen then immediately apologized to him. She then immediately changed her appearance to human-like. Seeing that, the anger of the man then subsided. He told her to make sure she found him as soon as possible. By the way, has she taken back the magic sword? The weapon that Sidious used. Hearing that, Shillasen then answered hesitantly. She was really in a difficult position at the moment, because the sword was now in the Hajin's hands. Hajin himself was currently confused. He was confused about how to use this. This was a useless weapon for him because he could not control ordinary magic apart from the stigma. Even so, he could sell this weapon. He felt that this would sell for a decent price, but it felt like something was wrong, but he decided to ignore it for the time being. He then checked the next item he got, Homer's ring. It was the ring that Homer's used in the past. The ability of this ring was still hidden. In fact, a certain amount of magic power needed to be put into it to modify it, but there was no need for him to do such a thing, because he just used some SP to change some words. Shortly after that, the appearance of Homer's ring then changed. The ability that was previously locked has now been unlocked. The ring can increase the user's intelligence by 0.001 every 24 hours, can increase up to 0.365. Advanced magic power is also increased. A ring that Homer's used in the past. This ring resonates with nature and provides clean energy to the user. In addition, the user will also receive a portion of Homer's intelligence, a relic that increases magic power and also increases intelligence permanently, and this is also not a binding item. So he can give this item to others in the future. Compared to someone like him, who doesn't have enough magic power, Kim Suho and Chae Nayun will be able to use this better. It will be even more effective for Nayun, who has more magic power. After reading the description of the item he just got, Hajin was curious how much his stats would increase, and Hajin then opened his status window. Other than speed and perception, the rest didn't increase so much. His magic power didn't increase either. But fortunately, there was an increase in the talent section. He was starting to feel like he had hit a wall. He still had to work even harder than before in order to exceed his limits, but still, Hajin felt he should be able to beat Nayun at this level. But, he then remembered something. He had to find out about Kim Chundong. There was no way the co-author would wipe the slate clean. Kim Chundong joined the cube. Even though he was an extra in his novel, he should be an elite in the real world. That meant there was a high chance that his parents were not ordinary people. With that thought, Hajin then opened his notebook. He felt that finding information about him would be a little difficult. Therefore, he would hire the services of troubleshooter Yu Jin-hyuk. He was someone who was known to be the best at finding all kinds of information about people, but the cost of hiring him was very expensive. But since he was very good at finding people, he would hire him. But Hajin then just remembered, he has no more money because he has invested it all. He had completely forgotten about it. But he was then surprised when he saw a little movement from the Evangel seed. It was moving. Hajin wondered, was it time to feed it? He then calmed the seed that looked a little restless. When the afternoon arrived, in a towering building, Yona was seen calling someone. The person she was calling turned out to be Yu Jin-hyuk, the person Hajin wanted to hire to find information about himself. he turned out to be Yona's uncle. She looked pensive while waiting for Yoo Jin-hyuk to answer her call. In Norway, the weather there is very cold because it is snowing. You might be confused why they are suddenly in Norway. The story is long, maybe also short. When Hajin was pensive, a snowball suddenly hit him right in the face. The snowball turned out to be from Chae Nayun. She did that on purpose. Hajin was then annoyed by that. The club activities that were stopped after the Sven incident resumed. The hunting club borrowed a cabin on the mountain and organized an event to resume club activities. Seeing their excitement, the club president then asked them to stop playing around. She would explain the event. The seniors have hidden flags in certain places in this forest. There are prizes connected to each number on the flag. The prizes range from VR devices, vouchers, and other attractive prizes, so she asked them to do their best to find them. The cadets looked enthusiastic when they heard that. Everyone will come forward, take the draw, and find their team, and after Hajin took the draw, he turned out to be in the same group with Nayun. Nayun looked very upset about it. She even wondered if they rigged the draw. Hajin could only be silent hearing that. Nayun then annoyed told him not to be a burden to her. Hearing that, Hajin told her to take care of herself. He also reminded her, don't forget there is a boar trap below, but his warning seemed a little late, because Nayun turned out to step on the trap right after that. Hajin laughed out loud at that. As they walked together in order to find the flag, Nayun then asked him, doesn't he get cold wearing that thin coat? Does he want to freeze to death here? Hearing that, Hajin said that this is a multifunctional coat, a very extraordinary multifunctional coat. It can control temperature, has mid-level durability, has the speaker skill, can change shape between a jacket and a coat. It is a coat made by artists from the United Kingdom royal family. Some relics have been inserted. Rachel gave this as a gift when he had no money and couldn't buy it. She said it was a token of gratitude during the midterm or something. Hajin felt that she was very kind. He was also a little regretful. He should have made 100 characters like her. Nayun understood, but as they continued to walk forward, Nayun then saw a silhouette like the flag they had been looking for. The flag was stuck on a hill. She asked, isn't that the flag? Hajin confirmed it. The flag had the number 1. Nayun was very happy to hear that, but Hajin was confused. Why was the flag there? What kind of fool would climb up there? But he then could only be silent when he saw Nayun, who immediately climbed to take the flag. She also invited him to climb the hill. The fool had been with him, but instead of immediately climbing stupidly like Nayun did, Hajin then took out a knife and rope. Seeing that, Nayun then confusedly asked, did he think it could work just by using a knife linked to a rope like that? Hajin said, of course it won't work if it's just a normal rope. This is a rope that has some of his Stigma's mana. After taking the stance, Hajin then vigorously threw the knife up the hill, no matter where it was going. If he controlled the mana in this knife, and when the knife was about to deviate from the position where the flag was standing, Hajin then controlled the mana in the knife, and made it hit exactly where the flag was located. That made the flag fall from where it was standing. Nayun was surprised to see that. She didn't expect it to work. They could now get the flag easily without spending much energy. When the flag fell to the ground, Hajin then immediately picked it up. Seeing that, Nayun then asked, what is the prize? She was very enthusiastic at this time. Hajin said, there is some kind of note here. Number 1, your prize is my phone number. Yun Sung-ah, you must know who I am, right? If you need help, just call. I will do my best to help you. Hajin could only be silent reading that. In contrast to his reaction, Nayun looked very happy, realizing that. Hajin then gave the note to her. Nayun was then surprised to see it. She didn't expect Hajin to give this to her. This is the phone number of the vice president of the best guild in Korea. Hajin just said that he didn't need it, because he already had it, but he certainly wouldn't tell Nayun about it. For some reason Nayun blushed when she received the note from him. She then returned the note to him and said, why should he give it to her if he got it? Hajin could only feel confused by her reaction, but he didn't think too much about it and took back the note. He then invited her to return to the cabin. Unlike in Norway, the weather in the cube was very sunny. Yona was seen thinking very hard. She then recalled her interaction with Hajin after the Bearbit incident. She asked him at that time how he recognized the criminal's face. But Hajin said that it was a family matter. Yona paused for a moment when remembering that the wanted criminal, Bearbit, is someone who has committed many crimes. Especially in the European region, such a character should not have made contact or met with Kim Hajin. It might be somewhat reasonable if that person remembers all the faces of criminals who are on the run, but the question is, why does he remember that? Only this is a reasonable hypothesis that she thinks of. No one knows who the main perpetrator of the terrible tragedy that befell Kim Hajin in the past. Therefore, he remembers all the faces of fugitive criminals in the world to find the culprit. When considering Kim Hajin is an orphan, this hypothesis makes even more sense. Maybe his parents didn't just die, but were murdered. Therefore, he remembers all the faces of criminals and hides his powers, so he can find the culprit, then kill the culprit without the culprit even knowing that he was there. But this is just a hypothesis, because she doesn't know what his real past is like. If Kim Hajin did have such a past and she managed to find out, this could be an opportunity. An opportunity that could benefit her position when she tried to recruit him into her guild. Later, Yona was silent for a moment. She then felt a bit fed up. She was lazy to contact that person. That was the reason why she contacted her uncle. In an apartment, the sound of the phone ringing continued to ring. He was a little annoyed why he didn't pick up the phone, really a useless secretary who could only eat a blind salary. After clearing his throat for a moment, he then picked up the phone and introduced himself. Objects, people, information, I will find whatever you want. This is Yoo Jin-hyuk's office, but he was then surprised when the caller called him uncle. He then realized that it was Yona. He was happy. Because it was rare for his nephew to contact him, Yona said. Actually she wanted to hire him to investigate someone. His name was Kim Hajin, 17 years old, cube cadet. She wanted to know everything about his past, and where he came from. Yona asked, with his ability to sense the past, he must be able to find it, right? Back to Norway, Hajin and Nayun returned to the cabin after getting flag number 1 and 4. The cadets were then surprised when they saw him get flag number 1. They were really jealous and a little sorry. They should have searched faster. Hearing that, Hajin thought. Even though he thought prize number 4 was better than prize number 1. Sung-ah will probably be upset when she finds out his thoughts. Prize number 4 itself is a VR device. After all the cadets returned to the cabin, the club president then invited them to eat meat together. Such cold weather is the most suitable for eating meat. When a cadet wanted to help, Hajin then told him to let him cook the meat and others. He could go rest. The cadet was surprised to hear that. He then replied okay. He was also murmured, he was very different from the rumors. The reason Hajin did that was because in his previous world, his aunt owned a Korean barbecue restaurant. He was sure his meat grilling skills were better than others. While Hajin was focusing on grilling the meat, he then heard the club president who asked the cadets, soon they will have the end of term exams, right? She asked them to be more vigilant. They can't trust anyone during their end-of-term exams. They can only feel confused hearing that. Is it that difficult? The club president explained. Not only is it difficult, even she has witnessed the breakup of friendships there, because it is directly related to the results of the exam, so everyone is very sensitive. And they also know about the repeat class, right? They are really dangerous, so she asked them to be wary of them. Hearing that, Hajin then thought, repeat class, as the name implies, it is a class for cadets whose scores are not qualified and cannot continue to the next level. There are about 200 cadets in each grade. Among them, about 20% of them have a contract with a demon or belong to a dangerous group. And the problem in this end-of-term exams stems from them. Now that the co-author has intervened, there is a possibility that the percentage has increased. That is the proof of how rotten the cube is right now. When they taste the meat, the club president then called Hajin and praised his grilled meat. She also told him to take a break and eat too. Hearing that, Hajin said that it was fine, he could eat this while grilling too, because he said so. The club president then didn't mind it. The cadets also felt that his grilled meat was really delicious. Hajin felt that they were being friendly just because he cooked the meat well. He was also curious. Was it really that good? When night fell, the club president then said, since everyone had a delicious dinner tonight and was now full, she invited them to rest in the mountain cabin instead of going out to hunt at night. They also obeyed the words of the club president. They were now seen chatting casually while sipping hot chocolate. I don't know what they were talking about. They then both pointed at Nayun. It made Nayun annoyed with Hajin. Hajin laughed at that. The aurora that night shone very beautifully under the moonlight that illuminated the night. Hajin seemed to be in a very good mood. It had been a long time since he laughed out loud like this. But he was then surprised when he got a notification from his notebook. It turned out to be from the Violet Banquet. There was a scammer known as Jerome Miller. He worked as an asset manager, but suddenly disappeared with the money. Can he know where he is? He has attached photos and other info about him. Seeing his name, which looks like a German name, Hajin is sure this must be a referral from a previous customer. He then opened the Book of Truth and asked for information related to Jerome Miller's current whereabouts. Jerome Miller has been wandering the streets since yesterday. After he disguised himself, he left the hotel, walked towards a government building, changed into another disguise, and walked towards the city center. Various information related to Jerome Miller's whereabouts immediately appeared in his head simultaneously when he asked it to the Book of Truth. It made his head very dizzy. Making money is good, but he didn't like what he felt after he used this ability. After getting the information, Hajin then immediately told his customer about it. Not long after that, his customer then transferred the payment to him. It was pretty fast. After finishing his work, Hajin then closed his notebook again and enjoyed the beautiful scenery in front of him. But when he was about to put 2 fingers in his mouth, he then realized that he had stopped smoking. He thought he used to spend at least 1 pack of cigarettes every day for 5 years. He really forgot about cigarettes after he arrived in this world. The scene was witnessed by Nayun. She then asked him, "Did he used to smoke?" Hajin asked, "Since when were you there? You scared me." Nayun said that she had been here since before. Hearing Hajin not denying it, Nayun then mocked him. It turned out that he had smoked before. "You were a real thugs." She asked, "He must have a tattoo too, right?" Seeing Hajin who did not respond, Nayun then asked again, "So did he really have a tattoo?" Hajin then irritably said that he didn't have any tattoos. Nayun was silent for a moment hearing that. She then suddenly asked him, was he confident he could win against her? But Hajin asked her back, was she sure she wanted to give up using a bow if she lost? Nayun didn't know what to answer when she heard that. She then just said that it sounded impossible if she lost, so she didn't really think about what would happen afterwards. Hearing that, Hajin then asked, would she cry if she lost? She almost cried today. Nayun then got upset hearing that. Anyway, Nayun then asked, did he know there was a news article about him in France today? Hajin could only feel confused hearing that. He seemed to have just found out. While showing the news article to him, Nayun said that Yona showed it to her. They said he was a Korean Sherlock who caught the notorious con artist. Reading that, Hajin couldn't believe they wrote all that. Nayun was the same. She couldn't believe they called Sherlock to a thug who always fought with her and smoked. Hajin didn't care about her ridicule anymore and told her to go to bed. While sticking out her tongue at him, Nayun said that she would go to bed without him telling her to. Hajin really couldn't understand her childish behavior, but when Nayun was about to enter the cabin, she suddenly stopped her steps and asked him, but, what does smoking feel like? Hajin could only be silent at that. Somewhere in a certain year, the weather there looked very cold with snow covering the entire area. Jin-hyuk was also shivering from the cold at this time. His appearance now was like not an ordinary human. He was a little transparent like a ghost. He was confused. How long should he wait? He could hardly stand it anymore. A little longer and he would run out of mana. But his waiting seemed to pay off. When he saw someone heading to a building that looked like an orphanage there, the person looked like a child. The person was also seen holding a baby in his arms. He then put the baby in front of the orphanage. The scene was witnessed clearly by Jin-hyuk, but he then could only curse, while watching the world around him fade. His past was too dense. He was really confused and shocked at this time. Who he really was. Jin-hyuk then headed to a room. The room looked full of letters inserted in the door hole. Hearing the sound of his footsteps, the person in the room then realized his existence. He was the secretary. He then greeted his boss. Jin-hyuk also greeted him. He asked, how was their target this time? Jin-hyuk said that he was a little abnormal, but before they continued, he wanted to go to the toilet first. His secretary could only be silent seeing that. After arriving at the toilet, Jin-hyuk then recalled what he saw at that time. 17 years old, had lived in an orphanage. He returned to the day when the target entered the orphanage, but he could not see the target's parents. What he found was a child who put the baby down and left. The secretary was then surprised to hear that. Jin-hyuk continued, the information he found was not much and the past was covered by a very thick fog. It seemed that if he wanted to know more, he needed to maintain his best performance. The point is, this case will take time. Too much for a free job, even though this is his nephew's request. Hearing that, while covering his nose, The secretary said that he thought he should still do it. Jin-hyuk was then confused to hear that. The secretary continued. Another request to find information about Kim Hajin's past just arrived. Jin-hyuk was then surprised to hear that. The secretary said. And worse, this time the request came from a top-rank Violet Banquet Red Diamond rank purchaser. Jin-hyuk was really surprised to hear that. It was the same rank as him. As he read the request paper, he then felt somewhat interested. Apart from being a Red Diamond rank, the message was written very politely. And the deposit amount was really abnormal. If the target found out or any problems arose, then this contract would be cancelled. Reading that, Jin-hyuk then realized. He was sure this was a request from the Chameleon's troop. It also made Jin-hyuk realize, maybe there was something special about Kim Hajin's figure. Time continued to roll, until finally arriving on Friday. Kim Soo-hyuk then announced, the end-of-term exams would be held in 4 weeks. The practical exam for the end-of-term exams will be much more difficult than the midterm exam yesterday. They will be tested on what they have learned as a hero this semester, so he asked them to prepare carefully. Hearing that, Hajin thought, unlike the midterm exam which is filled with entertainment, the end-of-term exams does not provide an arena or audience. The end-of-term exams will be held on a remote island in Korea. The survival test will be held on an island filled with monsters and wild animals. But if the co-author interferes, then there will definitely be many changes that can occur there. Just thinking about it makes him dizzy. And also, there are many other variables besides the co-author. He needs to be on guard. Kim Soo-hyuk continued, he can't tell the details of the exam yet, but in this exam, the middle and high rank instructors will make sure that the exam location is safe. They just need to focus on the exam. After explaining all that, he then invited them to leave now. He also wished them a good weekend, and when Hajin was cleaning up and about to return to the dormitory, someone suddenly called him from behind. That person was Nayun. She asked, he hasn't forgotten their bet, right? Hearing that, Hajin asked her back. She didn't forget that if she lost, then she couldn't use the bow anymore, right? Nayun then got upset hearing that. She told him not to cry if he lost later. Hajin just smiled casually at that, and they then both walked to the archery center in the cube. When they arrived there, they then both took archery equipment. Nayun then asked, was he ready? Hajin answered yes, but he was confused. Why were they here? Their match was attended by the main characters. Yonghan then came up to the two of them and asked, were they going to do something fun alone? They needed an audience for something like this to be exciting. Hajin could only be silent to see his behavior. He wondered, was he not ashamed of the previous incident? Seeing Hajin's flat expression, Yonghan then with a bright smile asked, he was not angry, right? He invited him to reconcile, but Hajin was then surprised when someone suddenly grabbed his hair. That person is Shin Jong-hak. Jong-hak looks very angry at him right now. He asked Nayun to give up using the bow if she lost, right? What if he lost? Would he leave the cube? Nayun was really annoyed at the behavior of all of them. She then chased them away and told them not to interfere. They would start. She then explained, the goal is to hit the target. He saw that target launcher, right? The target will fly from that device. They will start from a distance of 100 meters. Every time they succeed, then they will add a distance of 50 meters and continue to shoot. That's all the rules. Nayun then mockingly asked him, is he scared because this looks difficult to do? Hearing that, Hajin casually replied no, this is because he feels this is much easier than he expected. Nayun can only feel annoyed at his arrogant remarks. Let's see how long he can be confident like that. After that, they then started the match. When the target launcher was active, they then both aimed at the target in the air, and shot. It was very easy for Nayun on the first shot. She also smiled proudly to see her arrow hit the center point of the target to destroy it. She then looked at Hajin to see the result, but Hajin apparently hadn't shot his arrow at all. He apologized. He didn't shoot because he was quite shocked. He asked to give him a chance. Nayun really couldn't think of hearing that. The audience was the same. Yonghan then couldn't help but laugh. He laughed out loud watching that funny incident, while Jong-hak himself was very upset at his carelessness. Nayun could only be silent. She sighed helplessly when looking at Hajin. Even his posture was also messed up. No matter how much he shot, it would be the same. Yonghan still couldn't stop laughing. Seeing that, Soho then told him to stop laughing. Hajin seemed to decide to be serious this time. Although Chae Nayun's posture was perfect, that kind of thing didn't matter to him. One wouldn't become an expert just by mastering posture alone. It was just one of the basic requirements. In this world, the power known as talent determines what is great and what is not. After taking a stance, Hajin then shot the arrow. All the theories to become a great archer were completely meaningless to him, because his talent was master sharpshooter. It was the most suitable talent for the sharpshooter profession. It made her able to aim at any difficult target with ease. They were then surprised when they saw that. Hajin then said that if he understood how it worked, he would shoot again. A little flashback to Chae Nayun's life. In a place like dojo, there are children who look very enthusiastic when they see a disciple of a hero. The person they mean is the little genius, Chae Nayun. She is now talking face to face with Yu Shiyuk, but their conversation doesn't seem to be going well. Shiyuk then asked her, was she sure, wanted to change her weapon to a bow? He also asked, was she forced by her mother to do that? Hearing that, Nayun immediately replied, there was no particular reason, she just wanted to change it. She felt that a genius like her might be able to become the best archer if she tried hard. Shiyuk was really helpless to hear that. He had even rewarded her with a magic sword. Nayun then immediately apologized to her master, but Shiyuk was very angry with her. He didn't want her to call him master. He didn't have a disciple who changed their life path at will. Shiyuk sighed for a moment. He said that he would not stop her. But, he once again asked her, was this really her own will? He told her to think it through, don't make decisions that she would regret. That was the reason why Nayun used a weapon that was not her talent. Back to the present, they continue to compete. So far they are still evenly matched. Their target distance has also increased to 450 meters, but that distance is certainly not their limit. The audience themselves watched the match in awe. The archers from the Veritas class really did not expect Hajin to be able to keep up with Nayun. A female archer was also as surprised as him. The distance was already above 400 meters. 450 meters was her personal record. Hearing the conversation between the two of them, a man behind them then said, not only could he keep up with her, but he also shot as soon as Chae Nayun managed to hit the target. He wouldn't be surprised if it was just 1 or 2 shots, but shouldn't he feel the psychological pressure in this tension-filled match? But, Kim Hajin's expression was quite calm even though he was mentally fighting. He even guessed, perhaps, Kim Hajin would win this bet. Jonghak was then very upset to hear that. They then immediately became silent when they realized it. Jonghak was also as surprised as them. He was very worried about Nayun at this time. As the shooting range continued to increase, Nayun was now having trouble hitting the exact point of the target bullet. Nayun could only curse seeing that she had lost her composure at this time. Seeing that, Hajin then said, as he said, she was not suitable to use a bow. Nayun was then surprised to hear him suddenly say that. She then asked him, was he scared? Why did he provoke her like that? He told her to shut up and shoot his arrow. Chae Nayun had an impatient nature. She would be affected by any provocation. She was not suitable to be an archer. But the reason why she insisted on becoming an archer was, Hajin then asked her, you were scared, right? Afraid to use the sword. His question really surprised Chae Nayun. With a sharp look in her eyes, she then told him to shut up, but Hajin continued to provoke her. He asked, is that not the reason? But according to him it is precisely so. That's why she is always looking for excuses, right? Besides swords, I am also talented in using bows. I am talented in using bows. I can also become the greatest hero with crossbows. She always convinced herself by saying that, Hajin said, considering she switched to bows halfway through, she is already pretty good as an archer. His provocation seemed to trigger Nayun. She once again told him to shut his mouth. But, Hajin still continued his provocations, she said, but at that level, let alone killing a jinn, avenging her family alone she would not be able to. His words really took away the last calm that was in Nayun, and as she shot her arrow, towards the target above, something very surprising then happened. The shot turned out to miss and was unable to hit the target. The audience was then equally shocked and they saw it. An expression of disbelief could be seen clearly on Nayun's face when she saw it. She really couldn't believe what she saw. Seeing that, Hajin then closed the match with his last shot. Nayun sat listlessly on the floor facing her defeat. A few moments later, somewhere in the cube, Yona was seen who was walking leisurely there, but she was then surprised when she saw Nayun sitting in the garden nearby. She looked sad. Seeing that, Yona then approached her. She asked, why was she here? Everyone was looking for her. With her head bowed, Nayun asked, Did she also hear about it? That bastard brought up her family. Yona was then surprised to hear that. She then asked, why was he acting like that? Nayun said that he once helped her, and even though they were not that close, she always thought that he was not a sneaky bastard like the rumor said, but what confused her was, why he always behaved like that. Yona was also confused at this time. She did not understand what Hajin wanted to achieve by saying that to her, but she then suddenly realized something. A series of questions then appeared in her head. Are Nayun and Hajin the people she needs? The answer is yes. If the relationship between the two of them deteriorates, won't it interfere with her plan to recruit them? The answer is yes. If this continues, then the problem will widen. Yona was actually lazy to do this. She then said to her, Hajin didn't have a family, maybe for the same reason as her. Nayun was then surprised to hear that. Yona said that this was just her guess, but she felt that maybe Hajin felt a connection with her. He wanted her to understand his feelings even though he said things like that. And he wanted her to live a good life. It really surprised Nayun. After saying that to her, Yona was sure that she still had a lot to think about, so she would leave first. She also asked her not to go out for too long. With Yona's departure, Nayun was now back alone there, sitting pensively in the garden. She then recalled her interaction with her brother at that time. Her brother asked, why did she suddenly want to become an archer? Nayun said, there was no reason, she just felt bored when wearing a sword. Her brother was silent for a moment hearing that. He then stroked his little sister's hair, and said, whatever path she chooses, he will support her, because he knows she will do well. Nayun smiled happily after getting her brother's support, but, her brother asked, can she promise him? Nayun was then confused to hear that. Her brother said, in the future, when she is ready, he wants her to really think about what she wants. Hearing that, Nayun then promised her brother. Nayun seemed to be enlightened when she recalled the incident at that time. A system notification suddenly appeared in front of Hajin at this time. Extreme luck had been activated in the human relations section. His SP had increased by 253. Hajin was then confused to see that, and something he did not expect seemed to be happening between him and Nayun. After finding out a little about Hajin's past, Jin-hyuk then contacted Yona to tell her the information he had found. He said that he felt Kim Hajin had a secret. He had to find out more details, but he suspected that maybe he was related to a crime syndicate. Jin-hyuk felt like now was not the right time to discuss the Chameleon troupe, so he didn't tell Yona which crime syndicate it was. He then asked her, should he keep investigating? Yona replied yes. She would definitely make him join the essence of the straight. Jin-hyuk seemed to think of something strange after hearing that. He then praised her and said, it seems like he should use his secret weapon. Yona seemed to realize that and asked, what nonsense is he thinking right now? Hajin probably didn't know there was someone investigating his past. He himself is now training at the training ground. There were a lot of spectators at the archery competition, so it was no wonder that the rumors were spreading, but he was surprised that someone came to interview him. He was even a little afraid to go to class now, but he was then surprised when he heard the voice of someone who was practicing there. He was confused who had not entered the class at this hour, but when he saw that person, he was then surprised. The person had short hair and was practicing using the sword at this time. The person turned out to be Nayun. She also seemed to be aware of his existence. She then immediately hid the sword behind her body. She seemed to feel embarrassed. Hajin then said, it looks like you are practicing. Nayun seemed to be still surprised to see Hajin catch her practicing using a sword. She then stammeringly replied yes, she was practicing. So what? Hajin said that he didn't mean it. By the way, Hajin then asked about her new hair. Hearing that, Nayun asked him back, what was wrong with her hair? Hajin asked, she didn't cut her hair because of the bet, right? Hearing that, Nayun then irritably said that she cut it just because it was hot. Did he think she cared about that? Hajin smiled slightly at that. He didn't mock her further and said that the style suited her. He also asked, did it feel fresher? Nayun didn't seem to expect Hajin to say that. With a slight blush, she then confirmed it. After that, Hajin then said she would go first. Nayun said okay. Seeing his figure who was now walking away, Nayun then thought she heard Hajin was originally a swordsman. When he abandoned everything he had formed for a lifetime, and chose another weapon, she wondered, how did he feel at that time? Nayun then put magic power into the sword. A powerful greenish aura then appeared enveloping the sword. She concentrated fully while doing so. She then felt happy because the aura could now reach the ceiling. She then recalled what her brother said at that time. her brother asked. Do you want to continue using the bow? You must have felt it today. Remembering these words made Nayun wonder, did he know from the beginning? After finishing his training and classes, Hajin then returned to the dormitory. He ordered camping equipment with a total price of nearly 2 million won. He felt that all this should be enough. He bought the camping equipment in preparation for the upcoming end-of-term exam which was held on a remote island. The academy would check the cadets' belongings before the test began, but that was to get rid of privately owned defense weapons and such, so this was no problem. As long as he said this was for emergencies. Seeing the Evangel's seed that kept twitching to eat, Hajin then helplessly said that he understood. He would prepare the food. As he fed the seed, Hajin then realized that it had grown much bigger. He wondered if it would be born soon. The newborn Evangel would look like a 3 or 4-year-old toddler. There would be no problem if he raised her in the dormitory as long as he turned her into witch's power, which makes her look like a cat or a puppy. When Hajin touched the seed responded to his touch. He chuckled at that. Smiling, he told it to be born soon. In Seoul City, St. Hotel, some Chameleon troop members were gathering there. Jane then hesitantly asked the boss. Is she sure she was not joking? Was she really going to dress up as a cadet and sneak into the end-of-term exam? The boss said yes, that's why she needed her help. It made Jane really confused. Did she have to go that far? But she then realized, was this one of her weird obsessions? The boss said that there were people with skills that she wanted to see with her own eyes. Besides that, there was something she had to get from the exam center. Jane could only sigh helplessly hearing that. She then complied with her boss's request. Who could stop her? Jane then released some kind of liquid. The liquid then enveloped the whole body of the boss. While waiting for the transformation of the boss to be completed, Jane then explained the information about the cadets who would later become her disguise. Their mannerisms, personalities, and habits were all written down, so she asked her to remember. Hearing that, the boss casually replied, "All right." Hearing her casual tone made Jane get a bad feeling. Seeing that, the boss then told her that she was worrying too much. This is basically nothing. In a class in the cube, 2 female cadets were seen intimately hugging their friend. They asked their friend, did she have a boyfriend? She did not reply to their messages yesterday, which made them lonely. They also brought her a snack. The name of their friend is Lee Jina. She is also the person who is the boss's disguise. Seeing the interaction of the 2 of them with her, the boss then wondered, are these them? The friends who are written in the information section. She feels this is not difficult at all. She just needs to play a cadet. With a cheerful smile, she then said, oh my god, what boyfriend are you talking about? Her demeanor now completely changed 180 degrees. It was witnessed clearly by Hajin. He was stunned to see it. Seeing his reaction, the boss wondered, did he see it? She then realized that Hajin had seen her disguise. Hajin still couldn't wake up from his shock. Realizing the strangeness of his attitude, Hajin then immediately moved away from there and headed to his seat. He really didn't understand at this time. He didn't understand why the boss was here.